Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'm Gary Pretlow, Chair of the Assembly Ways and Means Committee, and sitting with my colleague Liz Kruger, Senator Liz Kruger, Chair of the Finance Committee in the New York State Senate. Today, we begin the third in a series of hearings conducted by the Joint Fiscal Committees of the Legislature regarding the Governor's proposed budget for fiscal year 25-26. These hearings are conducted pursuant to the New York State Constitution and legislative law. Today, the Assembly and Ways and Means Committee and the Senate Finance Committee will hear testimony concerning the governor's budget proposal for elementary and secondary education. I just want to introduce the members of the Ways and Means Committee and the Education and Library Committee that are here today. We have Assembly Member Buttonshone, Assembly Member De Los Santos, Assembly Member Taylor, Assembly Member Torres, Assembly Member Delan, Assembly Member Cruz, and Assembly Member Otis. Senator, can you introduce your members?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm joined today by Senator Shelley Mayer, Chair of Education, Senator John Liu, Chair of New York City Education, our new Senator Bino, Senator Persaud, Senator Jackson, Senator Webb, and Senator Brisport. Should I ask them?
Yeah.
Okay, first
Oh, you go. Ranking Member Ed Ra will introduce his members from his conference.
We are joined by Assemblyman Kludzinski, our ranker on libraries. Assemblyman Doug Smith, our ranker on education, will be joining us in a moment. And we also have members of the Education Committee, Pirozzolo and Marr.
And I missed Senator Claire. I apologize. And now ranker for the Senate Republicans Finance Committee.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Joined on the minority side of the aisle in the Senate is our ranking member on education, Senator Jim Tedisco, our ranking member on libraries, Senator Dean Murray, and we're joined by Senators Phil Weber and George Barella. Thank you.
I need a second.
Sure.
They didn't give me the rules. You have the rules?
Hold on.
Little paperwork, and while my senator is looking for the rules of the road here, which someone didn't give me earlier, I missed Assemblyperson Jackson and Fefer Amato. For everyone speaking, these are the rules of the road. Governmental employees get 10 minutes to speak, and the questioners will be, and the relevant chairs question for 10 minutes. That would be Assembly Member Benedetto, myself, Carol, Mayer, Liu, Boyne, and Kruger. The rankers on each of the committees get 5 minutes to ask questions. After that, the chairs get a second round, if they so choose, of 3 minutes. Rankers get a total of 5 minutes and no second round. All other members of the committees get 3 minutes for questions and no second round. I believe that's complete.
Yes.
And we will call our first witness, Ms. Betty Rosa, New York State Education Department. Welcome.
You have to hold the button until it turns green. It's not you.
There it
everyone.
is.
There you go.
Okay. Waiting for the green light. Good morning, Chairs Preslow, Kruger, Mayer, Liu, and Benedetto. And good morning to all the members of the Senate and Assembly here today. I'm pleased to be joined by my staff, Senior Deputy Commissioner for Education, Dr. Madison, Chief Financial Officer, Christina Coughlin, Deputy Commissioner of the Office of Special Education and Access, new combination, Salon Meyer Ruff, And we're also joined by Deputy Commissioner for P-12 Instructional Support, Angelique Johnson-Dingle, and Deputy Commissioner for P-12 Operations Support, Jason Harmon. Before I begin, I'd like to recognize Chancellor Esther Young and the members of the New York State Board of Regents who I'm sure are watching today's hearing with great interest. The overarching goal of education and the Board of Regents is to advance educational equity, access, and opportunity for all students in this amazing state. Our budget requests a bill to deliver on this urgent mission. I'd like to briefly describe how the department's priorities drive educational equity and provide local leaders with the stability and predictability they need to run their schools, their districts, to support our students and our communities. So let's begin by talking about Foundation A, the state's largest and most impactful investment in our schools. It's no secret that the metrics which drive the various state aid funding formula are in desperate need for updating. The department has been engaged in efforts to improve the formula so as to provide greater educational opportunities for all students. Last year's enacted budget invested $2 million for the Rockefeller Institute to conduct a comprehensive study of Foundation A. The Foundation A changes included in the executive budget represent only a portion of what we consider to be the roadmap that will lead to a new formula. Additional work needs to be done. It is critical that we, in our department, are part of these conversations. The executive budget includes a number of important initiatives, including investment in advanced coursework, early college, high school programs, and free community college for certain high-demand fields. We absolutely applaud these efforts. At the same time, however, the proposal needs to include several programs and initiatives the department recommended and that we believe are vital to the state's continued growth and success. It's a simple proposition, but it bears repeating. If we want our children to graduate from school prepared for the future, we must support them along the entire educational continuum. For us, the educational continuum means not only college, career, and civic readiness. In practice, this means providing them with access to programs, courses, facilities, and high-quality staff that will set them up for success in their lives. In the budgetary context, it means doing things like lifting the cap on career and tech educator salaries so that every student interested in CTE has a chance to participate in these programs. We recognize that individuals with CTE skills and knowledge are vital to New York's economy. Their importance to our state's future and growth are indisputable. But to put it simply, the state must do more to support this incredible resource and make CTE courses accessible to all interested students. Here are other ways that we can support our schools and students in this year's budget. Let's start with the youngest New Yorkers. While we applaud the executive's effort to expand child care access and affordability, I think we can all agree that it is well past time to make universal pre-K truly universal, once and for all. A federal court ruling also required that we provide special education and related services to students with disabilities until they turn 22 years old, unless they have already earned a diploma. I do have to give a shout out for those districts that are doing this work, despite the fact that we have not done this as a state. I also have to give a shout out to New York City, who recently made that commitment. Currently, however, the state law provides funding only through the school year in which these students turn 21. It is imperative that we provide these students with the necessary funding to support their educational journey. Additionally, we must make every effort to ensure continuous recruitment of high-quality educators in all of our schools so that every single school, every single child has a high-quality educator in front of them. I urge you to provide additional funding for Teach.org, a centralized hub where prospective teachers can explore the profession. It's just in a short period of time, we have learned as a department that Teach.org has become an exceptionally popular site for those future teachers to explore, and we must continue to use this vital resource. The executive budget needs to provide appropriate levels of funding to maintain and enhance building facilities and infrastructure, including our state schools for the deaf and blind, as well as our 3 tribal nations. We also need funding to repair our historic state education building, as we have recently gone through an incredible situation with leaks where we've had to move people and mobilize an entire group of individuals. While we appreciate the $20 million that's included in the executive budget to do these repairs, a reasonable estimate of the work is closer to $40 million. And we need funding as well to support the next phase of the department's IT transformation. We urge you to help us to look at creating efficiencies around the issue of transforming our data system. New York State Museum and the Office of Cultural Ed are making significant strides to advance critical projects. We want the museum to not only be a place where our children, and I will submit an exhibit, where our children thrive because it is an educational institution that supports the community, where our children have an opportunity to have a wing where they can have Saturday classes and do all kinds of activities that is very connected to education. This final instability has led in our building and the museum has led to a persistent multi-million-dollar deficit projected to exceed $7 million by March 2026. I have been here 4 years asking for this response to a museum that has been, in many ways, neglected financially. Finally, you can help advance the educational equity by funding the graduation measures, which is an initiative we have been going throughout the state and discussing because of the multiple pathways and multiple ways to support our students. We consider this some of the most important work in the department and our regions have undertaken, and we are so proud of that work. And now, I am happy to return a minute and 24 seconds back to you for your further questions. Thank you. I was going to return $1 million, but I don't have it.
Thank you for your testimony, Assemblymember Magnarelli. You're sitting in for?
I'm sitting in for Mr. Benedetto.
Yeah.
I try to get this going. Yes, I'm sitting in for Mr. Benedetto as Chair of Education. You got me, I'm next in line. I get to stay here all day. It's great. First of all, thank you very much for being here. I appreciate everybody who testifies in front of our committees, and I thank you for being here. My questions. The executive wants to implement a ban on smartphones in schools as a priority for New York. I'm starting right into my questions. Is that okay?
Yes, that's what you do.
Okay, that's what I'm going to do. I didn't know if you wanted a statement or something. I can make a statement. So we're talking about smartphones. What's your thoughts on that? Does the executive proposal allow districts enough flexibility? Is that the way we're going? Or is there going to be some parameters that are given from the state level?
So let me start, thank you for your question. Let me start by saying that we are actually looking at this from the perspective of, instead of a ban, distraction, right? It is, in many classes, I think the teachers have articulated that having the opportunity to teach, for students to learn, unless the instruments are being used as tools for the instructional purpose, that in fact, there are possibilities of ways that we can work on having those distractions not be part of the learning process. I must say that I have been visiting throughout the state, from Utica all the way to Indian River and New York City and other schools. The beauty of this is that and 2.5 years ago, I was actually in Middletown, where the students articulated taking ownership and doing this and being part of this conversation. So I am very proud of the fact that superintendents, principals, teachers, communities have really undertaken this work to do this at a local level, very specific to the communities, buy-in from students, and I'm going to give a shout out to Geneva Bow-Wright, who did this amazing work around the issue of having the students develop a plan, present it to the board, adopted by the community, and that is an example of how we involve students in these kinds of situations. So we are clearly committed to making sure that we also include as part of this endeavor the issue of media literacy, because we want our students to understand issues of malinformation, disinformation, and anything else that's connected to literacy. So we are in the process of working on this guide to partner with that, but also include mental health services. So with that, I just want to say that our department is committed to a comprehensive way to what could be perceived as a simple solution. And we want our students, our teachers, our principals, our superintendents to be very much a part of the solution. Thank you.
Okay, I was married to a teacher for over 35 years. She passed away a number of years ago, but she told me once that we were losing the schools and teaching in the classroom the day that we allowed people to chew gum. Okay, so the idea that now you can wear hats, you can bring in coats, you can use cell phones. I mean, I think the focus of what's supposed to go on in the classroom has long been lost. So I commend you for finally coming around and saying, hey, you know, you got to learn, you got to put those things away. So whatever you can do, I'm with you. Another proposal to increase the threshold of community eligibility provisions looming at the federal level. How could the state deliver universal school meals with potentially a substantially less amount of federal funding for school meals coming in the future? What do you see as strategies to protect against decreases in federal funding? But, you know, I'm going to just say this, you know, my feeling is it's coming. So we're going to put this in effect this year, from what I see.
Yes.
How do we pay for it going forward? That's my question to you.
Sure. So I'm going to ask, we have been in deep conversation about this because we know that there is a commitment of about $130 million to kind of add to in order to make it universal. And so we do, you know, we do believe that maintaining those funds, although recently I think we're concerned with the, you know, the what's going to happen if that cap is raised. So I'm going to ask Christina.
Thank you. This is obviously a very complicated question for the state because it's a revenue issue, as you note. And we defer to the legislature on the revenue questions, but we commend the intent of the community eligibility work that's been done in New York thus far. It's really served the needs of our poorest students, and going forward, it's hard to predict what will happen, and the federal concerns are
I guess
great.
what my question is this. We are trying to take care of the poorest students now.
Correct.
What we're adding to it is everybody. Which is, by the way, I think it's a great idea. I like it. If we had the money, that's fine. But if we're going to be $100 million short next year, is that where we're going to put the money?
I think what you're saying is exactly that it's right now, it's 130 million.
Right.
That and so the question is, can we sustain that? Because,
That's
you
my
know,
question.
And that is a question that I really truly believe that obviously the governor has put this investment, and that would be a perfect question for DOB and the governor.
So next year, when we come back and we have to cut $130 million out of the budget because we don't have it from the federal government, we'll be understanding.
Will be what?
You will be understanding of that fact.
I don't know that we would say we would be understanding. We would be in a
I'll be
situation.
disappointed too. Okay, how much, I've got more time. All right. Is the $13.5 million in the budget enough to cover the cost of every school district, charter school, and BOCES in the state's implementation of the executive's proposed smart device prohibition? Is that enough money for the smartphone?
We estimated that's about $10 a student. So that will be the estimate or guesstimate per student. So depending how dollars are used, I mean, you know, you were talking about chewing gum. Some schools will use, you remember the old plastic
Right.
shoe? You know,
Yeah.
they'll drop those in the back of the class. That
So we got to wait and see what happens.
Well, it's not, some schools have already made some investments, I do have to say, already, because some schools have been doing this for a while. So there've been some investments already. Some students have it in their lockers and do not see their phones till the end of the day.
Right.
Some students, we were in some schools where there was some free zones so that they're able to use it during their lunch hours or different. So the cost is $10 a student.
Okay. One more question. Can you share insight on how the executive's proposal to require partnership agreements between school districts and higher education institutions regarding dual enrollment programs would be carried out? And I understand that there's information that you're requiring, it's kind of mandating that the school districts get this information. So it's another report. What are you getting out of that? And I can understand what the students are getting, but do we need all of this is my basic question. I don't understand why this is even needed.
Thanks for that question, because it's a real opportunity to go a little deeper in the college and the high school piece. One of the issues we have right now is, even though we're like top 5 state in the country with students getting access to at least one dual enrollment course, we don't have a sense of what those courses are doing on behalf of students, okay? And so they're getting access just because they happen to take a certain course.
Can I
they
ask
like
a
it
question
free.
here?
Yep.
Has anybody complained?
Well, what we have complained about is when we've done
Not you.
analysis.
Has
Yeah.
anybody complained to you about the programs?
About those programs?
Yeah.
Yes, because
I mean, has
they're-
a student
yeah.
come and said, I didn't get what
Yeah,
I thought I was
because they're
gonna get?
not transferable. We're
Right,
trying to create a system where what the students take is transferable credit, because right now they happen to get a credit, but it's not transferable to
I
another.
know, I understand that, I'll
thank-
come back. Thank
Okay.
Thank you very much. Senator?
Thank you. Chair Shelley Mayer for 10 minutes.
Thank you, chairs, and thank you very much, all of you, for your work. First question is about New York City Public Schools. Under the November database, prior to the governor's proposal, the expectation is they would receive about $350 million more than the governor's run after her proposed budget. Do you at SED have any additional proposed changes to mitigate the impact on New York City, particularly given that they've had a growth in enrollment as well as special E&L needs over the course of last year?
Yeah, let me start by saying, yes, but at the same time, you have to look at the wealth is, you know, as you know, it went from, I think it was from 33%, right, to 23%. So that's going to be a factor that's going to have a negative impact. But then it's, obviously, because you have additional students where, in the past, they did not, that's going to be a plus. So I think looking at what we call the modeling of some, in terms of the formula, we're going to see I think the anticipated smaller than what we predicted, yeah.
The Regents state aid proposal took a look at that. What happened when you
Can you
used
get closer
those-
to the mic? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, pardon me.
Yeah, thank you.
That's driven, as the commissioner noted, by the update in the poverty counts that are.
Yes, I understand that.
That update was something that the Regents had been recommending for several years. So we were pleased to see that. But when the Regents prepared their state aid proposal, they also recommended a change to the regional cost index, because that regional cost index that was set decades ago doesn't reflect the differences in costs now. So the Regents' proposal did, in fact, provide an opportunity that would mitigate that.
Yes, so follow up on the regional cost index issue, which the Rockefeller report recommended that there be some changes, but the governor's proposal does not include a discussion of changes to the regional cost index. Under your recommendations or the Regent's recommendations, the change in the regional cost index would benefit both New York City and many other communities, including the Hudson Valley. Is that right?
That is
thank you.
correct.
On the universal school meals, the questions were asked previously. There are currently about 20 districts that simply do not participate in the program. So they are not in this free universal program that the governor has proposed. Does the department have any plan to either compel or encourage these districts to participate? Because even though they don't participate, it doesn't mean they don't have students who would really benefit.
So I'm going to start by saying, one of the things that, obviously, because we are so committed to this universal, because we know that, to your point, this has been a very complex situation in terms of how the funding, right, with having more than one funding stream, where districts make decisions about these issues, as you know. There's been some improvement. I think once upon a time it was 7, now we're down to, I think, what do we have, 2 at this point that we're looking at. We constantly encourage districts to work with us, with our, both our department in terms of fiscal, to make sure that they do take advantage of these programs.
Yeah, we would have to, when this is done, which is another change to the
Right.
child nutrition program, we'd have to communicate and give guidance to the districts. It would go out to all the districts, so we'd alert everyone what their eligibility is. And since it's universal for our state, certainly those districts may see the benefit of joining now that's universal, fully universal. But, we can't force them to join. They have choices if they prefer to pay for things locally or have their parents. But I think raising awareness, to your point, this is an opportunity if this moves forward.
Thank you. 2 issues which school districts are very concerned about, were covered in part in the Rockefeller report, but are not in the governor's proposal, which is addressing E&L needs, not only in the city of New York, but in, frankly, so many of our communities where districts need to hire new teachers and new aides that have capacity to be bilingual or to be certified in E&L, and the much greater nuance on special ed reimbursement for a school that is providing significant number and a great expense to meet the needs of their special needs students. Have you, I know you've made recommendations, but the governor did not. What is your analysis of the impact of not providing additional money for both E&L needs and special needs of districts throughout the state?
Well, we believe that creating the foundation is essential. And many times we have, obviously, very specific needs, especially in terms of support for not only just bilingual, to your point, but sometimes bilingual special ed students.
Yes.
So the combination, and as well as special needs students. The issue is that the earlier we're able to respond to these issues, the earlier we have, we definitely have an opportunity to address them. So the investment of not only having staff train, and, we've done some higher ed, with our higher ed population, we've tried to encourage teachers to take additional courses to become duly certified in some cases. But we also want to make sure that we have the commitment and resources to be able to hire and train and hire and keep these individuals that are giving services for language acquisition and students with special needs. So the earlier we do that, the earlier we realize that these are the subgroups that truly need these kinds of support. And we constantly talk about providing not only training, but recruiting and maintaining these individuals in our schools. So we have a constant plan. We have conferences that we do to encourage individuals to become part of the network through our Arburns, as you know, to become part of the work that we're doing with these two populations. Three.
Let me switch to full-day pre-K, which has been a commitment of certainly the Senate majority for some time. In the report that I believe SED did, recognizing that there is these multiple funding streams, the funding is inadequate, there are many shortfalls in our existing program. Has SED taken any steps so far to address what we can do to make this work more effectively, that more schools will actually take up the opportunity to provide full-day pre-K? And what is your proposal with respect to the building issues that some districts raise as a barrier to providing full-day pre-K?
Sure, and this is especially in our early, I'm going to ask Angelique to start with, particularly with our early childhood. Go ahead.
Yes, so thank you for that question. Through our early learning program, over the past few years, we've made some dramatic gains. We have provided statewide professional development for teachers, specifically targeting things that we know were most important for children to build those foundational skills to support them as they move up through elementary school and beyond. We know that we have pockets where the funding, although we are grateful that we've made some changes to the language that allowed districts to access funding and be able to kind of braid some of those funding streams together, there are still two separate laws that actually oversee and govern the way that early learning funding is provided to schools. And we have, as part of our asks this year, are requesting that maybe we take a look at those laws and see how we are able to get funding to those schools that need it the most. We are looking at possibly an increase in funding for expansion seats, looking to increase some of those allocational rates that have been set since 2016, 2017, and we know the costs to deliver those services have increased over the years as well. We will do everything that we can from our seats. We visit and monitor over 200 schools every single year. We provide them with direct support on how to improve their instruction. Thank you.
You can finish your sentence. Finish your sentence.
Thank you. Assemblyman Carroll?
Good morning, Commissioner Rosa, and thank you for your testimony. As the library's chair, I'd like to ask you about the executive budget's library proposal. Specifically, the executive proposes $104.6 million in operating aid to our 23 public libraries. Advocates at the Library Association request the legislature to fund libraries at over $176 million. Do you have a number in mind that would adequately fund our libraries' operating expenses?
Well, let's put it this way. I think the 176 is closer to a number that I would probably come up with, because libraries are they're, when you think about the kind of support, and when you think about the opportunity for children to be introduced, supported, and it's libraries and also having families and having books available. So whenever we have these initiatives about children connecting, building relationships through the reading process, we definitely need to
So
have.
do you have a formula or a best practice of how we should come up with what is to assess the operating needs of our libraries, whether it be volumes of books, librarians? Do you have an assessment?
Okay, we do.
There is a formula that generates a number, and that the executive proposal is well below that. I think as the commissioner said,
It's
the
much
advocates
closer to
number
that
is significant-
176. Thank you
Exactly.
so much.
Close.
That is what I thought it was. Switching gears, you mentioned the capital needs of the State Education Department building. Of course, you know there are great capital needs for our libraries throughout the state, many of them historic buildings, Carnegie libraries. They have a backlog of $1.75 billion of capital needs, and the governor has only allocated $34 million. Again, do you have an assessment of figuring out what is a better number to help with the capital needs of our 23 public library systems?
We were disappointed that the number in the executive budget was what it was, certainly more. I wouldn't say that we have a formula or an assessment that gets at the question that you're asking, but that's a very interesting question. I'd like to think more about that.
Thank you. Now, Commissioner Rosa, we wouldn't be speaking if we didn't talk about literacy. I want to commend you and your staff for your wonderful report on dyslexia and dysgraphia last month that came from legislation that I sponsored. In that report, you recommend that there should be an Office of Dyslexia and Dysgraphia to be a point for best practices, for interventions, for professional development, for screening. Do you have an idea of how much that would cost the State Education Department?
I think because the report was just done, and again, I really want to thank the committee for really advancing some of the experts that were part of this committee, really, truly were able to share with us some of the issues, whether it was through identification, best practices, ways that we could really, truly address early on some of these issues to support our students. So that recommendation is one that we're looking at it. We're trying to come up with a number to make sure that, in fact, this work has the next phase, which is an implementation and continuity.
Well, I would love to work with you on that implementation. I hope we can find a number so that it can become a reality. In last year's budget, the state allocated $10 million for professional development for best practices for literacy education. To your knowledge, have we actually done any professional development with those teachers? I think it was 20,000 to get that professional learning.
So let's be clear, those were the dollars that were, the $10 million were given to NYSET.
I know, I'm aware.
Okay. So they have been in the process. As a matter of fact, we just had a conversation, we've been having ongoing conversations of the plan that they have put together, which we have been reviewing. And as a matter of fact, as recent as last week, right? We sent back some additional questions.
But has any teachers received any professional development in evidence-based reading instruction
The plan has not been.
implemented?
The
So
plan
they
has
have
not
not.
been approved. So I'd like to add also the fact that we're still reviewing and having conversations with the staff, NYSET staff on this.
One of the constraints we operate under when we're implementing something like this is that we do still need to enter into a contract with the organization. So we are working on that contract. We have been working very collegially with them. And I believe that they will have a course developed and ready to go pretty shortly after the contract is finalized.
So, let me editorialize. It is unbelievably frustrating. This is my 9th session here. Commissioner Rosa, you and I have talked ad nauseum about evidence-based literacy interventions, ad nauseum about the 5 pillars of literacy, ad nauseum about the fact that our largest school system and the majority of our school systems for a generation chose to use curriculum and literacy interventions that were unproven and didn't work. It is settled science about what is best to how to teach early readers how to read. That is known. The idea that we are a year later now, and we are still in the phase of understanding what that professional development is going to be, is shocking. It's absolutely shocking. I understand that there are contracts to sign, and there may be, lawyers and others to consult with. But if I wanted to get a Wilson-trained curriculum for teachers, I could call them up today, and they would be able to start implementing it tomorrow. This is not some newfangled idea. This pedagogy is known. It has been known. It is being done throughout the country. And we have finally in New York, I think yourself, what state ed has done, what some major chancellors of our big school systems have done, have finally agreed that we need to move in the direction of evidence-based literacy instruction that is sequential, systematic, rooted in phonics. But yet, the legislature allocates millions of dollars to have teachers receive professional development, and none happens in a year. That is shocking, and we know that for kids in kindergarten, first and second grade, this is when reading attainment happens. So that's another year lost for those early readers. And if we're here again next year and we haven't done it, it will be another year lost. And you know that 50% of our children read below grade level, and 30% don't read at all. 1 in 7 adults in America is functionally illiterate. That is shocking.
Well, Assemblyman, let me just say that aspect that you're talking about, that one particular program, is really a small portion of the work that we're doing. We are heavily invested within the department, briefs, literacy training, we've done all kinds of workshops, so a lot of that is going on. This is a very specific program that was, that the governor absolutely committed to, which at the time, if you recall, was called Back to Basics, and then it was, but that is only one small aspect. And they've had to, the way this was structured, they had to submit, and they had to submit the proposal, they had to put together the proposal. But I can assure you that we have been, and I'm going to ask Angelique, we have been doing extensive, massive work in this space.
And to Commissioner's point, I would like the opportunity to just highlight some of the things we have done since the beginning of last school year, so figuring the fall of '23. We have released a number of literacy briefs that were co-authored by Dr. Noni Lasso. We rolled it out in a statewide conference that touched over 2,500 educators across the entire state. We then followed that up with a curriculum review guide to speak to exactly some of the points that you've highlighted, and helping districts to review the things that they have purchased locally, approved by their local boards, in order to be able to provide instruction in literacy. Just within this past month, we actually turned around the
I have
literacy.
13 seconds. I understand that. But I think it's very clear that time is of the essence. And we need to act quicker, because every year we lose another set of children to illiteracy.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Senator John Liu, Chair of New York City Education Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to start by reminding everybody here that last year we passed legislation signed by the governor that designates the Asian Lunar New Year's as a public school holiday. And guess what day today is? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Congratulations to all the public school kids throughout the state of New York and their families. They get to celebrate this new year, the year of the snake. Some people call it the year of the baby dragon. Whatever you call it, it's a happy day. And I feel there is no better way to celebrate the New Year's than to spend all day today listening to the input of educational professionals and advocates all throughout the state of New York, especially when this issue is so important to people and families all throughout the state of New York. So thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, and your entire team for making sure that this is well implemented across the state of New York. Happy New Year.
Thank you. Happy New Year.
Thank you. I wanted to piggyback off of what Chair Shelley Mayer started asking you about, which is the foundation aid, specifically with respect to New York City. The definition of poverty level imagined in the executive proposal uses the federal poverty guideline without differentiation all across the state of New York. And that poverty level is somewhere at an income level of about $32,000, maybe $32,150. Whether you live in New York City or parts of the North Country or Western New York, it's the same level. And we know that that's just an inadequate measure. In fact, using that kind of measure statewide reduces the amount of foundation aid available for New York City public schools by a substantial amount, something to the tune of $400 million annually. Is there anything that state education has looked at in terms of perhaps a better measure of poverty, one that, like the regional cost index would differentiate what true levels of poverty for families across the state would experience?
Senator, the Board of Regents has recommended the same poverty metric that was used by the executive, but we do recognize as the staff that there are those challenges in the metrics that the one that is in the executive budget represents an improvement over where we've been, which we think is very important. But I think your point underlying your question is there may be better ways to measure this going forward. I think that speaks to the commissioner's view that the Rockefeller recommendations and the proposed executive budget represent a step in the right direction, but they are not all the way there to improving foundation aid so that it truly serves the needs of our students.
Well, I'm sure we'll hear from the City of New York in a few hours from now, but I would encourage the State Education Department to look at what true needs there are, particularly on the issue of families experiencing poverty and what it takes the school systems in different parts of the state to educate these children.
So, Senator, if I may add, one of the concerns that I also have is, to your point, is that the reason we think that our department needs to do some of these modeling is to get to that issue. Because just to have a standardized kind of looking across, to your point, a child in Washington Heights, the Bronx, parts of Queens, parts of Manhattan and other Brooklyn, the poverty, even in some of the neighboring districts, is very, very different.
Well, that's true, but the New York City Department of Education, they can make those kinds of adjustments when necessary.
That is
but
correct.
At least if you treat the entire city of New York and acknowledge the much higher cost of living for families in New York City, that would certainly help the city.
Yes, and those modelings, combining those situations, would create some of the differentiation.
Great. And what about the idea of providing additional weights in education funding for students in temporary housing, students in foster care? I know the Rockefeller Institute made very brief mention of those issues, but none of that is included in the executive proposal.
Yeah. Especially students that are in temporary housing, there are additional funding that that we have. Yeah.
Right, so as you said, Senator, there are opportunities, and I think that's something that we see already inside of how New York City is distributing resources, right, where there are weighting functions for students who are experiencing homelessness, for English language learners, that I think need to be, again, part of the conversation in terms of the weighting when you're looking at that overall formula to be able to make adjustments to drive resources to places that are serving, higher concentrations or changing concentrations of students who are experiencing those sort of.
Could state education departments support a portion of the revised foundation aid formula to include the costs of educating students in temporary housing and foster care?
Absolutely, and in addition to that, though, we also, we have funding, Kenny Bento is a perfect example.
Right, those are federal resources that continue.
I mean, those are federal,
right,
so
to continue
we
to
try to,
supplement.
yeah. We try to make sure that they take advantage of those dollars as well, because we know that those students, not only are they in temporary housing, but a lot of times the mobility of those students and the loss of learning, even going from one place to another, that is loss of learning that in terms of extended day or some of the other skill, some of the other practices that we have to build in to assure that we support these young people.
Thank you. We've spoken many times about the anti-Asian hate that we've seen these last few years and ways to eradicate that hate being through our public schools. You know that I've been pushing a bill that would require the teaching of the Asian American experience in public schools. There are bills that require the teaching of African American history, Latinx culture. And I know state education has reservations about those, but state ed and the regents have made a tremendous amount of progress with regard to the culturally responsive and sustaining education
Very good.
platform
The framework.
and the framework.
The framework.
Does that now all come under assault with the new federal administration and what the administration has been saying about these kinds of educational curricula?
So the culturally responsive, that framework stands, by the way, has been embedded, has been embraced, I have to tell you, throughout the state. And the kinds of teaching that are in our standards will continue. Those are in our standards. So our position has been that we are going to move forward with the bedrock of our state, which is the issue of culturally responsive is absolutely one that our state absolutely embraces, because as I said, every single district, right, has been totally committed to this work. They use it constantly, and they really truly celebrate the various cultures. And as you know, holidays are a perfect example where we use opportunities in literature. We use it in ways that help our young people to prepare them for a global society.
I thank you for that. I believe that we should go further, but at least we should not go back or retreat in any fashion whatsoever on the culturally responsive sustaining education. Let's hope our members of Congress can fight back against what the federal administration is doing or potentially threatening. And my last question for you would be the threat of removal of Title I funding along with the abolishment of the Federal Department of Education. Is that something that state education has been examining and preparing for?
Yes, so I'll start by saying that obviously yesterday we were dealing with this issue, I think, not just our department, across the entire state, right, and other states. So we did get notice immediately that the Title I and it was Title I and IDEA. But in the interim, we have been taking stock of the impact that will have, and I'll answer it.
I'll come back on round two.
Okay.
Assemblyman Smith, 5 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for the team for being here. I want to take some time to talk regionalization, because you and I have spent a lot of time, the department, hours over the last several months talking about this, going back and forth. So I'll start by saying, before your tenure as commissioner, the State Education Department rolled out a number of programs, Race to the Top implementation, Common Core, APPR, the licensing of teachers, a lot of new initiatives, and I think a lot of our schools are still, maybe have some post-traumatic stress over those experiences. So I want to take some time to talk about regionalization, what it is not. I know you and the team have traveled across the state, and it's been received differently in different regions of the state. Can you speak about that a little bit? And I'll have some follow-up
Sure, I'm
questions.
going to start, and then I'm going to turn it to my regionalization guru. This is not something new, and I know you mentioned Race to the Top. I have been in we've visited some districts that have been doing this for 10 years. And doing it well, because of the necessity, the sparsity issue for many of our rural districts really they create opportunities to innovate, they create opportunities to cooperate and share. And so the notion of regionalization has been very much a part of the fabric of many of our districts and many of our areas throughout, So that in itself, so just to say that this is not a new concept.
Right. So a question that I think, and sorry to cut you off, some school districts seem concerned that they and their taxpayers might be paying for students of other districts. That is not correct. Is that your understanding? That would not be correct? So a school district might be concerned that they and their local taxpayers could be paying for the students of another district. That is not the intention, is that correct?
Absolutely, but that's part of the literacy that we hope to impart on our students in terms of misinformation, disinformation. But let me just say, when I was talking about the rural districts and other districts that are doing this, the notion, we even have 2 districts that share a superintendent. The particularly rural districts, because of the fact that they want to also maintain a high-quality education for their students. As a matter of fact, we met yesterday with 3 of them, right? And in order to give those students that high-quality education, they have to learn to share. They don't have the resources that some of our other districts have.
So would you give as an example maybe a rural district that does not have AP offerings or college class offerings, but maybe a neighboring district does, but maybe they only have 4 or 5 students in each, that there could be an
share.
opportunity?
Yes, they're sharing resources, they're innovating, they're figuring out, they're problem solvers and trying to figure out how do we, despite the fact that we have fewer students, the sparsity issue, and so many other barriers, we have seen an incredible number of districts that truly have taken how to share their toys. And again, there are those districts that have a lot of resources, have a lot of wealth, have a lot of ways of enjoying giving, as you said, different AP classes or whatever. So they're not being asked in any shape or form to share. In many cases, they are. And those places that they are, we celebrate those. And by the way, just to give you a number, we are fairly close to 80%. 80% have opted in throughout the state to do regionalization. 80%.
And to get to that point, there was an option, so if a school district didn't feel that they could benefit or didn't feel that their neighboring districts would benefit, they could opt out. So there's no obligation for them to be
We did
involved.
have several, the largest concentration happened to be in your back of the woods, in your neighborhood, not
specifically,
neighborhood,
but right.
in Long Island. But the truth of the matter is that we honor the issue that they felt that they did not want to be part of the process, and we honored that.
And with that, because I'm being asked that if they opt out of the planning process, it's not simply the planning process, they will not be asked to take on or to participate.
I'm going to ask, they're opting out. And by the way, we asked the board and the superintendent to negotiate this, and once they opt out,
Is this something?
And by the way, we are establishing a regionalization network. And just so you know, some of this, the reason you think it's new,
Yeah, I'm out of time, but thank you for clearing up
Thank you.
some
You
things.
are out
Come
of
back.
time. Senator?
Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Tedisco, Ranker in Education.
Commissioner, it's always great to see you here before us, and we appreciate your testimony and coming by to testify. I'm going to start out with something I know I wanted to say during my presentation, very limited, probably would have saved to the end, and that is as ranking member of the Education Committee, and I think I could say representing my conference, this is a very large budget to begin with. I think $8.6 billion in spending. But we never know what's going to happen during the course of this whole budget negotiations. I can go on record and tell you this, myself and I believe my conference will never, and this year won't, be balancing this budget on the backs, no matter what comes out in the finality of this budget, on the backs of our local taxpayers who may have to cut if there are cuts in very important programs, or the backs of our kids or school districts. So I want to be on record at saying that. Having said that, I'm going to ask you a question, probably won't get to a next one, but you know where I'm going. Have you ever seen the movie Casablanca? Yes or no? No problem.
Yes.
Yes. So you know in that movie, there's a police chief, and he knows what's going on over there. And he goes up to Humphrey Bogart. I'm shocked. I'm shocked. I'm shocked that there's gambling in this facility. We know he's not shocked. I came to the Capitol this year. I became shocked. We have an affordability problem in New York State. Did you know that, Commissioner? Rhetorically, you don't have to answer it. Most people over here know it. If I've heard that once, I've heard it 1,000 times since we've been here. We have an affordability problem. Every time we interact with our constituents, surveys or polls, we ask about transportation, safety, education. Love education. Do you support it? Yes. Do you want us to fund it? Fund education, put money in it. They want the test scores to be good. They want the graduation rates to go up. It's extremely, extremely important for them. But my goodness, everybody knows we have an affordability problem in New York State. We've had an affordability problem. Besides what my constituents and others say, in the last census, we became #1 in out-migration. 101,000 people left the state of New York, 50 states. One of 7 states that lost a congressperson. Lost voices out there. We're #1 in tax freedom state today. We still have that designation. You know, Commissioner, that's when we actually take $1 home for the people who work in New York State. There is an affordability problem, without question. The worst thing is our destiny, possibly, which they suggest at least 2 or 3 congresspeople and representatives will be lost in the 2032 census coming up. That's significant to think about. But make no mistake, if we're going to move towards affordability, and you know what? We have to keep people in New York State, to keep the great educational system we have, we're going to have to have spending priorities, realistic spending priorities. And that is the challenge, I think, for us, for the majorities, for the minority, for the governor, spending priorities. And I've seen a very large budget come out. I've seen $8.6 billion in spending, but I don't want that to fall on the back of a #1 spending priority, educating the kids in New York State. We cannot let that happen. But by the same token, I got a feeling she's going to have to be Houdini with the budget she gave us to give those tax monies back. And we believe in tax cuts. We need them. That would be part of the incentive. It ain't a rabbit that has to come out of a hat. She's got to pull a giraffe out of a hat. Now, that's a big animal, okay? So that's going to be hard to do. So my question to you is, got a minute? She has to be interacting with you and the leaders of our other commissioners and everything like that. Has she talked to you about what's going to happen across the board, or how you can help with this cost of living? Not cutting programs, but adjusting how we move those programs forward, how we realign programs, things of that nature. Because it scares me when all of a sudden affordability problems have been in existence and we're going to solve them overnight. 30 seconds isn't enough, I know that. Go ahead.
Well, Senator, let me start by, and I know you know this, and this is going to sound, we're an independent agency. We are not an agency of the governor. Now, having said that, we do try, and I have to tell you, put it point blank, the commissioners of this state, many of them, we work very closely with. So we try to your point,
Hold
Well, we
that,
got to a
hold,
point.
hold that point.
We could talk further.
We had a 4.5-minute question and not a 30-second. Anyway,
And actually, just to point out, thank you, Gary, we try to remind legislators, you can use all of your minutes asking a question, but the answerer doesn't get extra minutes to answer you. So just the lesson for today. Thank you.
before I go on, we've been joined by Assembly Members Conrad, Hooks, Simone, Simon, and Mahanis. Yes.
And we've also been joined by Assemblywoman Mary Beth Walsh on the Republican side.
Assembly Member Kludinski, 5 minutes.
Good morning, Commissioner.
good morning.
I want to thank you and your staff for being here today with us, and I want to thank you all for the hard work that you do for all our students and families across New York State. I know it's probably not always a thankful job, but we appreciate the work that you all do. I just have a couple questions. One is in regards to staffing shortages. We're still hearing concerns about staffing shortages at school districts across the state. Particularly, I know in my district, I hear there's shortages of, it's very difficult for them to find science teachers, biology, chemistry. What is your department doing to address the shortages, and what structural changes are needed to address these shortages?
So I'm going to start by saying, as you saw in my intro, we talked about Teach.org, but in addition to that, we have, under the leadership of Dr. Madison, we've been doing a great deal of work of taking our requirements for certification of our teachers and creating lots of flexibilities. And we can give you, just to be very precise, a couple of good examples of that.
So just a couple examples. So you brought up science. One of the things that the department had done, I think in the August of '23, was to put a regulation in effect that allowed, if you're going to have a second certification for science, you weren't going to need additional 30 credit hours. You could do 18 credit hours. We've just put forward a regulation to allow that for most of our certification titles. So if a student is going to college or university in a teacher prep institution and would like to have multiple certifications, it's not going to take multiple 30 credit hour coursework pathways in order to get those certifications. And so that's some flexibility we've offered. We've also tried to deal with some of the certification exam issues. That has been a roadblock for many of our teachers, especially coming from out of state where they may have taken an assessment, a different teacher assessment in their state, and then they have to take the New York State exam. So they've done all they could do in their home state. They're fully certified there, otherwise qualified. That we're finding ways to now, we put a regulation in place that we're going to analyze those exams, and the ones that are comparable, we're going to accept them. And then if they get close to passing ours, if they didn't take an exam, we've also got a multiple measures approach to get people certified if they have come very close to passing the exam, so they're not one after another taking it multiple times. So in addition to Teach.org, which has had a great success in recruitment and getting people on the pathway to teaching, we in fact have more people in the pipeline on teachnewyork.org starting our pathway than we do in teacher prep institutions right now in New York State. So it's having the desired effect, and that's only 9 months in, which is why we've emphasized it now the third time in this hearing. Is very important to us to keep that product and to work with our partners.
Thank you, sir. Just to change gears here, on the governor's distraction-free learning initiative, I know that was mentioned a little earlier, but are you concerned at all that the governor's distraction-free learning initiative requires school districts to adopt cell phone prohibition policies rather than allowing districts to make the determination locally? I know locally, talking to our superintendents, this has basically been an issue that's been solved through their own department policies and procedures, and they've conveyed to me that they more or less have this under wraps at their school districts because it's been around this for quite a few years now. Do you have concerns that the state coming in and adopting their own policies, superseding what the school districts already have, will be problematic?
Yeah, I have taken a very strong position on the local control and the fact that many of our superintendents and schools, including and again, I don't want to speak for the school board or the Big Five or some of the individuals that have really taken a similar position. We believe that this is local control. People have been doing, to your point, for a while. And I do believe that the governor's office initially started in one place, and those changes have been adjusted to be at the local control. And knowing that many districts already have been doing this for a while. So we are hopeful that that is the final destination.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. And our Chair of Libraries, Senator Bino. 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
So would like to start out by echoing some earlier sentiments and lending my voice to support increasing capital funding to libraries. Specifically in my district, we have the Uniondale Library that has a rising water table, and they're taking on water. They need a roof. They're really in bad shape, and they're not yet able to access that funding to do the work. And we have other examples throughout the district, and I know many throughout the state. So in not belaboring the point, I'd like to move on and ask about school libraries.
Yes.
And ask specifically about the role of SED in oversight of school libraries, specifically the funding. Right now, I believe the amount is $6.26 per pupil, and they haven't had an increase since 2007. And I know that many of the districts do not have full-time librarians in the schools, and this has to be a function of that. So I'd like to hear from you regarding whether there's been any study about increasing that per pupil cost and what your role is in doing so.
Yes, so let me start by saying, it's interesting, outside of New York City, they've done a better job with libraries. But there's been an investment and a push for New York City also to realize the extreme value of this. So on the issue of the per pupil investment,
The Board of Regents has in fact recommended that those numbers be adjusted for inflation. So relative, I don't recall right now what the number would be to adjust, but that they be taken inflation from the time that was set in statute and increased to what it would be now. So yes, the board is supportive of that.
Okay, I would love to see those numbers, and
Yes,
once you
Thank you.
complete
Yeah.
that exercise, I think
Yeah.
the whole body could
yeah, we'll
benefit from
share, we can meet with you and share with you specifically, because we do have the numbers of the number of districts that do have, librarians, particularly in the elementary school, but all the way through. So more than glad to meet with you to go over those.
Thank you. Also, I'm moving on to education, and I know that many parents would love to have the opportunity and need the opportunity to have alternatives and options in terms of educating their young scholars. And I know charter schools have provided that. But I am concerned regarding the saturation of charter schools in Senate District 6, and I'm sure it's happening throughout the state in certain areas. In particular, Hempstead School District, which has a total aid of $234 million, is sending roughly $87 million to charter schools. And the examples, I can go on and on that, but, there's a real disparate impact to school districts that are sending those large sums of money to charter schools. And, I'd like to know first, when SED is reviewing these RFP responses for charter schools, whether you're taking into consideration that there's saturation.
Yes, so I'll start by saying that we have two entities, SUNY and SED. Our charters, we have the smallest, actually, you have four, because you have Buffalo and New York City. But primarily, the two entities that make the determination in this particular case, SUNY has the largest number of charters. We have 95, I think is the number
Yes,
that
we
we
have
have, and SUNY has,
238.
SUNY has, it's a total, New York City, 200, you're right, 238 is the SUNY number. Ours is 95, and New York City 38, and I think Buffalo 2. So in that determination, there's a struggle because many districts, many charters will go to SUNY, obviously, rather than, we have a pretty strict, and I'm not saying they don't have a strict, but we have a pretty robust type of process that you have to go through. Now, having said that, there are many times that there's a lot of confusion in the field where they feel that we have in fact decided that this charter is going to go into that district, when in fact it's a SUNY decision. And with Hempstead,
So we have worked over the past 2 years, I want to say, with my colleague across the table, Jason, in understanding how we can attempt to find a way. We know that there is a problem with the way that charter schools are funded, essentially, and we do know that Hempstead does have one of the highest amounts of tuition rates that they do pay out to their local charter schools. And that is not to say that we don't believe in parent choice and support that decision of those parents, but I think it comes down to essentially the way that charter schools are funded within the laws that are currently existing on the books that do create a complication for the way that school districts themselves have to pay out that money.
So we know now, right, that there's a problem, right? And we know that Hempstead in particular is really been hampered by this. But it's actually growing tentacles, and it's making its way throughout the district in so much that Uniondale is currently sending $21 million, and they're projected for last year, they sent $21 million, and they're projected to send $25 million. What can SED do to streamline a process, have better oversight in terms of saturation, so that, we know we have these two different entities, but have you done any study, any type of evaluation as to best ways to move forward?
yeah, we've looked at where the saturation, I mean, a perfect example is District 5. You've got a huge saturation in District 5, and I can tell you a couple of other districts. We also know that, to Angelique's point, that there's a different rate that's paid, which also creates another layer. And, and sometimes people think that it's kind of a one-on-one, you're removing a kid from one place, moving it to another. But when you have a class of, let's say, 19, and you still have to create a class, and you have minus the number of students that have left, right? That is a financial hole that the district is in. So it's not as simple as, sometimes I think the way this structure and the law was designed, it makes it look as if, oh, well, I'm taking, 10 from here and you're left. No, you still have to have that teacher. You still have to have those resources. So it's not as if the cost is, necessarily, because as somebody who's done, both in my middle school and high school, done programming, it is a challenge. And it's also a challenge when you have fewer dollars to provide the kinds of resources. So I do think we have to take a look at the whole issue with the charter law from various issues. and that's one of them.
And
But
I'd
I
like
don't-
to work
yeah.
with you on that.
Okay, well,
And
look
so I
forward
have
to it.
one other question specific to Hempstead, and it's use of SED's placement of a monitor.
Monitor.
And I'd like to understand from you whether you believe a monitor should still exist within that district, and if so, why?
Absolutely. Our schools, and I'll give you a concrete example, and I'm going to turn it to Jason. For example, and I'm going to go slightly over to a district like Wyandanch, right? Totally in horrendous deficit, and is now in a surplus. I think they're 30 million, if I'm not mistaken, right? 30 million in surplus from a district that was in a horrendous situation. And the financial monitor has been extremely focused and someone that has made a huge difference. Now, personally, I do have to say I like the idea of two monitors, one instructional, one operational, that focuses on the fiscal. And in your case, you have one monitor. And again, I would submit that in a district like, you're speaking to, we really truly need an instructional as well as fiscal.
They've been able to increase their graduation rate, so I'd like to hear more from you on
They
that.
did.
Thank you.
82, I think it's
87%.
82%.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblyman Ra has stepped away, so I'll go to Assemblyman Conrad. 3 minutes. You weren't there.
Hi, good morning. I was excited to review the Blue Ribbon Commission's results and implementation for our four-year changeover for our cohorts of students under the new diploma program. Can you review how SED plans to support these school districts across the state that desperately need staff development? Because looking at the budget right now, it looks like we're at a $14.3 million eliminated for staff resource centers. And I just don't know how that particularly jives with this new initiative that we're about to implement here, where we're trying to make this new program truly successful and have these pathways. Do you care to comment on that?
Sure. So I'm going to start by saying I'd love to invite you to a meeting to take you through the journey of what we've gone through to get to this place in terms of the task force, which was made up, as you know, superintendents, business people, and the 12 recommendations that I think Angelique is going to speak to. There's been an incredible journey of several years to get to this point. We also have a plan pilot that is supporting this work, to take a look at this work within several districts. So there's a tremendous amount of work to answer that question.
Okay.
And more than glad to really have you create a roadmap for you and walk you through that. But in the meantime, Angelique?
And part of the, as you have mentioned, we have very intentionally created a runway, a 5-year plus timeline, to build in opportunities to provide teachers with the necessary professional learning opportunities that they would need to help improve their instructional practices within the classroom, along with including and expanding resources to provide access to greater opportunities for students, but happy to meet with you offline to take you through that in a more detailed fashion.
I appreciate it. It just doesn't make sense to me to eliminate $14.3 million for staff resource centers that I found personally the place where I would learn literacy techniques, as our Chair Carroll mentioned, and others. It just seems like a very important piece today more than ever. And I'll leave with just one comment. Obviously, being an educator and having a lot of friends that are still in education, the paperwork load that is being placed on special ed teachers. I get it. They're not just teaching. They're doing much more. They're counseling. They're dealing with addiction. They're dealing with trauma. There's so much being added to the plate of our educators. What are we doing to eliminate or simplify or just make a load of paperwork that is being inundated? The comment I keep getting from educators is, I don't feel like I'm teaching anymore. I'm just filling out paperwork. And I'll leave it at that. If there's any efforts that we can do to alleviate that,
Sure, so I will tell you,
we'll talk.
okay.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. We've been joined by Senator White and Senator Murray, ranker on libraries, for 5.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being here. I'm over here in the corner. Thank you for being here and for your testimony. I have quite a few questions, but with 5 minutes, I'll start with the first here. So recently, the Trump administration had announced a reversal in policy regarding law enforcement and making arrests or going into locations deemed as sensitive areas, churches, synagogues, and schools, of course. They reversed that policy, and when doing so, the media spun it as though they're targeting these locations. Now, ICE officials, other officials have come on and said that's not the case. We are not targeting them. We simply need to have access. In the event, say, a violent gangbanger is going into a school to get sanctuary from being caught. We don't want that. We don't want them around our kids either. So in making this change, we've seen school districts now coming out with their statements. And recently, yesterday or the day before, a district in my Senate district, the Pat Med district, says law enforcement can't access school grounds. They will not give them access to their school grounds unless there's a crime being committed currently on the school grounds or they have a warrant. I'm concerned about the message that's sending. Our police officers, whether it's through COPE, whether it's through community policing, our police, whether it's the PAL, we have police in Suffolk County that take kids fishing just to get a relationship, to show that we're not the bad guys. And then a statement like this comes out, and it makes it look like they are the bad guys. I think we've taken, statements like this are taking steps so far backwards and putting police at such a disadvantage now. I'd like to know, is there a policy that you are recommending? Do you support this policy? And do you have a blanket policy regarding this issue that you are recommending to school districts?
Sure, and I'm more than glad to make sure you have a copy of. We worked during the holidays, and this is not a new policy, but to, with the governor's office, the AG, and our department, to provide guidance to the schools under what circumstances. And it was very specific. Our local police officers, many of them, to your point, work as part of the community and they're known. This is very different when you're going in asking, as you know, for, records, information. No parent would want that information to be provided unless, and sometimes it's a question of making sure that there is a warrant or there is a subpoena, whatever it is. These are two places, especially, I won't speak for churches, but I'll speak for schools. Schools are places where parents send their children to schools. They want to know that no one other than that principal in that space and that superintendent are aware that whether they're being questioned or they're being, taken out, or that we follow the law in terms of what is acceptable and what is not. So that guidance, we're more than glad to make it available to you, because we did send it out to all the districts and to all the lawyers in the districts, and as a matter of fact, we've sent it out several times just to make sure that our schools are not only informed, but that they know the protocols that they have to follow.
So wouldn't you agree that there needs to be clarification on both sides? On both sides. I think the Trump administration needs to come forward, and maybe the federal officials need to come forward to identify exactly what they mean when they say they need access to the sensitive areas. But with that said, when you have districts making blanket statements like this that are being, I don't even know if misconstrued would be the right word, because it's being received by law enforcement as a slap in the face. And might I remind you that I think most school districts do have SROs in their schools. They're law enforcement. So we can't pick and choose when they're good and when they're not. You know, I wonder what this will also do, a statement like this will do to those SROs and how they're seen now.
Right. I think that, again, the climate that we're currently in is very different, as you know. So your SRO is very much a part of the fabric of that school. You know, we have to be honest and say that I think the media and the information that's out there.
100% agreed.
Thank you, Assembly.
Taking my job. Assemblyman Ed Raw, ranker on Ways and Means.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, good morning. Good to see you. Thank you and your team for always being responsive to us when we have questions and clarifications needed on things. I just want to talk about a few funding issues. Foundation aid, as we know, I think we all expected this to be a big, thing in this year's budget, and we're kind of not making too many changes relative to what we saw in the report. So I want to ask you just about a few of them. I know in the Regents' budget proposal, there was a proposal or some talk about regional cost index. I was wondering if you guys have any financial estimate of what it would have cost to implement what was proposed, and whether that was the type of thing that we'd have like a large-scale winners and losers, which is something that we've all been concerned with when it comes to updating foundation aid.
That is something we can get back to you on, those details.
Okay.
It does, I can say to your the second part of your question, it does drive significant change. So it is important to think about it in the global context of supporting our schools, but with respect to specific details, we can get you more later.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
And then one of the other pieces that, the executive budget doesn't propose any updates to the successful schools model. And I know that, with what's going on within the board, I'm just wondering if you can comment on how much of a priority it is to update that model, considering the new graduation measures that are being discussed by the Board of Regents.
It's the after-school, you're talking about the extended day?
I'm talking about the successful schools model as it pertains to foundation aid, especially given, it relies currently on Regents' exams and with the new graduation measures coming.
We do think it's important. As we were developing the Regent State Aid proposal to support them, we worked with the major education
Some of my colleagues are
stakeholders.
having trouble hearing you.
Close to the
thank
mic,
you.
thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry about that. As part of developing the state aid proposal, we had numerous conversations with the big education stakeholder groups, and they were telling us in such important language that the expectations for schools in our state has changed significantly since that original study. So it's been that successful schools as it currently exists is a number that was analyzed years ago, and then inflation has adjusted it. But if the underlying role of education has changed significantly in our state, it's really important to think about that when you try to measure what we need to support.
And then on the special education side, I know the Regents' proposal wanted to do a CPI adjustment until the new methodology is adopted. Where do we stand with regard to the tuition rate setting methodology study?
Great question.
We are currently beginning work on the study, and it will be completed by July 2027. And so the
I'm sorry, 2027?
2027, the study will be completed. But we're beginning the work now. We're meeting with districts, we're getting information. We've identified a consultant to work with us so that we can get input from stakeholders. But the initial work has begun. In the meantime, that 3.1% CPI that you referenced is important because we need to make sure that on an annual basis that increases are happening while we're also doing the study.
Agreed. And then last year, on another type of special education school, we did $30 million in capital funding for 4201 schools. Can you provide any update in terms of that funding and how much has gone out the door and where it is in the pipeline?
Sure. So the $30 million, there's been $25 million in awards that have been identified. Our contracts administration group is working to establish that so that those funds can begin to be made available to those awardees. There is a pot of, I think it's $5 million that was reserved to be able to handle emergency capital situations that would arise, and so that continues to be available as outreach is made, under those circumstances. But we're moving forward to be able to move those dollars out to the entities that were awarded those dollars.
Okay, great. With my last 20 seconds, this is more of a statement, but going back to the CPI with the 853s, or as it pertains to the 4201s, right? We have these minimum increases we're giving this to all our public schools, and so many times these institutions don't benefit from that. So I think it's very important that we keep that front of mind and make sure they're getting increases as well.
Agreed.
Okay, Sandy?
Thank you very much. Senator Robert Jackson.
So thank you, co-chairs, for putting together this joint budget hearing. Commissioner, I thank you and your staff on behalf of all of the people in the state of New York with respect to the job that you have. In fact, you had a legislative breakfast about 2 weeks ago, and you mentioned that you only have about $20 million, and I saw the need for what you say is really about $40 million to straighten up your beautiful house right across the street, meaning the state education building. So I applaud you for saying what you really need. But also I'm saying, what about the poverty counts and foundation aid as a result of tens of thousands of students are now in the system that were not there before? That's number one. And then number two, because my time frame is only 2 minutes now, is the foundation aid formula is an old formula, very old. And Michael Rebell and others are looking to change that totally. And it reminded me of a car that I had. It was an old car. I had 330,000 miles on the car. It was a Volvo wagon. And then, I needed to take it in for a repair, and a mechanic said, it's time to get another one. So I didn't believe him. I took it to another place, get a second opinion. And they said, no, so I had to get a new car. So same thing here with the foundation aid. We don't need the old formula. It's not working. It's not really working. So I just asked you about those two questions. And quickly, I want you to know that the situation of inaction on governance in East Ramapo is a major issue. And the kids in that school district, in the public school district, are not getting opportunity for a sound basic education, which they are guaranteed under the New York State Constitution.
So I would say hold on to that car, maybe an antique and very valuable at some point. But I do believe that we have to get to a new formula. And I have been in conversation with Michael Rebell, and one of our new partners is AIR, and they do some really good research and some good work on this issue. So I would say one of the things we're doing is as we're having conversations about create the what I consider to be the journey or the roadmap has to lead us to a new formula, no question about it.
The second part, you only have
Yes,
18 minutes.
on East Ramapo. East Ramapo, more than glad. I know that also Senator Mayer has been intimately involved as well in this issue. It is such a complex issue because you've got 10,000 kids on one side, 30,000 kids on the other side. More than glad to meet with you on this.
You'll have to follow up afterwards.
Right,
Senator Jackson.
thank you. Assemblywoman Buttonshone? For 3 minutes?
Good morning, Commissioner and team. Thank you for being here this morning. Many of my colleagues have asked questions that I had, but I want to shift gears to the career and education, the CTE programs. So I have a few questions. I'll ask them and then give you time to respond. So first, as we look at many of the contributing factors to a successful program, credentialing is one. And you reflected the expansion that will happen at the community colleges. The first question is, do you have the staffing to ensure that that credentialing can be expedited at the secondary level so that as we prep for our community colleges? Second, what is your office doing different to ensure the teacher's expertise that is going to be needed, again, to prepare for our community colleges. And I know my colleague talked about staffing, but this is clearly the expertise within the much-needed CTE. And finally, what is the office doing a little differently to ensure our children with special needs are inclusive into these great programs? Thank you.
Yeah, so starting with your question about, do we have the staffing? And the answer is no. Everybody on our staff is doing at least 7 to 10 jobs as a result of the fact that, you know, our staffing has really pretty much been pretty flat. The one issue that you raised about, we do have conversations with higher ed, both CUNY, SUNY, and others, to really try to create that continuum and that link in terms of what are the ways that we can help each other to help our students make those transition. In terms of CTE, along with our BOCES.
Yeah, it's an excellent question about the access to CTE for special education students. And they've always had access, but we found several years ago that the ability to meet their needs, their learning needs while they're in those programs was lacking a little bit. And there's been a massive investment of both the department's time to consult with the BOCES and CTE programs to make sure all the accommodations were provided and those students were having success, and that they're getting access to those programs equitably. And the BOCES I know this just because recently being a district superintendent of a BOCES a couple of years ago, created 2 new networks, a special ed network and a CTE network that now meet together to ensure that those accommodations are taking place and those students have access to those programs. So they have just the same skill set available to them to go into workforce development programs after high school.
Thank you. Asani?
Thank you very much. Excuse me. Okay, sorry. The 2 chairs are debating which of us has the harder microphone to use. Sorry.
Mine stays on all the time now.
I'm sorry. We're up to Senator Weber. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, Commissioner, and everyone here today. You know, I wanted to just talk about the foundation aid formula. I think there's a lot of the recommendations. I think there are a lot of great recommendations that are in that report that will help a lot of districts, school districts in the 38th Senate District, primarily East Ramapo School District, would certainly benefit by a lot of the recommendations in there. So I'm encouraged that the governor has some of those recommendations in this year, and I hope that we can look at the other recommendations as well. But I want to go back to, you know, obviously the East Ramapo situation. You know, a year ago now, we were on Zoom calls and we were on conversations with the monitor, where we were told that the district was $20 million short, needed a spin up, wasn't going to be able to make payroll by July, right? We had many conversations through the spring. You had worked with then Assemblyman Zabrowski on a bill to have a fiscal control review board to take over the district because they were obviously mismanaging their money to the effect of $20 million. Lo and behold, we find out over the summer that they have, or late after the summer, that they had a $30 million surplus, right? But in between, you know, you had made and indicated to me that you had started doing a review and that the district wasn't in as much dire straits yet. In late July, early August, you took the unprecedented steps of, right, directing the school board, after the voters only approved a 1% tax increase, to order and direct the school board to implement an additional 4.38% tax levy against the voter will, overriding the voters, basically directing the school board members that if you don't vote for it, I will remove you from the board, right? But you knew at that point, or you probably were getting an indication at that point, that the district wasn't in that $20 million deficit, as we were misled all along throughout the year. And then we find out, as I said, after sometime in October, November, they had a $30 million surplus, a $50 million swing. Knowing what you know now, do you regret ordering that directive? And second, where do the taxpayers who are the most, I think we're the second highest property tax county in the country, where do those taxpayers go to get their refunds?
Okay. No, I do not regret, because for years, 10 years or more, this district has made no commitment to the children of this, the children of East Ramapo, none. So I don't regret that, but also this was very specific to English language learners. And so that was, that's a misinformation that's kind of lost in this conversation. In addition to the confusion, we also had, as you know, is somebody that both people left. More than glad, I think we've had this conversation, more than
Hold the
glad to
thought.
clarify some of these issues.
Thank you,
Okay,
Assembly.
Assemblywoman Jackson?
Good, because I was freezing. Hi, Commissioner. One of my favorite teachers, she happens to be my stepmom. She works in a middle school in Brooklyn. And she spends about $350, so far, she spent about $350 on preparing her classroom. And Teacher's Choice we have in the city, they give about $250 back to the teachers for reimbursement. And I think in other parts of the state, they can get a federal tax credit for their supplies. I'm just wondering about your thoughts, and it's not in this proposal, but I'm just wondering about your thought on a state tax credit for professionals to purchase school supplies. And I say professionals because I'm a former high school social worker, so I have to advocate for them as well. So just talk to me about that. And then teacher resources centers have been eliminated. They usually do. We usually reinstate them. If we don't reinstate them, what would the impact be? And then +1 on East Ramapo.
The good work that teachers do in their classrooms to prepare their classrooms is so important. And I know for my own children's classrooms that the beautiful spaces that they create. It certainly saddens us that teachers are spending their own money on that. That said, revenue policy makes us a little nervous. So I want to hesitate to answer that question in detail, but we understand your point very carefully and close to our hearts.
Gotcha.
There was a second part of the question, Commissioner. Did you want to take that?
The teacher resource centers.
Yeah.
The what?
Teacher resource centers. They have been eliminated in the budget. We usually reinstate them, but just imagine if we didn't. What would that impact be?
Okay. Yeah, the teacher resources, obviously, it's something that, we're extremely committed to, both from some tangibles as well as some professional development. And I'm going to ask Angelique to talk about some of the things that we're doing.
So the Teacher Resource Center, which we do work with them directly, knowing and understanding all of the various initiatives that we have going on, talking about implementing culturally responsive sustaining education, talking about strategies to support some of our struggling learners, in addition to expanding opportunities around instructional best practices with literacy as well as numeracy, will not be able to be provided at the level that it could be if our teacher resource centers are not funded. As a former teacher center director earlier on in my career, I certainly can speak to the amount of professional development that was provided that is essential to help ensure that teachers are able to help further the knowledge that they have to enhance their skills to support students. And I'll pass East Ramapo to Jason.
Yeah, I would just quickly note that the order was very distinct from the structural deficit and the cash flow issues that were highlighted, to Commissioner's point.
Thank you, Senate.
Thank you. Senator Clear.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm gonna try to say this really fast because I want you to answer if you can. Because of the oversaturation in District 5 of charters and in the Harlem portion of District 3, the holes you described earlier are really impacting some of our traditional public schools, and they are being forced to collapse in some cases. There's a number of co-locations, disruptions. I'm particularly concerned about the possibility of some of my very young students that will have to travel further distances to get to a traditional public school. And I just wanted to know if we factored in the formula, if we've considered those factors,
and supporting District 5 in that way. Also, I want to ask, is there any other municipality other than New York City where they are being forced to pay rent for charters? So we're the only ones. Because those are dollars that I see that could be used in space, that could be used to attain smaller class size. And also in visiting some of my districts, aside from more clarity needed on where I can go and what have you, we are already seeing parents not bringing children to school. My districts received many of those families, and I'm just concerned about the impact on the school itself with our parents already refusing to come outside even.
Yeah, the fear is real. I mean, it's not, to your point. The saturation issue is one that we've had many conversations with New York City. And I think even with, I think Buffalo had a similar kind of situation. Rochester somewhat. We usually try to work with the school districts in terms of, this kind of issue, particularly even for us when we look at charters that apply for that. But that's not because we have different charter entity authorizers. Thank you. The issue for us is also that, again, and I've said this at this meeting before, the biggest concern I have is that particularly when charter schools take children and they don't have services that they need, they recommend that they return to the public setting. When charters take schools, and in some cases, children are, for whatever reason, it is not a good fit, they return. So there's a return policy that is disruptive, and there's also a return policy that I don't understand, if there's a willingness to work, then we've got to have a willingness to work with all children and make sure that the same provisions we have to make for special education, everybody should be making and responsible for those provisions. To the question that, your excellent question about it's only New York City. That's what's in law, and it's New York City in terms of the.
Thank you. Assemblyman Perizzello. Pirizzolo.
Good morning, Commissioner. Thank you for being here today.
Good morning.
So I'm really not going to comment on your testimony, not because it was good or because it was bad. Just in my opinion, I feel that it's ancient, right? Our system seems to be based upon an agrarian society or agrarian system, and hopefully I'm going to be able to plant the seed with you, and you'll be able to water it, and together we can watch it grow. I think that there's plenty of blame to go around when it comes to the failures of education. Not trying to say there aren't many, many successes, because there are. But we do a lot of pointing fingers, is it the teachers, is it the parents, is it you, is it you? In my effort to become a better human being, right, I'm going to say that really I now believe that the system is to blame. And we need to make some changes to the system. And one of the things I'd like to suggest is really maybe a pilot school program. I'd like to see us go to a 12-month school year. Now, I'm not saying that teachers have to spend any more time in a classroom than they already do. I'm not saying students have to spend more time in a classroom or as far as the required number of days of education. What I would like to see is maybe some sort of an opt-in, both by parents or teachers, in a pilot school, where it's run more like a college. Okay, because right now, I think that the education system is really based around the adults who work in the buildings and not necessarily the students and their families, all right? I'd like to see that maybe we could possibly incorporate our after-school programs within the school day, maybe even make them part of the curriculum. It might be easier to secure funding for them that way. I mean, I know our schools are open 12 months out of the year anyway, but not necessarily in a formal education setting. And if it were, we would be able to possibly prevent the drop-off in education that we have, once we go into summer school or things like that, or when we come back in September. So I think that there could be benefits, from that. And I think it's something that we kind of need to explore. Because as I said, this is my third education hearing. And other than the different topics of the day, every part of the conversation and everything that everyone suggests and talks about is exactly the same. And I feel that, we have certainly been, in my opinion, failing some of our students, our most neediest students, for generations.
So I just want to say that, to your point, I was, and I'm going back to 1993, 94, 95, 96, in that space. I was the principal of middle school, and and Senator Jackson was my board president. Open 6 days a week, Saturday, open till 10 p.m. every night. That school was the first community school, 218. So as innovative as I know you're stating, and it sounded, that was open all year round, and exactly to this Children's Aid Society was our partner. So this has been tried and done.
Thank you,
Well,
thank you.
I meant a little bit more than a community school, but thank you very much. I appreciate everyone being here today.
Senate?
Senator Wyke.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioner. Thank you for being here today. I know our schools are facing so many challenges with education, and so many multiple changes financially. One of the big, lots of my questions have already been asked, but one of the other issues that hasn't been touched on yet is the mascot issue. I have 5 schools in my district, and just to the west of me, I know Senator Rhodes has 3 schools that are being affected to the tune of millions of dollars. With all of the educational and the necessary changes that are happening in our schools, this is really a non-educational, kind of non-necessary burden that we're putting on our school districts. In the summer of 2023, I had a meeting where we had all 8 schools, plus 3 leaders from our local indigenous tribes. We had reached out to you and invited you. We got no response from you or any representative attending the meeting. And the school districts are really looking to work with the regulation, try to find out what are the rules, and they've really been hitting a dead end. So my question to you is, what guidance do you plan on providing, or what assistance or extensions are you looking to reach out to those schools who are really struggling at this time with all of the rest of the, the electric bus mandate, the changes in foundation aid, the changes in our educational system? So what do you plan on doing to reach out and make sure that you're communicating with these school districts?
Sure.
So there is still time, obviously, to have our districts move into this space. There's been constant communication. We've had an Indigenous office that has got a committee that's given us a lot of feedback, and we've had a person who's a point person, and certainly want to continue to communicate, to hear more information on what the roadblocks are. I think the commissioner intends to be as flexible as she possibly can be within the confines of what we've heard in the Board of Regents regulation that has been adopted. And
Okay, so at this point, the school districts are not getting any communication back from anyone. So they've been reaching out to the group that no one knows who they are, and saying, okay, well, our mascot was never founded on the premise of being indigenous, or would they have different arguments, and they can't seem to get any response from anyone. So when you say that they're responding back to them, I have to disagree with that. I've got 5 school districts that are telling me they're not getting any response at all.
So if you can send us information, because I'm going to tell you, we meet with the districts, we only have 4 districts that have, are not in the process of having responded to this issue, number one. We meet with the nations, we've had guidance out there, we've had conversations. So to be quite honest with you, this has been an ongoing conversations with our districts. They reach to us through NISCUS,
If there was good
NISBA.
communication, there probably wouldn't be a lawsuit, and there is a lawsuit pending with a lot of my districts.
Yeah, the lawsuit is 4 districts.
Yeah.
Thank you. The Assemblywoman Fefa Amato?
I want to talk about the lack of
Good morning.
sensitivity to.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony and for your team being here. As you know, any child with an IESP that needs services has the right to get them in New York. In the event that the district cannot provide such services, the parent can make the request that the district approve for a private provider to provide these services. If the district says no, a parent can get a fair hearing, as is their right. However, this past summer, the New York State Board of Regents made an amendment to the rule that appeared to eliminate the right to due process hearing with districts entirely when it came to obtaining special education services, meaning parents, specifically in my community, could not appeal a no decision by the district. Thankfully, a judge issued a temporary restraining order, but this case is still pending in court. My question is, how can taking away the rights to due process hearing help children, especially in our non-public schools, where the districts cannot provide these services. How is denying a child these services helpful?
Sure, so the actual action that we took was that if you look at the backlog for many, and it's, it's information that we're more than glad to share, we've had to add oath hearing officers because of the fact that in many cases, and I know the AG is involved with this, we've had some amazing, unbelievable amount of corruption, and we've had an unbelievable amount of misuse and abuse of some of these, where we've had hearings where the parents haven't shown up, and hearings where the amount of dollars that are being requested are, you're talking about for, so let me just finish with, more than glad to walk you through, because this is a complex situation, and we've been working very, very closely with New York City to try to resolve the issues at the local level with the parents, and to make sure that things don't automatically, and some of these agencies are the ones that are moving forward, come to a due process proceeding where some of it can be locally resolved. And so the response that the district took, along with the department, was in order to find solutions to try to get at these issues, rather than looking for, if you're looking for $500 an hour, when in fact, those are taxpayers' dollars.
All due respect to.
So, yeah,
On the umbrella of corruption, we deny, and a parent is paying 4 times a week for services for their child because we want this corruption over here, but there is not a solution because it's coming out of pocket. And if you have several children, that's expensive. So a parent's gonna choose, we could all use the example of eggs.
Right.
How do I buy eggs and pay for services at $85 an hour? So that's not a solution.
no, that $85 is not the case.
But I'm saying, but that's what if they have to find a private provider, so we're taking the money out of their
Thank you,
pockets.
Assemblywoman. Senate,
We'll share with you what the solutions are.
I need solutions.
Thank you. Senator Bridgeport.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So much corruption.
Thank you. Oh, wow, okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, and to the team. I know it's no easy feat to be going 2 hours straight and then some, so I appreciate your time. I wanted to start by just echoing some of the concerns from some of my senators, some of my colleagues, Senators Clear and Senators Bino, about the proliferation of charter schools in certain districts. I have School District 16 in my district, which is now approaching a 50-50 split. For every one child enrolled in a public school, there's one child enrolled in a charter school. So I do just echo their concerns and hope there can be more work done around geographic understanding of where they are requesting these charters and where they are setting up. But I do have a question about part of your written testimony, Commissioner. You say that siloing childcare from pre-kindergarten is a problem that will ultimately harm children and hinder our ability to provide them with the best possible start in life. I'm very curious to hear more about that. Could you say a little bit more about that?
So, thank you. So ultimately, through universal pre-K funding, whether it is through a the statewide funding stream or whether it is through the universal pre-K funding stream, we are limited in nature in regards to some of the monitoring and oversight, and that really is, again, entrenched in the laws, 3602E and 3602EE, understanding that the funding streams are governed very differently, which does create some constraints on our part. However, I also would be remiss if I did not admit that for child care settings, the State Education Department does not have jurisdiction and oversight with that. That is overseen by OCFS, and we do work very closely with OCFS. We've actually spent the past year creating a committee where we bring folks from the school side and our childhood settings together to talk about some of the maybe some of the inconsistencies we see as far as what's happening educationally, how we can better support our community-based organizations in providing education and support for students. So ultimately, both settings are overseen by two separate agencies, but we do attempt to work together to try to support students because at the end of the day, it is all about the children.
Thank you.
Assemblywoman Cruz?
There we go. Thank you. Good to see you again, Commissioner. I want to thank you publicly for all your help and your team's help in making sure we got clean slate right. Putting aside the fact that unfettered access to schools by law enforcement is likely a violation of FERPA, which is federal law, the humane thing to do is to ensure that our kids can go to school without the fear of being picked up by ICE. Extreme examples of law enforcement looking for gangbangers is how folks look to sugarcoat this whole situation. But the reality is that enforcement is going to look like undocumented kids being picked up. If the DACA program ends, DACA formally documented teachers or volunteers being picked up at the schools. And I know this because I was one of those kids who went to school undocumented in the 90s when we didn't have the sensitive locations memo. And now that it's gone, you mentioned that you are providing schools with guidance. Is it correct to assume that there is nothing in the law that makes it extremely clear that immigration civil enforcement should not be happening in schools? And then the second question is, a colleague mentioned earlier that there is a staffing shortage when it comes to teachers. The department provides multiple licenses to many of these industries that right now don't have workers, including teachers and including nurses. Thousands of those licenses are currently held by DACA New Yorkers. Over the years, there's been an attempt to end the DACA program. If the program in fact ends, is the Department of Education ready to protect that data, ready to protect the licenses of these students, teachers, nurses, et cetera? And if it is not, would you be willing to consider legislation around this? I happen to have a bill around this, and I'd love to talk to your team about it.
Yeah, we should talk about it, but definitely, yes, we are committed to the protection, to your point.
And
I
on the
think-
first
and-
question, there is no current law that actually ensures that civil immigration law is not being enforced in schools. Only guidance is what you're saying.
Yeah, so we have worked with, in our guidance, which I'm sure you saw.
Yes.
With the AG's office, all of our all our general counsel, along with the AG, along with the governors, worked on those guidance.
So the answer is yes, only
Yes,
guidance, no
yes,
state law. Thank you.
Senate?
Senator Tom O'Mara, Ranker, 5 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you all for being with us today. I have, on behalf of our newest senator on our side of the aisle, Senator Chan from New York City, who also wishes to reiterate Senator Liu's Happy Lunar New Year to everybody, and the first day of no school on Lunar New Year, and you're all here. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. But Senator Chan has a question. He's unable to be here today. Senator Chan has been an elected parent representative in New York City schools since his daughters were in kindergarten. Senator Chan is deeply familiar with the diverse needs of individual school communities. Many schools do not experience significant cell phone-related challenges, and in some cases, parents may not support a blanket cell phone ban. Senator Chan strongly advocates for empowering school leadership teams comprised of parents, teachers, and administrators to develop tailored cell phone policies that best address the unique needs and circumstances of their respective schools. Can you address Senator Chan's concerns with regard to this
Sure.
blanket policy?
Actually, yeah, I did, Senator, address the fact that we totally, as a department, believe in the local control, and we believe in the fact that individual districts have been doing a great job in addressing these issues. We do also believe that the opportunities for districts to engage with parents and with community members, students, and so forth, to ensure that there is a policy and there's a plan in that school and in that district is extremely important. So there's agreement there.
Thank you for that. Now, a question from myself, and well, we certainly appreciate the 2% floor for the districts. The wide majority of the districts, school districts, and my Senate district are at 2%. Given inflation in the country and more importantly, in the New York region, the Northeast region, inflation still exceeds 4% in CPI. How is 2% adequate for these districts to keep up with these inflationary pressures?
I'd like to start by saying that the board and the staff at the department have expressed strong concerns around the state that every student have the opportunity to prepare for college and career. And the aid formulas and the aid that's provided from the state should support that. So 2% is less than 4%. So that is a challenge.
I think it's something that we should be looking at as a legislature to the importance of education for every student in this state to at least keep up with inflation for the costs of operating our schools. And well, can you tell us how, given this 2% floor, on the Save Harmless issue that was such a big discussion point last year, where are we on Save Harmless? You know, is that what's playing into this 2% floor, or do they interact at all?
There are more districts on Save Harmless this year than there were last year, so that the 2% applies to more districts around the state. I think I'm going to defer to my colleague Jeff Madison, because our response to the Save Harmless concerns last year was a lot of that regionalization work, and perhaps Jeff can talk about that.
I think part of the issue here is, to your point, when you're trying to shoehorn some modifications of the foundation aid into what the old law would have generated anyway, I think there were some compromises made. If you're going to try to stay at 1.7 and you want to change some things to make it more equitable from the recommendations of the Rockefeller Institute, you've got to, something has to give. And so instead of a 3% floor, you have a 2% floor. We're fortunate, because I think the reaction from last year on the hold harmless issue, that they announced early that they were not going to start eating into that. We were very concerned about that, obviously, and even in the report, they said there should be a 3 to 5 year drawdown. But really what we need to study this issue about how much it actually costs to educate a kid from each segment of the state, so that we can meet your goal of educating all students.
Thank you for your response. Assemblywoman Torres is next, but I'll pause until the commissioner returns, and she's returning. Are we good?
We're good.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. Many of my questions have been posed, but I have some concerns about the governor's budget and the decreases in particular and the impact on your work. First, on Summer School of the Arts and arts education in general. I represent a high-need, economically challenged district where these components of education are not thoroughly provided at all in the South Bronx. So I'm interested to know particularly the decreases in the Summer School for the Arts and arts education, as well as the decrease in funding for financial literacy. Look, we know that in high-need districts, we don't have exposure to financial literacy, and then when you get to college, if you get to college, you get a credit card application right away. So these are the types of things that I truly care about, and I'd like to know more information about the funding, the decreases, and the impact that it's going to have on your work.
So, okay.
We were disappointed to see the reduction in funding that was offered for the School for the Arts, and that work that we've been doing there supports the in-person programs, but it's also been supporting programs so that students who are at their homes can participate in summer arts programming, which is intended to provide students in districts like yours the opportunity to do that. So that was a disappointment, and we certainly hope that that will be addressed in the enacted budget.
And with the financial literacy, we did get 400,000 that we are using and using well, so I'm going to turn it to Angela.
And one of the, one recommendation that came out of the grad measures recommendation was to require instruction in financial literacy beyond what is already happening in our participation in government and economics required courses, but to your point, for children to understand the impacts of making very sound financial decisions and how it will help to support them through their life. We are, as part of our plan to make some adjustments to high school graduation requirements, are looking to require financial literacy across, I want to say, beginning the school year of 26-27. We are looking forward to working with some partners in the field, including our state controller's office, to help build out not just resources for school districts to follow, but also giving folks the flexibility to implement it in a way that works within a context of their community. So right now, we currently have schools that will offer an entire course in personal finance and financial literacy. And then you have others where it is integrated across in different courses. So leaving that flexible, requiring it for 26-27, we believe will get to the recommendation made by the Blue Ribbon Commission about requiring financial literacy for all students.
And it was the #1 issue recommended by the students during the Blue Ribbon.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for being here. The #1 concern by far when I speak with school districts and administrators across my district is the electric school bus mandate. It is creating a lot of concern and consternation. Right now, this program, this mandate is woefully underfunded to the tune of multiple billions of dollars. Some school districts are looking at multi-million-dollar changes to electric infrastructure. So right now, we're looking at being forced, because we also have votes that are going down, right? You have voters in districts that have voted down the purchase of these electric school buses, even when they've gone to really good measures to try to educate them on these buses. So my first question is, what is going to happen to those school districts? Will there be punishment if they're not able to execute and meet these mandates?
Jason?
We share your concern about the financial impact of this. You know, as the state education department, we're not the lead in implementing that, but we have been trying to provide as much support as we can to districts, and we're hearing the same thing as you are. So
Yeah,
no argument there, but
I would like, I guess, some really, some vocal opposition from you all, because you see this. Because now they're going to have to start choosing between providing critical educational services, including meals for our kids, healthcare, the mental health support, so that they can meet this ridiculous boondoggle mandate. I mean, we're going to have to lay off teachers. You're going to have to do things that have nothing to do with education to meet what is a virtue signaling mandate. So I would like to see at least this being expressed. In the dollars and cents of it, by the way, you have the ability to lay out very clearly what it's really going to cost. Just the cost of the difference between a gas school bus and an electric school bus across the state is about $8 billion, not to mention multiple billions in infrastructure that's needed. And we don't know these things are safe and reliable. Why not push for a pilot program?
So, Senator, just to your point, so earlier this school year, I believe in late fall, the department issued a report based on information that we had done collecting from the field broadly about their implementation that's either currently underway or plans for moving forward. We know, to your point, that there's only, right now in the state, I think it's 54 districts who indicated to us out of about 600 that responded to the survey that they have zero-emission buses that are in their fleet and out operating by the end of the current school year. That number is anticipated to grow over the next couple of years. But I think one of the big areas of concern that we've heard from folks in particular is just having a capture of those costs and what the impact will be. Correct. The need for studies, both individual districts as well as looking at things from a regional perspective through the work that some of our
So you
BOCES are
support doing a study, rural,
the study
urban,
is
suburban.
critical, and being able to provide support for those studies to be done is going to be essential.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear you say that. Thank
Yeah.
you very much.
Yeah, and we've made that
Thank-
available.
Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Matenis.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm State Assembly Member Marcela Martinez, and I represent the 51st Assembly District, that's South Brooklyn along the waterfront. I want to talk to you about special education programs, particularly the non-public schools and the 4410 programs that are facing significant staffing shortage. How do you plan to support these schools in recruiting and retaining qualified educators and staff to ensure that the students with disabilities receive high-quality services?
Thank you. We agree that there needs to be more staffing. One of the real challenges is getting us to parity and making sure that the schools have the funding that they need. And that's an issue that we've been, for several years, advocating for, additional parity so that the schools have the funding they need to maintain the staff that they need for the students.
And just so you know, we've also, in our department this year, we've made a change for the purpose of continuum. We have P12, our special education, along with, Access VR, so that there is a continuation, a continuum, and it's all under Salon. So we've put it all in one place so that we don't have those breaks in between. But the whole focus for us is also not just the staffing, the resources, but professional development and the support that are both our public as well as non-pubs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I yield the rest of my time.
That was quick, Sammy.
We've been joined by Senator Stack, 3 minutes.
Good morning. It's very efficient of me.
Good morning.
Apologize, my delayed arrival here today, I had something in the district. So I missed some of the questioning, so I'll be very brief. I wanted to follow up, though, on Senator Borrello's discussion on electric vehicles, electric bus mandate. You're familiar with my district. It's one of the largest Senate districts in the state, in the North Country, because it's very rural. And I've got schools that have complained. They said, look, we can't turn around a bus and charge it. They need multiple buses because they can't have the same bus running out and doing multiple runs. Yeah, I'm not going to bore you all with my thoughts on electric vehicles, but clearly there's a range issue, and clearly it varies geographically in the state based on ruralness and based on the weather. But Governor Hochul was very quick last year to hit the pause button on her own for congestion pricing. Would you encourage Governor Hochul, or that maybe now's a good time to hit the pause button on the electric bus mandate before we get too far down this path and spend a lot of money? I mean, we literally are putting the cart before the horse. And, it's one thing for me to say it, but if you're hearing it from the schools, as I am, and I suspect you are, she needs to hear from you.
Yeah, and I think you were not here when we gave the example of the data that we've been collecting with the 54 school districts out of this, close to 700. So we're hoping that as we're doing this study and obviously as we're giving the information, that we can all come together and take a look at this. And that part of our journey has been to go specifically speak to our community, our communities in these kinds of situations. We've also been to the rural school districts where that is the one hot topic that has come up constantly. So I think that there's enough conversations around this and, giving voice to this issue that I do think collectively it is a moment to really take stock on this issue.
I appreciate that. Again, I pointed out to the congestion pricing pause just for my colleagues and for the governor's office, if they're listening, I assume they are. She has tools available to hit the pause button in that regard. And again, this is a population of people, the school superintendents, these are not right-wingers, these are people that want to, that they're believers in the mission.
Yes.
Whereas maybe we're not all unanimous in that, but I think they as a group are, and they're the ones that are saying, look, this is not practical for us. Yeah. Perhaps a pilot program in an area where it makes the most sense. In the meantime, you let technology march forward for a few years. We learn from those things in other areas where range and climate isn't as big an issue as it is in the North Country. That's my time, but I want to thank you, though, Commissioner, on a personal level for some of the work that you've done for me and some of my projects and issues within my district. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. We've been joined by Assemblywoman Rosick. Our next questioner is Assemblywoman Simon.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony. As usual, there's not enough time, but I wanted to, just if I could, support Assemblymember Pfeffer Amato with this IESP thing, because the real danger is that, in fact, I know New York City is not invested in paying enough for independent hearing officers. They take forever to repay people who are entitled to reimbursement. That creates then this colossal mess that I'm not sure is really addressed by the approach that was taken. Secondarily, I also want to support Assemblymember Carroll's comments about the Dyslexia Task Force recommendations, which, as you know, very much needed to have in-house expertise. And that's accessible to those in K through 12 as well as you know, higher ed.
Clarifications, okay.
For you, whether it would, how much it might cost to hire a couple of people with expertise in the research in science of reading as well as the delivery. So the person who's actually skilled in the instruction using structured literacy. And then connected to that, we talked about libraries and the importance of school libraries and decodable text, which actually can get kids hooked on learning, particularly those kids with dyslexia, but not exclusively. Thank you.
So we're more than glad to go back because we're so excited about your idea of having residencies, you know, individuals who have this kind of expertise. Clearly, we have been spending resources to bring in experts to clearly work with us, you know, like Dr. Lasso, who did look at our standards work, but also has done a great deal of work. But to your point, having internal individuals who are part of the fabric every single day is a different conversation. And we will put together what I would call a reasonable plan and share it with you and also Assemblyman Carroll as well.
Thank you. I think it's critical to have a dollar amount attached to that and what that might be. Thank you.
Thank you.
You done? Okay, Assemblyman Mayor.
Thank you very much. Let me be the first one to say good afternoon, Commissioner Rosa. Thank you all for being here. So, looking at your testimony, there are a lot of issues and there are a lot of funding requests, and they total over $200 million. And all of them are followed by, was not part of the governor's executive proposal. So why is there such a disconnect between the New York State Education Department and the governor's office?
Well, again, as an independent agency, we are your department. You know, when we think about the legislators, right? I mean, the reality is that being an independent agency, we depend on some funding from the governor, but we're not one of her agencies. You know, I've often used the term, you know, to the governor that I'm the stepchild, but I'm a good stepchild. So we do get some funding, and we're always, you know, grateful to negotiate and have those conversations. But we also lean on our legislators for your support, and you're the ones that really, in many ways, you know, listen to these testimonies, listen to the initiatives that are in your communities that are important, that help us to obviously get the kinds of resources to do our work.
I can appreciate that. And as someone who's a father of three, I have a 2-year-old and a 3-year-old that are just about to get into pre-kindergarten. I want to focus on some of your comments. It says this executive budget proposal lacks any additional funding to improve or expand our pre-K system. And this disparity in funding creates an unsustainable system for providers and undermines the quality of early learning experiences for our youngest children. To me, that speaks as a real issue in terms of the governor's lack of investment into our youngest children at the most important time in their education. So can you speak as to why that conversation hasn't taken place where you're met a little bit further in the middle?
Yeah, well, the conversations do take place. I think, we truly believe in our department in foundational, building a strong house through the foundation. But again, we have, our 0 to 3, we have a separate agency, that deals with this, which is her agency. So what ends up happening is we try to collaborate, we try to share resources, we try to be good partners, but at the end of the day,
Just real quick, because I have about 18 more seconds, and I'll get to you sidebar with this because we won't have time. But I did want to bring up that there was a study that was done last year, a feasibility study on consolidating the
Right.
various universal pre-kindergarten. I'd love to chat with your team about what impacts and low-hanging fruit might exist as part of that study.
yes.
Thank you very much. Assemblyman Otis.
Thank you, Commissioner and team, for all your good work. I have 2 topics. I'm going to be quick in asking the questions so you have some time. Number 1, like to hear where we are on school districts adopting science and engineering education at lower grades. And second topic is what SED is hearing from school districts about cybersecurity breaches when they go to you to help. There are other state agencies involved. Certainly concerned about the protection of student and staff records and information in that. And so those are my 2 topics. I've given you most of my time back to answer them. Thank you.
As far as the science is concerned, one of the things that the field was anxious to get was the results of our most recent elementary science examination. And that was aligned with the new standards. It gave us great information about what areas of the state have really good alignment and instruction toward science and those that did not. And so great conversations came as a result of those, good analysis on how folks did on certain aspects of that particular assessment. And we're anticipating a great leap forward, so to say, when it comes to the science, because we know people took that seriously and want to see that improvement this year as far as the science is concerned.
It's so important to get that earlier, and I know that's part of your curriculum, so.
Yeah. And it's inquiry and exploration for many students, and the science allows the students to do what we call apply learning, because they're actually taking the information and actually demonstrating what they know. So that's, and then I think with the cyber, sorry.
Sorry, we have an office that deals directly with those.
Right.
When it's national, when it's in a local school district, when it happens at the state, that immediately responds. The most recent one with the Power School piece, we were right on it. We both got our counsel's office involved to ensure there was a protection of PII, but also other offices involved to make sure that all of our school districts that had Power School have the information they need, and that Power School is communicating with them on what was exposed and what they're offering as compensation to ensure student information is protected going forward.
It's an important topic, and especially for smaller school districts, they're in a sense more exposed because they maybe have not focused on prevention as much as a larger district who's a little ahead in the game.
We've done training also.
And if I could just introduce, within our Chief Privacy Office, we have released guidance. Districts know they can reach out to us directly when they have concerns through. We'll follow up with you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you always for your good work.
Assemblywoman Beth Walsh.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Commissioner, the public health law imposes the responsibility of enforcing the state's immunization program on school principals who must ensure that all students are properly immunized in order to attend school. Not only has the program become increasingly complex and time-consuming for school administrators, but school principals face a personal fine of up to $2,000 for every non-immunized student attending school. While the nursing shortage is adversely affecting all schools, the deficiency of nurses to do this work is especially extreme in our religious and independent schools. Although we provide modest funding to enable you to reimburse non-public schools located in Buffalo, Rochester, and New York City for their expenses, we amended the law about 10 years ago to require you to reimburse all non-public schools across the state for their time and effort in complying with this public health mandate. If I'm not mistaken, the department has yet to tell us how much funding the department needs to cover the expenses for those schools located outside these 3 cities. Can you tell us what has been taking so long and when we can expect a cost estimate from you?
I'll say that we noted that the executive budget did not have that funding to support the religious and independent school immunizations in it. So that's the first piece I'd like to speak to. The second half with respect to the cost, we've been operating within the limitations of the appropriation. So our formulas, when we are with those mandated services pieces, take the costs that are reported and then reflect them out, but with this, we're constrained by that appropriation. So we have not done that study. We're willing to look at it, but the funding hasn't been there for that.
Thank you very much. I do have one, I'm surprised that I have a minute left to go, so it's going to be more of an awareness sort of a question for you, Commissioner. The Early Intervention Hub, the EI Hub, launched in October of 2024 using a $53 million one-bid contract with PCG, continues to have significant problems that I and many of my colleagues have been hearing about in our districts, resulting in non-payment or severely delayed payment to early intervention providers and the cancellation of beneficial EI programming that they are doing. Our concern is that this may in turn have a ripple effect on K through 12 education, as more students entering kindergarten will not have received all of the intervention services that they could have. I don't know if you would have any comment on that.
I would defer to my colleague.
What I can say quickly in 10 seconds is that we are meeting and working with the early intervention program to have more collaboration and provide support so that students can transition.
Thank you. Senator?
Sorry, we've been joined by Senator Leroy Comrie with a question.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioner. I was at another hearing, another meeting. I have 2 questions. I'll be brief. As you know, I've been working to try to do a financial bill to teach young people how to become financially aware and putting it in the schools. And we've been stymied for the last 3 years trying to get a financial literacy bill done. Can you let us know what the state is ready to do?
Senator, I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Sorry. I've been trying to get a financial literacy bill passed in the state for the last 3 years. We've been getting stymied at every level. Can you let us know what the state department is ready to do to try to ensure that financial literacy? I have too many young people that are going to college and winding up in thousands of dollars of debt because they've never had any financial literacy training in the schools. Can you let us know what's going to be done with that? Can we get that done? I have many groups, nonprofit groups with proven curriculum that's willing to come in and teach the course. Banks, from Citibank to Chase, every national bank is interested in coming in to teach the course to relieve the burden. We wanted to spread it from the 9th grade to the 12th grade so it wouldn't impose on the curriculum. We need to get this done.
So thank you for that. And I did share a little bit earlier that part of the New York Inspires plan, which comes through the Blue Ribbon Commission grad measures work, that we do intend to require instruction in financial literacy for all students, beginning with the 2026-2027 school year. We will release some information and guidance for districts that outline the topics and things that need to be addressed in those when that instruction takes place. However, we will allow it to be flexible so that way it can be either a standalone course as part of their high school experience or built in through their normal classes, whether it begins down in kindergarten all the way up through middle school. As far as individual vendors or companies that would like to work with schools, that decision is made at the local school level, because local boards of education make the decision about who would be coming in to help provide that information and instruction to their students. But we do fully intend to support the Blue Ribbon Commission recommendation and will make it a requirement in the coming year or so.
Does the commission recommend outside vendors, or they are coming up with their own curriculum?
I would not, we typically do not endorse a particular vendor. What I will say is that any vendor that a district picks would be their own choice. All we will look for is that it is aligned to fully uplift the topics and the things that we will say are required as part of that work, aligned with our New York State standards.
Okay, I have a second question regarding the African.
Thank you very much, Senator. Now I'm going to call on myself for a couple of questions. Commissioner, welcome again. Several school districts throughout the state are hard-pressed for cash, and many of those districts have something called prior claims, and these prior claims add up to tens of millions of dollars, and there's never seems to be any effort to repay these districts that actually used with their reserves or whatever to pay for, and then the state's supposed to reimburse them, and then the state wants to spread it out over 20 years or whatever, and it's not really helpful. Can you please just tell me why we do this? Why don't we just make these school districts whole and move on?
You are correct that it is a substantial amount of money, and that what has happened in the last several years has been that there has not been an appropriation provided in order for us to start to repay those claims.
But when you advise the governor to do her budget, you're advising her to do an appropriation, aren't you? Couldn't you have her appropriate X million dollars to school districts that we owe money to?
Thank you for that suggestion. That was not in the Board of Regents proposal this year, but it has in fact been identified as a priority of the board in years past. So we recognize that concern.
Yeah, but it is a concern that we've spoken to at this table. We continue to have separate conversations in saying that if we don't have the money, it is very, the queue is way over.
Hundreds of millions at this point.
Yeah, way overdue.
All right, well, we do have the money. I mean, if we're going to increase school aid by $1.7 billion, there is money there. It's not that we're broke. And I just think that these are dollars that school districts expended that they may need now and they're not getting, especially some districts that are limited to, say, 2% increase or whatever. Just a thought.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
My
I
second
think this is
question.
one we can do, we can also have the legislature also make, I mean, we know that we need the funding in order to pay, so I think collectively, we should advocate for this.
Well, I made a suggestion that funds that the Attorney General gets in some of their lawsuits, those monies be directed, instead of going into the general fund, go in to pay off the school districts that we owe money to. And if you would back me up on that, I would appreciate it. My second question is exactly how a charter school tuition is calculated.
There is a formula in statute that essentially establishes an expense per pupil in the district. It takes out certain pieces of the expenditures, for facilities, for instance, but establishes an approved operating expense per pupil, and then that is the tuition that, when the pupil is served in a charter school, the district needs to send to that.
That's what I figured it was. Now, here's the problem with that, as I see it. I know everyone will deny it, but charter schools do cherry pick. And it was mentioned earlier in part of someone's testimony that students are sent back to the district. When a hard-to-teach student, be he or she physically handicapped or mental, whatever, they send them back. Those are the more expensive students to teach. And what you find, or what I see happening, is they're taking the easy-to-teach students out, sending the hard-to-teach students back to the school districts, which increases the cost per student in that district, which is then calculated to give tuition to the charter school. So the more students the charter schools send back, and when they send them back, they don't send back the tuition that they receive from the district. They keep that tuition, which I think is wrong also, but it's making it more expensive for the school district to educate those children. Then we, the state, uses that more expensive cost to give the charter school more money. So the more kids they send back, the more money they make. And there's a problem there. And I think I know you had mentioned earlier that you're looking into how the tuitions are calculated. I think that should be taken into effect. If they're going to be using that formula that they're using now, it's wrong. What they should do is do a comparison of what the school district is spending to teach the easy-to-teach students, and then take a percentage of that and send that to the charter schools, and you'll see a big change in how charter schools operate. And my third is actually a follow-up on Senator Jackson's question regarding Ramapo. You were cut off. Could you continue that, please?
Sure. So I'm going to ask Jason to pick it up because I think there was some misunderstanding of the issue of the English language learners, which is what I imposed was based on a very specific reason, and we have shared that information, so.
Thank you, Commissioner. So really the issue in East Ramapo is, to Commissioner's point, so the order with the additional tax levy funding that was generated was a specific intervention to address, right, a systematic and sustained, right, lack of funding to support English language learner students in the district. Right? I think if you looked at district demographics, they would tell you that somewhere right now around 65% of the entire public school population in that district is recognized as English language learners. Right? And so the additional tax levy increase was specifically intended to address the lack of services that are mandated both by law and regulation to students as English language learners in that district. The order was not designed in order to address the structural budgetary issues that had been identified by the district and the monitor, nor was it identified to address what had been communicated at the time as a cash flow issue that was going to hit the district as early as July of 2024 and to manifest again this coming spring. So I think that's a really important distinction here about addressing a longstanding issue from the past and changing the trajectory of a district going forward in order to be able to provide an appropriate education to all of their students versus some structural issues that had been identified through other issues. I would also just point out here that the budget surplus in East Ramapo from last year, about half of that budget surplus was generated because of vacancies in staffing positions, the salary and benefit costs that were not paid out. A huge concentration of that savings came as a result of specifically teachers who are working with those English language learner students. Another portion of the savings that generated that balance was the result of intervention and collaboration with us at the department to move costs out of their general fund into some of the federal COVID response dollars in an allowable way, and happy to share more details about that specifically. I would just sort of wrap up on this one by pointing out that in December, Moody's came out with their most recent report on the district and specifically cited they've changed the negative outlook of the district. They've not made it a positive outlook, right? Their credit rating is still one level above junk bond status. They do not functionally have access to the borrowing market. That the Moody's pointed out in their study that cash surplus in the 23-24 school year, along with the ongoing presence of the two state-appointed monitors under commissioner's direction, as positive factors in the work that they were doing in evaluating the district in terms of their opportunity to borrow and to be able to re-access those markets sooner rather than later.
And the thing that's always left out of this equation is that it is one of the districts that pays over close to 19-20% in terms of transportation versus some of the neighboring districts that pay, 5 to 8%. they spend an enormous amount of time on transportation.
Yeah, transportation is an issue, I think around the state, and I think we've made it worse with the mandate for electric buses. I don't know how that's going to work out. The charging station, I don't think we have the infrastructure right now that's sufficient to do the charging of these buses, and they don't work too well in the winter, and I don't know, that's another story. But anyway, thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you. I thought every question that I wanted to ask had already been covered, but then I went through my list and realized, nope. So I want to talk to you about SED funds for public broadcasting. All right, it's part of your mandate, and there are specific funding. And the funds go to, they get based on a formula that skews to support TV over radio. It's not that I'm opposed to the money going to the public TV stations, and I do understand it's being used very often for educational as well as cultural curriculum for children. But we're living in a moment where clearly we are going to be losing federal funds for public radio. I don't think anybody thinks we're not. And frankly, in many parts of the state, public radio may be the only outlet for local news coverage for their communities. And they're very well listened to by huge numbers of the public in all the counties of New York State. I know I come from New York City. My public radio station, WNYC, has already had to do a round of layoffs. I haven't surveyed the other public radio stations yet, but I suspect they're facing the same story. So my question is, because your mandate specifically says you're supposed to use a formula based on previous year's allocations, consideration of the need of results of changing technology and provision of new services, and emergencies or other exceptional circumstances affecting studio operations and transmission and or state or federal requirement changes. I'm convinced the federal part is we're going to lose the money. So I'm asking whether we can be discussing some kind of evaluation of the need for education funds to be more broadly shared with public radio, which may require you call for more funds, because I'm not asking you to tell me, yeah, we'll cut public TV stations. I think you fund 7 of them. I'm not exactly sure the number. Your people probably know. So I'm not sitting here saying, let's cut public TV, but I really think it's a new requirement for our state to look hard at what the loss of independent journalism through public radio would mean for people in the entire state of New York.
So I would welcome the opportunity, to your point, to revisit the issue in light of the funding and in light of the focus. So absolutely, we'll be more than glad to pull our team that really works on and does really good work on this in this area, but to revisit it and consider, is this, what does this look like, the investments, and is there maybe a better way to respond to this? More than glad to do that.
And have you been spending all of the money? I think there was a special appropriation in the 23 budget. I think it went all to TV stations. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe some of it went to radio, but
We'll
there's no
get you the
chance you're not spending
information.
the money now, or?
Yeah, we'll get you the information. I'm not sure if we've been, spending, if we have spent all the money that's been allocated. So we will get you the information.
Okay. Yes, I would urge you to do so. I'm just finding it's been 14 million for radios, for radio stations, 58,500 for each license for the past 7 years. So they've been flat, and it's a very small amount per radio station. So I'm also making a pitch to my colleagues in both houses. Start thinking about the importance of public radio to your constituents, because it is really important. And we know that we're losing local newspapers so quickly. There are many, many communities that don't have any at all. So that was my one question for today. I'll cede my time back. Thank you very much.
Assemblywoman Giglio? I have to make a quick run.
Good morning, and thank you for being here. So student success is really based on them showing up and getting an education. So do you have truancy officers, and what are you doing to encourage and to incentivize children to come to school and express that importance to the parents?
Sure. So the whole issue of attendance, right, and chronic absenteeism, and the focus on even working with our schools is enormous in our conversation.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So, from sort of an initial lens of thinking about how the department is leveraging a look at both attendance and chronic absenteeism, that's one of the indicators that we look at when we're making determinations around support models for schools across the state. So we've just received approval, and we'll be bringing back to our Board of Regents next month, actually, to move forward with a change to look at a new attendance indicator as part of that system of identifying districts for additional supports. Would just note that we will continue to report out publicly by subgroup, by school, by district, where there are rates of chronic absenteeism as well. So rather than sort of just swapping one measure out for the other, we will continue to leverage both of those. In a lot of cases, those data end up driving at the local level school improvement plans to focus on addressing the needs of students and families, where they can identify really specific root causes. I think this is an issue. There's a recent comptroller's report from October that highlighted really just how complex this issue is for individual family dynamics as well as larger system issues. And so those efforts are also supported not just by a single office in the department, but a collaboration across multiple offices. So offices in accountability, offices in student support services, to be able to provide resources, best practices for schools and districts in their communication and outreach to parents and families to make sure that students are there, to your point, so that they are able to learn from the high quality teachers that are working with them day in and day out.
And I would just like to highlight that getting to the core of why students are not in school is probably from the student support side of things, where we're trying to get in. And yes, we were grateful for the RECOVS grant to be able to open up mental health clinics even within our schools, understanding that while we're grateful for that $50 million that we're able to turn around and give to schools, there is a greater need for mental health supports and for schools to be able to establish collaborations and partnerships with clinics to be able to provide those supports to children and their family. Thank you.
Thank you for your thoughtful answers.
Excuse me. We're up to 3-minute second rounds for the chairs. Shelley Mayer, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I have 3 questions. One is, additional funding was given to SED last year to update your Holocaust materials. Can you give us an update on that? Second is, we don't have a lot of details on the dual enrollment issues proposed in the governor's budget. If there's anything specific you could share on that. Thirdly, I'd like your comments on the challenges facing the Mount Vernon School District, where 3 of their elementary schools are slated to be closed, and they have significant fiscal issues. And fourth, the wait time for teacher certification applications and what you can do to reduce that wait time.
Sure. So I'm going to start with the work that we've been doing, as you know, with the Holocaust. That's been amazing work that we've been involved with. And as recent as, I think last week, we've had a discussion about how this spring we're going to be providing not only resources, but some of the relationships that we're building in this space.
So with the funding that we were provided, and we're grateful for it, we were able to partner with the Holocaust and Human Rights Education Center, in addition to the New York State Archives Partnership Trust. And we are in the works of building out an open source material
Right.
where teachers and schools will be able to access lesson plans, video clips, primary sources, and to assist them in teaching about the Holocaust as uplifted throughout our social studies framework and our current New York State standards. We look forward to bringing that to the public this spring. I want to say sometime around May, that we will be able to release those materials, in addition to providing some professional learning opportunities from us at the state in collaboration with those partners to make sure that teachers understand how to utilize them.
Thank you.
If I could speak to the Mount Vernon
Yes,
question.
Mount Vernon.
I know the commissioner and many of my colleagues have been working with the districts and the district leadership to try to provide support to the district as it moves through a very challenging fiscal place. I would note that because of significant enrollment losses, Mount Vernon is actually on Save Harmless and Foundation Aid,
Right.
despite the poverty of the student population.
Yes.
So they're one of those districts that's in the position where costs are increasing faster than their funding is, and with their enrollment losses, those three buildings, it's a local decision in order to decide to close a school building, and we know it's very challenging for the communities, but the Save Harmless concern that many of your colleagues have raised today plays a role there too.
We'll get to the other two.
My time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblyman Magnarelli for 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm going back to the question that I had a couple hours ago, okay? The executive proposal includes establishing a new statewide policy for tracking success of dual enrollment, otherwise known as college and high school. And you were giving me, why we needed to do that. And my question to you was like, how many students have complained? There's been programs like this for 25, 30 years. They've been going on. Some of those programs, people know whether those hours are transferable or not transferable. This has been there forever. Now we're going to do a mandated reporting requirement on the schools. To me, that has some kind of a chilling effect on even bothering to do it. That's number one. Number two, it also has a bigger question that I ask, okay? How many mandates do we put on our schools in terms of reporting? I'm sure there are some that are absolutely necessary, and then there are others that are mandated by the federal government or something else, for a grant or things like that. But has anybody done a study? I've heard a lot of studies today, a lot of studies going on. Any studies about reducing the number of requirements and mandates placed on every one of our school districts and the costs of doing those mandates?
Okay, so I'll start with the beginning with the college and the high school piece and the data piece. That is only for those that are going to participate. Right now, one of the issues with like P-TECH, Smart...
Talk into the mic again, please.
I'm sorry. P-TECH, Smart Scholars, early college, high school is we have to manually then pull data together if we haven't created a system to collect data about who's doing what when it comes to the space of dual enrollment. We have had concerns from the public that some places in the state, it costs money to get the dual enrollment credit. Some places, they're not charging for the dual enrollment credit. We have the data that 2% of our students actually have access to the robust early college experiences rather than the one-offs. So we have a lot of students doing the one-offs and having money spent, and it doesn't lead to anything for their college education. We're trying to reinforce a system where at least the minimum base 12 credits that's transferable between all of our colleges and universities can be available to students and spread that around the state. It's not.
So why isn't that done on a state level rather than mandating that contracts be entered into on local level? Again, it's just adding more requirements that have to be fulfilled. That's the way I look at this thing. Never.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know the regions and the department have been working on the graduation requirements for a long time. I still have strong reservations about eliminating the requirement for passing regents exams, which, you know, I mean, I've said to you, these are not the most robust exams to begin with. So I know we're still several years, or at least a couple of years away from the rollout of this.
Right.
But, you know, is this the plan? Is this plan now set in stone?
So let me start, Senator, by saying that, you know, to your point, we're not eliminating. So that's number one. I think there's still the conversation about what we're.
I
what
know-
we're-
I know that's the line.
What it is not, what we're shifting on is that it has been the barrier, the one sole thing that has kept children from graduating. So what we're saying is.
Graduate
there's
with a
more-
regent's diploma.
Yeah, but most, okay, so most kids who go to SUNY from out of state do not come in with a Regents diploma, because the state, in that state, doesn't require them to have a Regents diploma. Nor does SUNY say, now you gotta take the Regents exam in order to be part of the cohort coming in. So Connecticut.
So is the implication that the regent's diploma, I'm sorry, the New York State regent's diploma was not meaningful to begin with?
No, the implication is that just as we trust Connecticut sending their children with a Connecticut diploma, without a Regents diploma, and New Jersey and any other place, then we have what's called a New York State diploma. And in essence, those students are accepted into our
Okay.
higher ed institutions without any of that. Now, I'll
So-
go one step further. Senator, many of the people sitting here, if you've come from different places, you're very successful, you didn't even take the Regents exam, and here you are. So my thing is, you're correct that it's an
Well,
exam.
we can use different words, but it is removing the requirement to take the regent's exams. But let's talk about this portrait of the graduate. I mean, how is that going to be achievable in a place like New York City, where we still have overcrowded class sizes? Who's going to draw that portrait of the graduate?
We have met with New York City, right? And there's such enthusiasm because, believe it or not, Senator, a lot of school districts are already doing this work because of the fact that they're preparing students with critical thinking skills, they're doing school-based, they're doing project-based, they're taking the standards and applying them, they're doing internships. It is a much more
I think it'll be that much more difficult when the class sizes are still too excessive, particularly in New York City. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator.
Senator, do you have another? And the assembly is closed. Oh, I'm sorry, Assemblyman Carroll for this.
Assemblymember Pretlow, I'm offended. Commissioner Rosa, I was glad to hear you say that you support decodable texts and decodable readers for our early readers. Has SED done an accounting of our school libraries to see if they have access to decodable texts?
While we have not done a specific study to say, what I can say is that for all of our schools that do have, we do have processes in place to have an understanding of the different catalogs and types of books that exist within school libraries. However, that is to say, while we have not done an official study, we do have some data that we can look at to get an idea.
I would recommend you do that accounting, because I will foreshadow a question I have for the New York City Public School Chancellor, which is that though we have made changes in our literacy curriculum and we are moving towards the science of reading and evidence-based practices, we still have so many leveled readers that are rooted in poor pedagogy and asking children to guess and look at pictures. I have a school in my own district that's a wonderful school that's trying to make this shift, but every evening they send home leveled texts to their students, even though they are trying to do structured and sequential phonics in the classroom in the morning. It makes no sense. So I urge you to do that accounting, because what you will find is that my guess is because we did 20 years of whole language, that most of our public school libraries are filled with leveled readers and have no decodable texts, and we need to change that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblyman Carroll. And that does close this hearing. Commissioner and staff.
hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You have the rest
Your
of the day.
portion of the hearing. We have another 39 groups.
I thought we were all done for the entire week, but no, thank you for the opportunity. And for those who did not get their questions, I'm more than glad to meet with you to absolutely set up private and separate meetings, because the communication and the sharing of information is extremely important for our total advocacy. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. The New York City Department of Education, you're next. Thanks.
Christina, how much time did you do this? We started 3.5. It was less than 4. You never saw my binder.
I got money. How much do I owe you? A lot. I know. Can we take the outside conversations outside so we can proceed, please? Who? Did it? Okay. Are we ready? Okay, good afternoon. I guess you can introduce yourselves and then we'll start. No? There you go.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Melissa Aviles Ramos, and I am the Chancellor of New York City Public Schools.
Can you speak a little louder, please, or bring the microphone closer?
Of course. Good afternoon. My name is Melissa Aviles Ramos, and I am the Chancellor of New York City Public Schools.
Good afternoon. I'm Dan Weisberg. I'm the First Deputy Chancellor of New York City Public Schools. Great to be here.
Good afternoon. Great to be here. Emma Videra, Deputy Chancellor for Operations and Finance, New York City Public Schools.
Good afternoon. I'm Sarita Scott. I'm the Chief Financial Officer here at New York City Public Schools.
Pleasure. Ms. Rivas, go.
Good afternoon.
Thank you to Senator Krueger, Assemblymember Pretlow, Senator Liu, Assemblymember Benedetto, Senator Mayer, and members of their respective committees. I appreciate the opportunity to testify on the proposed 2026 New York State education budget, and I also want to wish everyone a happy Lunar New Year. My name is Melissa Aviles Ramos. I have the honor of serving as Chancellor of New York City Public Schools. I have dedicated my career to the education of New York City's children, first as a high school English teacher back in 2007, then as a principal, deputy superintendent, acting superintendent, chief of staff, and deputy chancellor. In my nearly 2 decades of service, I have pushed the boundaries on what seemed possible. When I became a principal in 2016, for instance, only about a quarter of the senior cohort was on track to graduate. Quite simply, I was told that only 23% of my students would graduate that year. By June of that same year, 66.7% had earned their diplomas. The following year, my team and I raised that graduation rate even further to nearly 82%. Later, when the pandemic hit, I transitioned my school to remote instruction and then stepped up to serve at the district level as the deputy superintendent and then acting superintendent for Bronx high schools. When I came to our central office, I led the launch of Project Open Arms, working across our department and city to support tens of thousands of migrant students. As chief of staff to the former chancellor, I continued coordinating this work alongside other key initiatives such as New York City Reads, the Gun Violence Prevention Task Force, our bilingual teacher pipeline, and our Mindful Breathing initiative. In all this time, through moments of challenge and change, my focus has never wavered. I have always worked tirelessly to provide children with the opportunities and support they need to thrive. Today, I'd like to share some updates on our progress. In the Adams administration, we are cultivating bold futures for our young people. I'm proud that New York City Reads, our signature initiative to adopt the science of reading in our classrooms, is now reaching our youngest learners citywide, including all 840+ elementary schools. New York City Solves, our transformative approach to math instruction, has launched in over 400 high schools and approximately 100 middle schools. All in all, through New York City Reads and Solves, our 500,000 students are benefiting from high-quality curricula and research-driven pedagogy. I'm also thrilled that our Reimagined College and Career Pathways initiatives continue to flourish, equipping students with the skills and experiences to be successful in college and in the rapidly changing workplace. For example, our Future Ready New York City program has expanded to serve 15,000 students, and with Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center as our newest anchor partner, we are making even greater inroads into the fields of healthcare, technology, business, and more. Just last year, our students earned over $10 million in wages from work-based learning. As someone who played a key role in shaping these foundational programs in my previous roles, I'm proud to now continue these initiatives as chancellor and show how they align with my 3 commitments to our community: ensuring safety and wellness for all students, supporting educators, and empowering families and communities. My first commitment takes a comprehensive approach to safety and wellness. In addition to our existing initiatives, we are ramping up supports for our newest New Yorkers to ensure that our schools are safe spaces for students and families, no matter their immigration status. Over the past few months, we have led extensive training across our community for a wide range of stakeholders, from principals to guidance counselors, reiterating our longstanding protocols for access to our buildings. New York City Public Schools is committed to protecting the rights of every student to attend public school, regardless of immigration status, national origin, or religion. Likewise, we are committed to supporting our LGBTQ+ students, and in 2021, as just one example, we updated our guidelines on gender inclusion to enshrine the support in policy. Secondly, I am committed to uplifting our educators. Now that we have completed the initial launch of New York City Reads and Solves, the next phase is to focus deeply on both implementation and intervention so that no students slip through the cracks. It is essential that we support our educators in these areas, and I am proud to announce today that we are investing in an additional year of job-embedded coaching and support for our New York City Reads educators. My third commitment is to empowering our families and communities. This commitment really came into focus for me, personally, a few years ago when my daughter entered New York City Public Schools. I, as a parent who works for our school system, still struggle to navigate it at times. If that's true for me, what does that mean for other parents? I realized how much further we must go to truly involve our families in their children's education, and to that end, I hosted a 5-borough listening tour at the end of last year with over 1,000 students and families in attendance. I will continue to champion programs that are beloved by our families. For example, I am glad to share that our comprehensive academic and enrichment-based summer rising program will be back this year with applications opening in early March. I want to thank the governor for proposing a fiscal year 26 budget that places children and families front and center. The governor's priorities align with so many of ours. She outlined universal free breakfast and lunch, which we have been implementing here in New York City for years. She is planning a bell-to-bell ban on cell phones, which we have been studying and considering. Approximately 800 of our schools already have policies in place to keep cell phones out of the classroom. And she proposed an expansion of early college credit opportunities for high schoolers, which we currently offer via one of the largest and most successful programs in the country. We are grateful for and look forward to state support on these shared priorities. I also want to be clear and direct about our concerns related to the governor's proposed budget as it stands currently. There is no question that the foundation aid formula needs a revamp, but the governor's proposed changes to the formula would actually result in nearly $350 million fewer dollars to New York City public schools than we'd be entitled to under the current formula, disproportionately impacting our system compared to many other districts. As we have testified previously, this formula, which took about 2 decades to fully fund, is by now long out of date. It does not address the realities of providing a high-quality education today to nearly 1 million students, especially our most vulnerable populations, students in temporary housing, multilingual learners, and students with disabilities. As a result, New York City is contributing more than its fair share of the cost of running our school system. In 2002, the state and New York City contributed equally to our schools, but today, 57% of our funding comes from New York City and only 36% from the state. Last school year, we also rolled out a new weight in New York City's funding formula for students in temporary housing, which the foundation aid formula does not currently consider. We strongly request that the state consider the recommendations we made last summer to the Rockefeller Institute of Government, including updating the regional cost metrics to better take into account the cost of living in New York City, and updating and enhancing support for our high-need students. Incorporating these recommendations will ensure foundation aid can provide the services and resources our students and families deserve. In addition, I'd like to comment on the proposed cell phone ban. I am in strong agreement with the governor that access to cell phones during the school day distracts from learning, divides attention, and worsens students' mental health. That's why, back when I was a principal, we were a cell phone-free school. While it is reassuring to see there is funding attached to the governor's proposal, the current dollar amount is inadequate. Implementing an effective cell phone ban is a major undertaking, and funding is also critical when it comes to addressing parents' concerns about communicating with their children in emergencies. Next, I want to thank the governor for her early college proposals, including the launch of the college and high school program. We think even more funding in this area would be beneficial, especially as New York City Public Schools works towards the goal of ensuring that by 2030, 100% of graduating seniors will have access to college credit. We hope legislators will use the budget process to enhance this important investment and ensure it is allocated to districts fairly, based on student need. Before I close, I'd like to update this body on our progress toward meeting the state class size mandate. This school year, over 46% of classes are at or below the size caps prescribed by the law, well above the 40% requirement for 24-25. To achieve this, we worked closely with the UFT, CSA, and our superintendents, supported school budgets with hundreds of millions of additional dollars designated for class size reduction, and incorporated recommendations from our class size working group. We are also implementing a new plan to ensure compliance in the upcoming school year. Over 750 schools submitted class size reduction plans, which we are reviewing alongside our union partners for dedicated funding. We are making good progress, but to reach full compliance by 2028, as the law requires, we will require significant additional resources. As we look to the future, and as New York City Public Schools empowers the next generation of New Yorkers, I am grateful for the meaningful engagement and partnership with all of you, our state legislators. I look forward to continuing our collaboration over the coming months and years.
Thank you. Yes. Assemblymember Carroll?
Thank you, Chair Pretlow. Good afternoon, Chancellor. It's very nice to meet you. First, let me commend you and your team and your predecessor, Chancellor Banks, on the New York City Reads program. As somebody who worked with Chancellor Banks hard on that project, I know how difficult it was to get it on its feet, and how difficult it will continue to be to make sure that not only we give evidence-based instruction to our children, but we do it with fidelity and continually, so that all our children can become fluid and fluent readers. I asked the previous panel this question, so I will ask it to you. As New York City has changed its pedagogy and approach to early childhood literacy, has New York City gone to its school libraries and removed leveled readers from those libraries and replaced them with decodable texts?
Thank you so much, Assemblyman Carroll, and I also want to thank you for the work that you did in partnership with New York City Public Schools to make NYC Reads a success. Your story and your support really inspired this work. What I will say is that New York City Reads is not only a literacy initiative, it is addressing a curricular and instructional inequity that we have seen across New York City for many, many years. A parent should not have to worry about sending their child to a school in the South Bronx and worry about the kinds of instruction and curriculum that they're getting versus when they are sent to a school in another district that is not quite so poor and challenged. And so what we did in the first phase was really focus on learning the actual curriculum, our teachers, making
Chancellor,
sure that they understand.
I understand that. I'm deeply familiar with what the previous chancellor and what you were doing about implementing New York City Reads. My question is, have you done an accounting?
I understand your question.
So
Assemblymember.
so have you done an accounting, and are we removing leveled readers and replacing them with decodable
If you
text?
would allow me to just explain to you a summary of the journey for phase 2, then we will get to your
Sure.
answer. And so part of that is taking inventory of the interventions that are also supporting our students in our tier 2 and tier 3 instruction, meaning the students who are still struggling despite the curriculum that is in front of them. As part of that, we are also taking inventory of the resources. It is important that we take inventory of the interventions before we get to the resources. I understand, and I heard you as I was sitting here in the audience, that there are texts that are not aligned with New York City Reads. The team immediately took note of that, and we are going to work with our Division of School Leadership. But to answer you quite directly, we have not gotten to a massive system-wide inventory of those resources because we are now at the point where we're taking inventory of the interventions.
Thank you, and look, I look forward to working with you to make sure that we solve that issue.
As do we.
Pivoting to, staying on the topic of libraries, school librarians. I believe there's approximately 260 school librarians in the New York City public school system right now, down from approximately 1,600. There are some rubrics about when a school gets a part-time librarian, when a school gets a full-time librarian. I think schools over 800 students are supposed to have full-time librarians. What is the plan for New York City to get more librarians into our schools so that they can help both students and teachers getting children the materials they so desperately need?
Yep. School libraries have been a challenge for us for a number of reasons. At this point, 74% of schools do not have a library program or a NYSED certified librarian. One of the challenges is that we don't have enough librarians, and I will speak to the work that we're doing to recruit more. But the second part of it is also that principals have discretion over their budget, and if a budget is declining due to declining enrollments, a principal has to make a very difficult decision. Do I hire a librarian or do I hire an extra special education teacher? And so we're also working with our schools to address some of those issues. In terms of the pipeline work, though, we have established a partnership with Syracuse University, St. John Fisher University, and New Visions to develop a pipeline. We also have our Teacher to Librarian program, where we've certified 80 school librarians coming from teachers who are already certified. And the other thing is that we don't talk enough about is our digital library, which has been very successful. So 64,000 books have been opened, 23,000 hours spent reading. And so as we navigate the challenges to make sure that schools have functioning libraries and that they have a certified librarian in the library, we are also leveraging these other resources like a digital library to make sure kids have access to age-appropriate text.
Thank you, Chancellor. Now I would like to pivot to students with disabilities, specifically children struggling with dyslexia. Though I said previously that I commend you for the successes of New York City Reads, I see from the outside New York City Reads as mostly a Tier 1 intervention, and a very important Tier 1 intervention. But of course, students struggling with phonological awareness issues, such as dyslexia, are still at record numbers suing the New York City public school system because their needs are not being met at their local public school. And the reason that they're suing them is because they are not getting the small group, intensive, multisensory, structured, phonics-based instruction that they need. That is what they are seeking. That is what every single one of them is seeking. The private schools that they end up being placed in, that is exactly what they do. Why can't we do that in our local public schools?
Well, this goes back to what I started discussing earlier around the interventions. When we started conducting this inventory of the interventions at the Tier 2 and Tier 3 level, we found that there are almost 40 across our schools. And in some cases, schools are using multiple ones, not necessarily with rhyme or reason or any specific dosage. And so that is very difficult for a child to make those leaps and bounds if we do not standardize some of that intervention process. And so we're engaging in that work right now, and we look forward to continued conversations with you on the implementation of that and our progress.
Well, I agree with you that we need to standardize it in a system that's as big as New York City. What I hope that New York City realizes is that the parents who are put through this and the children who are put through this would like an option at their local public schools. That is what they prefer. That is why they keep trying and failing, and when they realize they will never get the services that they so desperately need for their son and daughter, that they turn to suing the New York City public school system. And it is very clear, there are a number of world-class institutions in New York City that have, for the last 40, 50, 60 years, remediated issues around dyslexia sitting at our doorstep. David Banks, the first thing he did was go to the Windward School with me. The sad thing is, 3+ years later, we have not gone to a place like the Windward School and said, let us figure out what you're doing in your classrooms. None of it's with technology. None of it is newfangled. All of it they've been doing for the last 50 years. We need to do this in our schools. I get that it won't happen in all 840 elementary schools tomorrow, but it is crazy that it is not happening at some of our local public schools today.
Well, and I would just say, yes, more needs to be done. I'm never going to sit here and say that our job is done and that we've accomplished this grand mission 100%, because that would be false, and it also wouldn't be true to the values I have as an educator as well as a mother of a struggling reader in New York City public schools. What I will say is that we have taken your lead, Assemblymember, and as I mentioned in my remarks, we are grateful to you for your partnership. It's the reason why there is a South Bronx Literacy Academy that is dedicated to supporting students with dyslexia. It is the reason why we are doubling down on the interventions and doing another year of teacher support, because to your point, if the teachers do not have the resources they need to implement the curriculum and to intervene appropriately, students will not advance.
Thank you, Chancellor, and I look forward to continued partnering with you, and thank you for your
Likewise.
work.
Thank you.
Senator?
Thank you. We're going to start with the Chair of the New York City Education Committee, John Liu. 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Congratulations, Chancellor. I was sorry to see David Banks go, but I'm happy that you're there. And I know it's only been, 4 months? Probably feels like 4 years.
Three, but no one's counting.
Okay, 3 months. You are in a difficult spot, and so you're gonna be on the spot for difficult questions, right? In New York City for hundreds of years, and certainly in modern times, we have recognized the need to protect everyone in New York City. And that means our health policies look to make everybody healthy, because when some people are sick or unwell, it makes potentially the entire city sick or unwell. Similarly, we try to educate everybody, because whether the family's been here for generations or for 2 weeks, educating people are always the best investment. We make a windfall profit on everybody that goes to the New York City education system. So let me start off with this. Has there been any kind of identification of a drop-off in attendance in the last month?
Thank you for the question, Senator Liu, and
You don't have to thank me for the questions. There'll be plenty more.
Well, at some point I'll stop thanking you for them, but we're early on, so I'll thank you for this one. So since the inauguration, we saw an attendance rate between 84 and 89%. And when we look at the same week last year, that range was from 89 to 92%. Now, there are additional factors. We know that we had a very, very cold week, and the temperature does often impact our attendance. While that drop in attendance isn't egregious, there is a drop since last year, the same time.
I mean, I would think that's a pretty substantial drop, a 4 to 7% drop. That's significant. And while you're saying some of that might be due to cold weather, I mean, it is January, right? Would it be safe to conclude that a large portion of that drop-off in attendance is due to fear by immigrant families and parents?
I think what we can safely say is that it is one of several factors.
Okay, so I think it's a big factor. And my next question for you is, are the school principals clear on how they're going to respond to anything that they are partially expecting already? Do they have clarity? Because I'll be very honest, I've heard from a lot of principals, they're not sure what they're going to do.
They're not sure what they're going to do in terms of what, Senator? In terms of supporting with attendance and making sure families feel safe to come in?
No, in terms of who they open the door for.
Understood. So our policies around law enforcement entering the building remain the same. Without a judicial warrant, we cannot have members of law enforcement just walk into a building and take children. We have communicated our policies to our principals. We have hosted a number of trainings, and I will pass it over to Deputy Chancellor Emma Vadera to get more into the details. But we know that there is fear amongst our families, and we also know that principals have a very heavy lift in not only understanding the policies themselves, but also communicating them to their stakeholder groups. So one of the things that we did is those same trainings, we actually offered them to our school counselors and we offered them to our parent coordinators. Very important that our parent coordinators are part of this process because they are often the first lines of defense.
Okay, and so is the DOE or public schools policy that they do not that the principals, including the entire team, including the school safety agents, they do not allow entry for law enforcement without judicial warrants?
That is
or
correct.
is it that they don't have to? They cannot, or they don't have to?
They cannot.
They cannot, all right, thank you. All right, and what about communications to parents?
Yes, we've also hosted a number of workshops for our families as well. So Deputy Chancellor, if you could talk a little bit about the details.
Thank you very much for the question. Sorry to thank you, but we do appreciate this question. So just to be clear, the Chancellor touched on this, but we of course started hearing about this the day after the election, and the Chancellor owned and continues to drive this work vitally, essentially. So we actually pushed out the guidance we have in terms of non-local law enforcement in our schools back in December out to our principals. All of our principals, as well as some other reminders about students' rights to education, about not asking about immigration status, sort of the set of policies we have in place, as you said, to make sure we're educating all of our students. So the guidance got pushed out in December. Since then, starting in January, we've hosted a number of trainings. We had over 1,500 people on our principals training. We did trainings for parent coordinators, school counselors, guidance counselors. We also worked with NYPD to do trainings with school safety and to make sure they understand that actually the protocol for them is the same as the protocol for us, which is they call the principal, and our principal engages with our lawyers here. So we have done those.
Can you just describe briefly what a valid judicial warrant would be? And who would know what a valid judicial warrant looks like?
So I'll take the second part because it's a piece of our protocol that I think is worth flagging, and then Dan, the lawyer, I will turn to on the first part. So part of this is exactly sort of part of the question in terms of our protocol, which is what we say to our principals is we don't expect you to make this determination on your own. You will call your lawyers. And so that's the protocol they're given. SSAs are told to call their principals, so the principals can call New York City Public Schools lawyers, who will be the ones making those determinations.
Thank you. On a different subject, I share your concern with the foundation aid formula changes as proposed by the executive budget. Are there any suggestions that New York City would have in terms of how to reshape the foundation aid formula, particularly with regard to the poverty definition, or possibly adding the additional weight for students in temporary housing? And perhaps, do you have a sense as to how much that additional weight in the Fair Student Funding formula is costing?
Yes, thank you very much. And we heard the earlier conversation on this.
You're quite welcome.
It's like a tick of some sort. So as the chancellor flagged in her testimony, we think the poverty change that was in the poverty set of changes in the governor's budget proposal would impact us to the tune of almost $350 million for New York City alone.
Yeah, but how would you change that?
Yes, getting there. So I will say, because I noticed SED commented this as well. Updating the poverty rate in some way makes sense. We agree with that makes sense. When both the Regents and Rockefeller recommended something like that, they did recommend pairing it with a regional cost shift as well, which gets into why the poverty rate change alone impacts New York City in a negative way. So again, both the Regents and Rockefeller proposed those two things together, and we do think that's one way to look at updating the poverty rate, but also update the related pieces of the formula. We also have recommended a students in temporary housing weight, as we've done in New York City Public Schools. Our current weight across New York City Public Schools is about $80 million this year across our school system just for students in temporary housing, which is itself more than the McKinney-Vento money we get. It's a far more substantial investment in our students in temporary housing. We also do think it's worth the state taking a look at how the weights work for English learners and students with disabilities as well. We think there could be both more substantial and more nuanced ways of looking at that, which is what we do, and Rockefeller actually pointed to our formula as a good way of looking at students with disabilities.
Okay, and since you're appreciating my question so much, I have one last one for you since you're the Chief Financial Officer. The New York City READS program, or was I wrong about that? No. Okay. The New York City READS program has been widely praised. At this point, is there now some kind of idea as to how much it cost?
Senator, this is actually our Chief Financial Officer.
I'm sorry about that.
That's okay.
And because of the mistake, I won't thank you for the question. It's roughly $55 million to support the program.
I'm sorry, what was
Sorry,
that?
it's roughly $55 million to support the program.
And just to be clear, Senator, that, that's the current cost. Our plan is to continue to scale. So the chancellor's vision is ultimately we're going to have high quality instruction, well-supported teachers, pre-K, actually 3K, all the way through 12 in ELA and math. We're not close to that yet, so the cost will continue to rise as we expand and deepen.
Thank you. Assemblyman Smith?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Chancellor, for being here with us. Congratulations. And hearing your biography, this is our first time meeting. I'm very excited to hear that you have experience in every field, every part of the educational system, from being a classroom teacher to being a parent and involved in that way. So a few topics right now. You mentioned the cell phone ban and the success and challenges you've had in New York City. Can you speak to that a little bit more about what you think as the budget proposal continues regarding the implementation? Obviously, maybe it's not enough money specifically, but can you speak a little bit more about that?
I can, and thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak about it because it's something that I feel very strongly about. When I was a principal, I only had around 400 children in my school, so I actually collected our cell phones in bubble bags. The cell phone pouches that can open with a magnet, they are very expensive, but they are the ideal model because children can keep them on their person. And in the event of an emergency, they can open them up with a magnet that is strategically placed throughout the building. I was broke. I didn't have that kind of money. So when I had an emergency, I needed to evacuate. I needed to get 400 cell phones back into the hands of high school students. That was very, very challenging. And so when I think about families having the fear, and again, as a mother of a New York City public school student myself, I want to make sure that our schools have clear communication plans so that way in the event of an emergency, they can reach their families directly. So that's one part of the funding that we would need. The second piece is the logistical piece. If a school does not have the funds for one of those magnetic pouches, they would need to designate additional personnel to collect the cell phones, to distribute them, to guard them, to make sure that they are not stolen, they are not broken. That costs a lot of money. You sometimes have to have an additional school aide or two who are just dedicated to that work. And thirdly, because we want to make sure that we offer the option of those pouches, those magnetic bags, those are roughly $30 a child. And that's an annual fee. Those bags are not, you can't use them for more than 1 year. Wow. And we're not even talking, like the Gucci Prada version. We're talking about just the standard bag. And so we want to make sure that the models that are available to schools, that they can afford them. The other thing is that roughly 800 of our schools have already signed up to do this work. And what we don't want to tell them is continue to self-fund while we pay for schools to get on the bus, particularly if the foundation aid formula does not adjust and there's going to be a decrease in the funding that they get, and we're potentially looking at federal cuts that contribute to $2 billion of our budget.
I think you bring up a good point. These items are $1,000 each, to put that on the employees and on the school, it's a lot. And then even as you mentioned, to put it on every period. I was a high school teacher, and I'm a parent as well. There's also an emotional side of this. So as I'm going throughout my district and speaking with parents, the first thought and concern they have is, well, if there's an emergency, I want to be able to reach my kid. Absolutely. But and maybe you can speak to this a little bit, I've kind of urged them and said, if there's an emergency, we really want the students listening to the adult in the room, taking direction. And everybody I've spoken to in emergency services has said kind of the same thing, that they want to know that the students are not distracted when they could be in harm's way. Can you speak
100%, but we're also thinking about children who travel on their own in many cases, and so it's not necessarily the emergency in the building, it's also what happens at dismissal. Right? And so we need to make sure that if there is an emergency, and we don't want to sit here and imagine that there would be one, but if there is, while the school is communicating, at some point the child is going to have to be in touch with a caretaker and make sure that they are having the conversation around where do we meet, can I get myself home? So it's not just about that school piece.
Okay, thank you. I think you've addressed some of those issues, and it's news to me that $30 per item, that's very cost prohibitive. That could be for your schools and schools across the state, but you do believe that that's the preferable way instead of having kind of like the thing on the back of the door where you put it in every period?
I absolutely do believe that is the best way. And if I may just say one more thing, if we know that taking away cell phones during bell-to-bell instruction is going to keep instruction sacred, we know that. But the reason why we are also coupling this with huge supports in mental health is because we know that taking away cell phones from bell to bell is not necessarily going to cure the mental health issues that are happening once they get their cell phones back. Cell phones are an instrument to express your frustrations, your loneliness, your depression, but that doesn't mean that if we take them away during the school day, those things are going to disappear.
Thank you for recognizing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senate.
Thank you. Next, Shelley Mayer, 10 minutes, Chair of Education.
Good afternoon, Chancellor, and thank you for really taking on a tough assignment and a tough moment. If the legislature or the governor doesn't fix the initial proposal that really reduces what you thought you would get by 350 million, have you come up with a contingency plan? What would it look like for the New York City Public Schools to lose 350 million of anticipated funds?
Thank you so much. So Senator, I first of all appreciate the question because it gives us an opportunity to really talk to you not only about the dollar amount, but just to paint a picture of the kinds of programs that we're talking about. We had to self-fund several after-school programs. We know that we need a lot of additional academic support for our multilingual learners or students with IEPs. So those are just some of the areas that we are concerned about, but I'm going to ask our CFO and our Deputy Chancellor to talk more about the details.
Sure. So, one, we have growing costs across the city, right? Inflation.
Can you get closer to the mic? I'm sorry.
Is that better?
Yes.
Yep, so we have growing costs across the city, inflation, everything is rising for us, but essentially we have the funds pay for our mandated services. We have special education, we have things for our general education that supports that, and also to the Chancellor's point, sorry, I'm totally losing my train of thought here, but there are a number of things that a majority of our funding goes into schools, right? We've been holding schools harmless. That's the point that I wanted to make from any enrollment loss. And so we've been holding schools stable. We won't be able to do that without having this essential funding. And again, helping us to pay for our mandated costs such as special education. Anything else you want to add?
Thank you. What is the change in enrollment in the New York City Public Schools over the last year?
So it's been about flat, Senator. So it's about 905,000 or 908,000. So it inched up the prior year, and then it's about flat this year.
Okay, and what's the current graduation rate of the New York City Public Schools?
It's about 83% or so.
Has that changed in the last few years?
It's increased slightly. And we're just waiting for the state to report out graduation rates for the most recent cohort, but it's increased slightly. COVID, not to get too deep into the weeds, but some of the graduation requirements were waived during COVID, and right. So that had an impact, and now those requirements are being imposed again. So we'll see what happens with graduation rates.
Okay, I see that. The US OMB just rescinded yesterday's order, but that being said doesn't mean something like that isn't going to come back. If the New York City Public Schools were to lose funding under the Project 2025 proposal, either Title I or IDEA funding, what is the dollar value of the federal funding that the New York City Public Schools receive?
We receive a bit over $2 billion from the federal
$2 billion?
government. $2 billion. And just to give a sense of the other big ones, because they're not all Department of Education and some others are named in Project 2025, Head Start is another big one, Child Care and Development Block Grants, and also school food is another major funding stream from the federal government.
Can you provide us an itemized list of where those federal funds go by program so that we can understand and make the case that these loss of federal funds has a concrete impact on the students and the families in the New York City Public School?
Thank you very much for that request, and we can absolutely send that as a follow-up.
Okay, good.
Yes.
You don't have to thank me either.
I will for that one.
Okay, thank you. On the dual enrollment issues that the governor proposed, I saw in your testimony you're favorable but not very specific. And frankly, the proposal isn't very specific either. How many students in the New York City Public Schools are enrolled in some kind of dual enrollment program? And what is your preferred way for a dual enrollment program to work best for students?
I don't have the specific number. We'll get that for you maybe as we sit here, Senator, and we'll be able to report to you by the end of the hearing. I can say the number of our students. This is a core part of our Future Ready program of making sure our kids graduate ready for the workforce. It has increased. The percentage of students who are getting early college credit has increased by 10% just over the last 2 years. So this is a big piece. Very importantly, and this gets to your second part of your question, the percentage of students who are passing those courses so they can get credit when they go to college, that's increased as well by 5%. That's a really important indicator. It's not just taking a college class. Yeah, we actually want our kids to pass it and get credit, get an A or a B or a C. In terms of our preferred structure,
Right.
Dual enrollment is really important, where very concretely, our teachers, our high school teachers, are designated as adjuncts by our higher ed partners, CUNY or other higher ed partners. Why is that important? That means while the student is in high school taking a class, it's from a teacher who is teaching at a college level and get credit there. It's great for our kids to go to college campuses, but it's a burden as well. So kids who are in early college programs, very often, they go to their high school in the morning, and then they got to go someplace, sometimes to another borough. They got to jump on a train, skip lunch, go to another borough to get to the college campus to take college-level courses. Much better for us if we can have true dual enrollment where they're getting college credit for courses that are being taught by our teachers. We want some of both, but we want the choice.
Have you communicated that in any kind of formal way, that your preference is for the teachers to be certified as adjuncts as opposed to, for example, like in P-TECH, where in the afternoon they go into an internship?
Right. So that conversation is one that we're having right now
Okay.
with the governor's folks.
Okay, and then lastly, I know, first place, you have very impressive civics curriculum, and you shared with me, and I was glad to go to school with you. Can you just briefly describe whether there are additional costs associated with your quite aggressive civics curriculum and efforts in the New York schools?
Yes, we are very proud of our civics curriculum. Thank you for joining on that great school visit. So I'm going to ask our CFO and Deputy Chancellor to talk a little bit about the cost associated.
I'll get back to you on the cost for the civics program.
Okay. Last is, you talked about New York City Reads. New York City Solves, your math enrichment or intentional math improvement, which is a statewide problem, frankly, math scores. Have you seen tangible results as a result of that? And if so, what are they, and can you share them?
So we have not seen the results yet, to be completely honest with you. And in fact, I have to really thank our partners at the UFT because they have been working closely with us, monitoring this on the ground. It's a great idea. We have great intentions, but the shift to conceptual math has been a bit of a challenge for some of our teachers and many of our children. And so we are now in the process of working with the UFT. We've identified excellent model teachers across the city who are actually modifying the pacing and taking out some of the units and adding additional units to better support the students. So we're not veering away from the new curriculum. We want to make sure that we're saying, well, it doesn't work and we just need to take it out. How can we adjust it and give a longer runway for success? But it was important for us to listen to our teachers and the UFT and to acknowledge the challenges and make those adjustments. We're confident now, Senator, with those adjustments that we've made, that we are making, that we will see more impact.
Okay, and last question is, you mentioned, I think the CFO mentioned, you are picking up the cost of some after-schools. Is that because they were not funded under either New York City, under the LEAPS program?
Yep, that's correct. So that grant expired, and what we had to do was work with the state, who picked up $3 million of the cost, and the city picked up $5 million to support those schools who would have otherwise lost funding.
And in those schools, does it cost the families to participate, or is it?
No, it's free for the families.
It is free?
Yes.
But is that because you applied and you did not get the LEAPS funding that continued?
So the LEAP funding is actually allocated to CBOs who then partner with our schools. We
Yes.
didn't have the list of the CBOs who would actually be awarded. So what we did was just provide the funding directly to the schools.
And what's the amount that you?
It's a total of $8 million. Again, the state picked up 3 and the city picked up 5.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Assemblyman De Los Santos.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Chancellor Aviles Ramos, for your leadership and for, stepping up during this challenging time that we're facing in our city, in our state. Community school, I believe, is a great model. In fact, I believe that every school in New York City should become a community school. Community school and CBO play a critical role in providing wraparound services that support students beyond the classroom, particularly in high-needs area. What is your take on the expansion of community schools? In addition to that, what is the Department of Education is currently doing to expand parental engagement?
So we'll start with the community schools piece. I agree with you. I was a community school campus when I was a principal and greatly benefited from the resources. My dream would be to see every single school have a community school model. Unfortunately, the funding, the cost that is attached to that is exorbitant, and so we would need support to be able to make that happen. What I will say is that we know there have been a number of issues. Partially is that the initial expansion of community schools was under stimulus dollars. And when that expired, we then stepped up and we funded them again for another year. But again, that does cost a great deal of money. So I'm gonna pass it over to my Deputy Chancellor to talk a little bit more about the actual numbers, and then I'm happy to come back to your parent empowerment question.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
I will just say, we have about 420 community schools in the city right now. A small amount of that money comes from the foundation aid set aside, but most of that is now city funding that we are putting into those schools. We used federal dollars to expand, that went away, and we stepped up with city funding, but we have about 420 currently.
And in terms of family empowerment, it is one of the reasons why it is one of my commitments. We've talked a lot about engagement, but when we empower families, we want to make sure that they're at the decision-making table with us, talking about what are their children's best needs and how we can meet them. And so we have our newly appointed Deputy Chancellor for Family, Community, and Student Empowerment. We are working closely with our Division of School Leadership Partners to make sure that we're strengthening the relationships between our CECs and our district superintendents, because we know that family empowerment does start there. We are also working to create a program where we are training family leaders across the city on what are their resources, from knowing their rights to accessing resources across New York City, so that way they can train other families. And this includes the IEP process, getting your child evaluated. We want to make sure that some of these very difficult tasks that families face, that they understand step by step on how to do that work. And I open it to the team if they want to add anything else.
Thank you. The Deputy Chancellor alluded to the graduation rate being 83%. If we were to convert every school in New York City, would that number go up?
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Bridgeport.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Chancellor. Appreciate you being here today. Welcome to Albany. I have questions about early childhood education because we are in the midst of a statewide childcare shortage, and Mayor Adams' budget proposal cuts $112 million from 3K. News also recently broke that his administration is currently in the process of closing at least 5 childcare centers. One of them is in my district, despite high enrollment and demand for them. So given the extreme need for additional childcare centers in New York City, not fewer, do you feel as though the governor's budget proposal provides the city enough funding to regrow the childcare sector?
We have been working very, very hard at making sure that we are right-sizing our early childhood program so that taxpayer dollars are actually funding seats for the right age groups in the locations that have the most need. And I want to go directly to the question around the leases, the closures that you referenced, which was not an easy decision. But that was born out of the exorbitant cost that we were paying for these leases that are either expired or up for renewal. Those locations have not been closed. There is a runway of approximately 6 months to be able to support the providers and the families, particularly the families, with finding seats in locations that are very, very close by. But we do need to right-size our seats. We do need to make sure that
those seats are in places where there is need. In some of the cases where you mentioned, there were 3 criteria that we used to identify those locations, and one of them is underutilization. And so while some of the sites have 80, 90 kids, it's still under 95% of their utilization. I'm actually going to pass it to our CFO to talk more about the dollars and cents, but I just wanted to lead with that opening. These are not easy conversations, Senator, and I really want to thank you for lifting them, and I want us to work in partnership around some of these decisions, but I do want to be forthcoming and say that the work that it takes to right-size these seats across New York City has been a challenge.
Yep, so to answer your question around the 112 million, we're very much still in the early process of our budget process. And so essentially the money was put in, it was only put in for fiscal year 25. We are having ongoing conversations about having that funding baseline in our budget. So it doesn't mean that our commitment that's tied to that funding is actually being reduced. We just need to have the conversations with our partners at the city about baselining those funds in our budget.
Thank you. And with this, my last 15 seconds, I do want to respectfully push back. At Grand Street Settlement, one of the locations that is being right-sized, the CEO says that they are fully enrolled. And I would also say, I would just do ask that you check in the right-sizing that the centers have enough funding, enough staff to be fully enrolled.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Assemblyman Ra, Ranker.
Thank you, Chancellor. Just have a question with regard to foundation aid numbers for the city. In particular, you talked about, expecting under current formula, $350 million additional. So that I assume is not necessarily because of the new measure, but more so the update in the census numbers. Am I correct?
It's the combination of the changes to poverty that the governor proposed. So there's 2 separate changes, and the combo of those comes to that reduction.
Okay, and last year, your predecessor talked about the overall enrollment numbers in New York City, and I believe he had told us, after about 5 years of enrollment decline, it had gone from, I believe, over 1 million to somewhere around 900,000 or maybe a little below that, that there was then, because of the influx of many migrant families, that had started to tick the student population up once again. Do you have updated numbers just in terms of what your enrollment numbers look like?
Yeah, again, 3K to 12, Assembly member, it's about 908,000. So we a year where we saw a slight uptick, and then this year we saw basically it being flat.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that though under the current formula, that might drive additional foundation aid dollars to the city, given that many of these are going to be English language learners, and they're going to need additional resources under the formula?
Yes, so to the extent our enrollment stays stable, since of course that's a core piece of the formula, and the English learner piece, those both do input into how the current formula supports our students. Just to touch on before, we did recommend last year updates to both the English learner and the students with disabilities weights within the formula, because they actually don't keep up with the costs of actually providing those additional services you're talking about, but they are both there in the formula, yes.
Sure, and that was going to be the next piece. Obviously, when we undertook this study, and we've all had some time to digest it, but we all kind of were like, okay, if we pick and choose pieces of it, it may not create the most fair possible outcome. And I know with regard certainly to special education costs, English language learners, if you can comment more comprehensively about those issues and how, if we were doing maybe some form of a lot of the other recommendations, whether your numbers would look more like what you were expecting.
Yes, so of course it would depend how you all decide to implement those recommendations, and even Rockefeller had a number of different things. But when we look at the costs of the services we're providing in our schools and the students we're enrolling, we do think One big one is change to regional cost in particular. It costs more to live in New York City, and that's also a metric in the formula that hasn't been updated in a long time, and therefore hasn't kept up with the rising costs in the city, including the costs of our teachers, our schools. So that regional cost piece is a big one for us. Students with disabilities, English learners, thinking about how to increase and create a little more nuance around the weights the formula already includes for those students. We have disproportionate and growing numbers of English learners, as you flagged, so those are really important to us as well. Students in temporary housing, as the senator mentioned earlier, we've worked a weight for them into our formula so we can provide additional funding there. We think that would help as well. And the specifics would depend on the numbers you attach.
Okay. Thank you.
Senate?
Senator Sepulveda, excuse me.
Say that 3 times in a row.
Sepulveda.
Good afternoon, Madam Chancellor. As a fellow Bronxite, where you hail from, as a fellow Latino, I'm very proud to have you as the Chancellor of a New York City school system. But beyond that, your experience as a teacher, a principal, a deputy superintendent, an acting superintendent, a chief of staff, I can't think of any person in the state of New York who's in a better position to handle our school system, our public school systems than you. And I offer you my cooperation for everything you do for the kids in our school system. But with that in mind, I want to know, as the Chancellor, what are your priorities for the schools?
Senator, thank you for your ongoing support. Ever since I was a deputy superintendent in your district, we have had a great partnership, and I want to thank you for that. My priorities, quite simply, are what I want from my own child as she's being educated in our public school system. I want access to an amazing instructional program. I want access to resources that are going to get her not only to, but through college. I want our children to be able to go to college confidently with the soft skills that they need to be successful in university, but also beyond. I myself, as a young person who made it to college, once I got there, I had no idea what I was doing. I didn't know how to manage my time. I didn't know how to manage my money. I didn't know how to study properly. I was taught to regurgitate facts and to take tests and to not think on my own. And when I think about the issues that plague education, it is because the system has been set up to create robotic, compliant children who then become adults. And then we say, here is the 21st century and we want you to think creatively and lead creatively. Well, how can we have those expectations if we do not think outside of the box? And the work that we are doing with Future Ready Schools through our Pathways program is so important because for many of our students, not all of them, but many of them, they have to negotiate between their basic needs and their aspirations. And so it is very hard for me to enjoy an enrichment program that's going to get me ready for the SAT or the ACT when I have to work and take care of my younger siblings, or I have to help my family put food on the table. Putting $10 million in wages in our students' pockets while they are in high school and saying, here is a tangible, concrete career that is waiting for you if you complete this coursework, makes them go all the way. And that, to me, gives me pride in New York City public schools. But what I will say is the foundation, the instructional foundation, has to be wonderful as well. And what New York City reads, it's step one. That implementation of that curriculum across New York City is important, but again, it goes back to the interventions and making sure that all students have access to that instruction. Thank you, Senator.
If I had more time, I would ask you about the issue of mental health, but hopefully I'll get an
Assemblywoman
opportunity.
Catalina Cruz?
Thank you, Chancellor and your team. I want to refer to one of the questions that was already answered where I'm not exactly sure where we were going with this. The after-school program and the money that was cut, your team answered that the families were getting this after-school for free. I have had families, the PTA president from at least 2 of my schools, who are paying anywhere between $300 to $500 a week, and this is in a community where folks can't afford what is basically a car payment. So I'm trying to understand when we're saying that they're getting it for free and when I have families paying? So that's my first question. And my second question is, the prior panel talked about the policy that has been distributed statewide about how schools should interact with ICE should they step at their door. Your team has also discussed it as policy, that I actually believe that both policies would be in compliance with FERPA to ensure, if this was a law enforcement agency, but I think what people are failing to see is that it is a law enforcement agency possibly carrying a civil nature enforcement, because if it is not a judicial order, we have a separate conversation. And so my question for that is this only based on regulation, interpretation of the law, or is there actual city or state law that dictates how your teachers and your principals should be acting? And then the last is a comment. You know, in the era of possible ICE showing up to school and ICE raids and uncertainty, I want you to consider how this would interact with the cell phone ban when it comes to implementing it. Thank you.
Yes. Assemblywoman, thank you so much. And I actually remember personally working with you on the after school.
Oh, yes, thank you for that.
And you're absolutely right that there are pockets of places where it is not free. We are getting the details so that way we can share that with everyone. I think that's in many fewer cases, but nonetheless, few still means too many. So I just want to acknowledge that we appreciate your advocacy, because I do remember us working with your office on that. And so to address your second question, I want to be clear that our policy remains intact, and you're absolutely right around, in terms of law, but our policy, I just want to reiterate for everyone that it has been imperative for us to train our principals and our families around that existing policy. That being said, there is federal law that requires us not to admit law enforcement without a judicial warrant pursuant to the 4th and 10th Amendments of the Constitution and Supreme Court precedent. So the requirement is not specific to ICE. It is just the general responsibility of schools to ensure protection of their students' legal constitutional rights.
And on my last 16 seconds, so it's interpretation by the city of existing federal law. It is not in state law, and it is not in city law, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senate.
Thank you. Senator Leroy Comrie.
Thank you. I want to echo Senator Sepulveda. I had a chance to see you at Black Spectrum a couple of weeks ago. I was very impressed. I want to thank you for taking this on, and whatever I can do to be helpful, please count on me. 3 quick questions. IEPs, I understand you're drowning in issues with IEPs. Have you come up with a solution to deal with that? And because I know IEPs are starting to cost the Board of Education over, I think I saw a report, millions of dollars, because people are asking for being placed to other schools and creating a major problem. Second question, specialized classes. For the wood shop and tech and business management, are you seeing a drop-off of teachers that are being able to teach those specialized classes? And what can you do to try to encourage people to come back at, like, music teachers? I've been requesting to do more music in schools. How can we help you make that happen? And as the third question is a request, the STEAM program, that we don't have any STEAM schools in Queens. Councilmember Williams has come up with a plan. The Speaker, Adrian Adams, has a plan. We need all 3 schools. Also, Superintendent, I'm blanking on her name, has a plan. We don't have any STEAM schools in Queens. We're losing parents to private schools or other schools because we don't have enough specialized programs in Queens. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, and I want to thank you so much for your support, and it was great seeing you at the BU event the other night and the work that you're doing to support our relaunch of the Black Studies curriculum.
Thank you.
And so I want to begin with the teacher recruitment piece. You mentioned, I just want to be clear, the question is around recruiting for arts, or are you saying for myriad license areas?
For specialized areas, arts, music, workshops, wood, things, those basic skills, things that we used to have, and we're losing teachers, and how can we help restore that?
Yes, absolutely. And before I pass it over to the First Deputy Chancellor to talk about some of the specifics in our teacher recruitment work, it is important that we have teachers who are invested in the communities, not only in the licensing areas, but that they actually understand and appreciate the communities that they are going to teach in, and that children see people who look like them, speak like them. And so our teacher pipeline programs, recruiting more men of color in our system, our paraprofessional to teacher pipeline is is also extremely important. These are people who are already working in schools. They know schools really well. Nothing's shocking them, nothing's scaring them, and they're still happy to be there, so why not help them become teachers? But there are a few other specific things, and I just want to mention really one before I pass it over to the First Deputy Chancellor. Also, our central work to uplift the arts that was a priority that started under Chancellor David Banks, and that continues with me. We understand that for our students, arts is also a motivating factor that contributes to better attendance.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Jackson?
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Chancellor, good to see you.
Hi, Assemblywoman.
All right, so just on the whole cell phone ban, I know that you've spoken enough about it. Those magnets are probably gonna be able to be purchased from Glamazon. So we wanna be mindful of those things. I worked in high schools just like you did, and we know how creative we can get when we want what we want. So
Yes.
I don't know if it's foolproof, but it's something to think about. And I'm clear that you said that the staff should know about needing a judicial warrant to enter schools. And I'm just wondering, when it comes to ACS visits, are staff still on the same page? Does it need to be training? Do we need to pay for training? Because it seems to be problematic. When I was a school social worker, no one knew what the guideline was, and they act as if they're police as well when they're entering our schools. So is there any guidelines when ACS is coming into our schools to visit students?
Absolutely. So our Office of Community Schools, our chief, Flavia Puello Perdomo, she has done a number of trainings, both internally and I believe also with our CBOs around ACS. And I mentioned our Family Navigator program that we're looking to launch, where we would train our family leaders. That's super important. I will just say, if I may, personally, I know that there are some families who are reluctant to get information around these resources and their rights from schools because they still see us as authoritative figures. And so that's why training parent leaders, these trusted validators in the community, to share this information and the guidelines around ACS, preventive services, all the things that you and I have spoke about before, is very important.
Got it. And what borough has the lowest graduation rate?
Which borough has the, unfortunately, I cannot give you the most up-to-date data
Okay.
on that. I do
You'll
know
get back
that
to me, though.
historically, we know that the Bronx has had some very low graduation rates, and when you disaggregate that by student population, such as our multilingual learners and students with IEPs, that does drop as well.
Now that we know that, and we know that community schools are an exorbitant cost, why is it that we're not spending more money creating more community schools within our lowest graduating rate borough? Just to throw that out there. One of my schools, Urban Scholars Community School, lost their LEAP grant, or 21st Century, one of them, and they told the students to go to their neighboring community center, which there is not one. So I just want to know, I know you said there's $8 million. How is that money maybe allocated? How are people chosen? How can my schools go out and get it?
Sandy?
Yep, so.
No.
Oh.
So for the loss of the funds from the LEAP grant, there were 57 schools that were partnering with CBOs that received funding from that, and so we gave it to those 57 schools.
My school didn't get it. Okay, we'll chat. We didn't get it.
Please.
Okay. Senator Roxanne Prasad.
Thank you, Chancellor. It's great seeing you, and I know I'll see you again tomorrow. I just have a couple of questions, and first, it's to touch on funding for public schools. I was at a school last week. I go visit all my schools, and the principal is dependent on her colleagues from other schools to help her with resources in our school because our school is underfunded. Why is that? How is it possible that a school is underfunded? She said she gets whatever allocation. By the time she's paid, the teachers that she needs to keep it, she has no money. How is that possible?
I'm happy to give you a few factors that contribute to that. So one is there is an average teacher salary, and in schools that have managed to maintain their teachers
For a very long
experienced
period
teachers
of
for a
time.
long time,
That's
which
what
is
happened
something
with
we don't
her.
want them to be punished for. It's a great thing. Their average teacher salary is significantly higher. The other thing is the most obvious. It is tied to enrollment. If a school has lower funding, it's because they are under-enrolled. This administration has actually put more money into schools and districts than any other administration, and I lived that because when I was a principal, that was not the case. And so even with that, though, if the enrollment is dropping,
then that means that schools will get lower funding. So just to give you a concrete example, I was one of those schools at first. When I took over my school, my enrollment was declining very quickly, and I was on a shared campus. And so my colleagues were kind enough to provide me with resources. They allowed me to pay part of a social worker so that way I had access to a social worker. I wouldn't have them 5 days a week, but if I had students in crisis, I was able to access this social worker. Again, this was before the great work that our city council did to make sure that there were more social
But
workers in
all
schools.
that being said, how do we change the formula? Because you want schools to retain teachers. So you want to encourage them to remain in the school. So if you have a teacher staying there, you want to make sure you're paying them, but you also want to make sure you have the resources so that the students receive the best.
You're 100% right, Senator, and this is why we've been so vocal around the updating of the foundation aid formula. We need that additional money, and most importantly, we cannot sustain a cut. The other thing is we are actively working with our schools to support with enrollment. We need to make sure that we are getting the message out there that New York City Public Schools is doing great things and trying our best to boost enrollment. So it's a multi-pronged approach to bringing kids back into New York City Public Schools, but also that funding is critical.
Okay, and with the few seconds I have left, we'll have to have a conversation about co-locations, particularly with the charter schools and public schools that are co-located. We still have this inequity. We still have charter schools being given preferential over our public schools. Our public school students are not receiving the same kinds of treatments, the same kinds of resources that the charter schools are receiving in co-located public spaces.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Assemblywoman Fefa Amato.
Love a good colleague. Hi, nice to meet you. Welcome.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Commissioner Chancellor, I'm sorry. First, before I even get started, +1 on the STEAM for Southeast Queens.
Yes.
We need our share of schools like that. We have brilliant students, and they need that opportunity. For me, I'm going to pivot a little bit on my question earlier, so you were here. There are several thousand of children in New York City who are IESPs who have not been receiving mandated services during this recent school year. As it's been reported, the New York City DOE appeared to develop or establish new requirements that were not properly conveyed to parents, and thus by arbitrarily June 1st deadline. Many parents were shockingly informed that their requests for their child to get special needs services were denied. My question is, why was the new rules, requirements not sent out or distributed or sort of given in advance? And what has the city done to make this mistake or change the approach that the kids are getting the services? As you say, it's about serving our children. In addition, we were asking parents to sign a waiver that they won't sue the city if they accept the special needs services at this time. So what can we do about this? Because there are parents who are paying for these services out of pocket, or the kids are not getting their services.
Assemblywoman, thank you so much for that question. Before I pass it over to First Deputy Chancellor to really go into the IESP work that you're discussing, I do want to address quickly, because I didn't get to address it with Senator Comrie. We are very much enjoying working with Councilmember Williams and hearing about her ideas around Queens STEAM Center. Obviously, these are not easy things to launch, but we are in conversation with her, and we're also excited about the revitalization of August Martin, which are two separate things, but nonetheless bringing a lot of great stuff to Southeast Queens. And I'll ask First Deputy Chancellor to talk about IESPs.
So before you go there, she's called, we had a conversation, and she's pulling in us to help in this effort. So whatever you need from us, if it's a discussion, but you can't have a borough that does not have their fair share. And for a person who represents the Rockaway Peninsula, we never get our fair share on the peninsula, so I'm happy to have my kids on the peninsula feed to these southeastern schools, because they do travel. So we have to address this inequity for our district.
Thank you so much.
Yep, I'm willing to work with you in any way possible.
Fantastic, thank you.
I got to make a pitch. We're talking about Southeastern Queens for a new school that we're so happy is coming to Southeastern Queens, which is HBCU Prep, where our students will get to earn an associate's degree from Delaware State while they're in high school. So just want to say that I know it doesn't address the
I want
STEAM
one on the
Center,
peninsula.
but
Now that you patted yourself, you could put one on the peninsula, because it's hard for our kids to get
we're,
this, so there you
we
go.
are, and just to say, I know we have some friends from the Bronx, and we have a great STEAM center in Brooklyn, my borough, but we are now focused
could
on
just
opening in the
jump into the
Bronx.
IEP.
Queens is
Thank
next.
you.
Queens
Yeah,
is next.
Clock restart. Senate?
All right,
I'm
I'm not leaving,
the
we'll talk
last
about it.
senator, unless we have some 3-minute follow-ups. So 10 minutes, thank you, but I won't need 10 minutes. So one, I already enjoyed our conversation earlier, and I know you're coming to my district to check one of my fascinating school campuses on Friday, so I'm looking forward to that. People keep asking me what the city's policies right now on the gifted and talented programs are. I know there's always been some controversy around making sure that there's diversity and that they're in all communities. I know from my own experience, I have several in elementary schools that are literally on the border of Districts 1, on the border of East Harlem and the Upper East Side. And I just want to say, having the gifted and talented has made the whole school stronger, because parents actually felt much more secure about sending their kids to a school that they were a little worried about in history, but now is really such a nice blending of the socioeconomics and racial differences between East Harlem and the Upper East Side. And I think it's really proved to be a plus for all the kids and what we should be aiming for. So I'm just curious what current policy is, because I get a little confused.
Senator, thank you. Before I pass it over to the First Deputy Chancellor to get into the details, I just want to say that in this administration, our philosophy has really been to respond to the needs of the community. So on top of working through the challenges with gifted and talented programs, also making sure that we are opening new schools with great programs. As an example, Bronx and Brooklyn Bard, but also the HBCU school that is opening as well. So it's a combination of things that we are doing, but we respond to the needs of the community. And so that's one thing that I just wanted to note before passing it to First Deputy Chancellor.
Thanks so much, Chancellor, and thank you, Senator. Good to see you. So the first thing we did in this administration, I think you alluded to it, was because we would see that there were G&T programs in some parts of the city, but not every district in the city. And we heard from at least some parents, not all parents, but some parents wanted to have gifted and talented programs close to home. So the first thing we made sure is there was at least one gifted and talented program in each district. That was the first thing. Beyond that, we expect that our superintendents, who are really there, they work for the chancellor to make sure they are listening to the community and understanding the demands in the community, not for us to make an ideological decision at Tweed and say, we think there should be more of this or less of this. It's really about what are the families asking for. It's great to hear that you have some really successful gifted and talented programs in your district. Would love to talk to the superintendents who operate in your district to talk about how we can expand those. And exactly right, when they work well, they don't just help the kids who are in that particular program, they really improve the quality of instruction and the rigor in the entire school. That's what we're looking for. There are some schools that are adamant, they don't want gifted and talented programs. Terrific, that's great. You can have a wonderful school without gifted and talented, but we want to provide that option. And so we're seeing a steady increase in the number of these programs, because what's happening is parent voice is being filtered through the superintendents, who are then bringing it to us.
Thank you. I know I have one school that's an elementary school, plus gifted and talented, plus a huge number of migrant children. And visiting there, it all seems to be blending in a wonderful way for everyone. And the parents are supportive, the teachers are great, the principal's great. I'm happy to have you come take a look. It's on East 97th Street. You can probably look up the address easily. And it's really, I think, a model for so many other schools.
It absolutely is, and if you go to places like Luperon High School, you will see that students who are English language learners are doing the absolute most rigorous, highest level academic work. So this old idea that students who have particular challenges, they have an IEP or what have you, or they're just learning English, can't do gifted programs is incorrect. And I'm glad that you're seeing that myth go away in your district.
Great, thank you. I'm not going to give up. I'm not going to use any more time, because I will talk to the Chancellor again on Friday. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Assemblywoman Simon?
Thank you. And thank you, Chancellor, for your testimony and for speaking with me about and really engaging on some of these issues. So I just want to say I'm very pleased to and very encouraged by some of the additions including additional coaching for teachers and rolling out New York City Reads. It's a big endeavor, and it wasn't going to happen overnight, and I'm glad to see that we're focusing on that and being realistic. I also wanted to, because I know this is also about libraries, we've talked about school libraries, both classroom libraries as well as within the schools, and that is the opportunity we have to get rid of some of these leveled readers, but also to bring in decodable text, right? That's going to be very aligned with New York City Reads as well as the science of reading and everything that we know we need to start doing differently. So I want to encourage you as you start refilling those books and making new purchases, start phasing out some of these things and bringing in decodable texts. And also, because I'm now chairing mental health, is social workers in the schools. How many do we need? What would it take to provide the number of social workers in our schools to really adequately serve our students, and what might that cost?
Thank you, Assemblywoman. And it was really great having our instructional conversation with you. I don't get to have those that often. And so I just want to point out, though, data that I didn't have before and the team pulled for me. We actually did purchase $4 million worth of decodable books.
Wonderful.
So while we are investing in those decodable books, to Assemblyman Carroll's earlier point, we still need to do an overhaul of the ones that are still there, make sure they're not being used. Again, part of a phased inventory. So thank you for your patience and thank you for pointing out. And in terms of the social worker piece, again, we know that we have increased a great deal in the number of social workers over the last few years. And I'm going to pass it over to First Deputy Chancellor to tell you those numbers and then what it would take in terms of expansion.
Yeah, and I'll say right at the beginning, good to see Assembly Member. It's not enough, but just in terms of progress, so over the last 10 years, we've increased the number of school social workers by 70%. So we're making progress. Even in the last 3 years, we've increased it by over 7%. So we're continuing to see more social workers, which is a huge plus. In terms of what is the total need, it's a great question. I don't think we have that answer. And the cost is easier. We can certainly break down what it costs to pay a social worker. That is a known fact. What is the optimal number? Not sure. Part of what I think bears being said here. Principals have a lot of discretion. The chancellor is alluding to that from when she was a principal. We try to put money out to schools in a way that doesn't have strings attached. So they make these decisions very often about whether to put money towards a social worker.
Assemblywoman Mateus?
Thank you. I'm Assemblymember Marcela Martinez. I represent the 51st Assembly District.
Could you speak into the mic, please? I can't hear you.
Yes. I'm Assemblymember Marcela Martinez, and I represent the 51st Assembly District, and that's South Brooklyn along the waterfront. I have a very large immigrant community, and up until even a couple of hours ago, I'm still getting notices about possible ICE in our community. But my question to the DOE is currently about employed teachers and support staff or other staff. Are any of those that are employed DACA recipients?
So anyone who is working in New York City public schools, we make sure that they are legally authorized to work.
So if hypothetically ICE or some other agent wanted to come and remove an employee or a volunteer or a parent?
Our policy is there to protect everyone in the school building. Without a judicial warrant, they cannot enter the building.
What if they have a judicial warrant?
Then unfortunately, they are permitted to enter.
That's your stance on what you're going to do?
That is what the policy dictates.
Right, and so we're going back to there's policy, but there's no law. Can you talk about trauma-informed educational practices?
Absolutely. Trauma-informed practices, it's a host of strategies used to support students who are experiencing or have experienced traumatic events in their lives. We can get you the data on the number of teachers that have been trained, but it has been a priority for us to make sure that our teachers and our counselors are trained in trauma-informed care. These include de-escalation, coping mechanisms. This is also part of the work that I did
when I was chief of staff and leading mindful practices. Through the UFT, we have a partnership with Mind Up where teachers and students are getting training on mindfulness. All of these are a host of practices that are both restorative in nature, but also addressing trauma that children and quite frankly, sometimes teachers bring into these spaces.
Would you identify ICE coming to a school to interview a child consistent with trauma-informed educational practices?
It is not. And we know that with everything our families are experiencing and the fear that they are experiencing, as well as our educators, we know that there is a social emotional component here where we need to make sure that we are attentive to their needs. We have plans to continue to offer trauma-informed care practice training to our staff, especially during this critical time.
At a time where folks are very sensitive and I'm getting calls from schools about the drop in numbers, to say that this isn't directly connected, it feels like a disservice to the people that are giving you their children to take care of.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Assemblyman Perezzola.
Good afternoon. Welcome, Chancellor. Thank you for being here. I'm Sam Perezzola from Staten Island, and I'd like to say that this is my third hearing, but probably the first time I can recall that anyone's reached out to me on your behalf to ask if I had any questions that could possibly be answered. So I'd like to thank Brandon Bloomfield, who helps you with that, and he's a good guy. If we have more like him, would certainly be good. Unfortunately, I just thought of a question that really I didn't discuss with him, so please don't take it the wrong way, but it would lead to the IESP situation. I know that really wasn't you, that kind of got dropped in your lap, but we checked this morning to see what the current situation was, and apparently about notification, I guess on a website, says about 70% of parents have re-enrolled in the program. Would you have any numbers that might detail more of Staten Island, District 31 more specifically? And then what's being done for the parents who haven't signed the waiver yet?
Thank you for working with us, Assembly Member, on this issue, and it is a tough issue. We have been able to arrange services. I'm not sure, I want to make sure I understand your question correctly. I don't have Staten Island specific numbers, but we'll get those for you right away.
Great.
Overall, we've had about 80% of the families that weren't able to file the notice on time get services, get their P4 voucher, which we're pleased about, and hopefully that number will continue to go up citywide. So that's about 80+%, but we'll check and see what it is in District 31.
Okay, great. And anytime you'd like to have a conversation about gifted and talented, that would be great.
Yes.
I'd certainly like to participate in
absolutely.
that. And I have to say, Chancellor, it was a bit of a breath of fresh air to hear what you said before about teaching students how to take standardized tests, just one question after another, and turning them into robots. My son was homeschooled all through middle school, and actually my daughter in her last 3 years of high school. And when we decided to return my son back into high school, all of his teachers came up to us during PTA meeting, not PTA, but through the visits for report cards. And every one of them wanted to know where he went to school because of his level of knowledge of subjects and topics. So just to say again, I mean, being diverse in your teaching will take care of taking the tests, because he still did well on his test, as so did my daughter. So thank you for not being afraid to break away from that model, but I think the diversity in teaching and not teaching to the test is a very, very important thing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Assemblymember.
Assemblywoman Hooks, 3 minutes.
Hello, thank you, Chancellor, on your testimony today. So I have a real concern that parents of students of schools have. And I've went to several schools in my district, and this seems to be the general concern for everyone. And the question I have is, the governor put new funding in the budget to support the Universal School Lunch and Breakfast Program, which is absolutely phenomenal. How are you assuring that the meals are healthy, but not absent of quality, taste, and appearance, to control the amount of waste from food being thrown away by the students, or that parents have to still give money to their children for lunch because they do not like the food?
Thank you so much, Assemblymember, for that question. And as a parent of a New York City school student, she came to me on Friday and she said, "I really love the PB&J, but you have to do something about the vegan nuggets." And so we have done a ton of work. And before I pass it over to Deputy Chancellor Vadera to talk about the details, but there are a couple of pieces to this. One is that we are not wasting food. That is so important. As someone who grew up with food insecurity issues herself and not knowing where her next meal would come from, we pride ourselves in our Share Table initiative, where food that can safely be repurposed and shared with families and connecting them to food pantries is something that we've expanded across the city. And we've also had taste tests with students themselves, and they give us feedback. I tell you, as much as you all give us very clear feedback, there is nothing like receiving feedback from students. It can be a little harsh sometimes. Your skin needs to be thick, but they are really guiding the menu for us. We're not all the way done, but that work has commenced and grown. So I'm going to pass it to Deputy Chancellor Vadera to talk more about it.
I just took notes on her vegan nugget point in terms of taking immediate feedback. So I do want to say one thing, just broadly, we are excited for the governor's proposal. It's also something we've been doing in New York City for years now. We already have universal free breakfast and lunch. We are serving roughly 800,000 meals a day across the system currently. We do everything we can to take feedback, and we are continuing trying to get better. We're happy to come to a visit with you to a school to hear directly from students. We make an effort, every day there are multiple options available for students. We think that is important. We've taken some aggressive feedback on some of the vegan options, and we're continuing to work to improve those. We do student taste tests. We do student surveys. I spent 90 minutes yesterday with some student food advocates who are giving us very specific feedback on some of the specific menu options, but also on things like, how do you make sure we have the condiments in case that's what we need? So I will say we're in a constant feedback cycle there and are happy to take more. And the one other thing I will note, just because, or I will not. But happy to chat.
Thank you.
I would like a
Senator?
survey.
Thank you. Second round for Chair John Liu, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for taking all these questions, and thank you for thanking us for the questions. You're quite welcome. I don't know if this is going to be a question. You can respond to any of it, but the Department of Education or New York City Public Schools continues to say for the last 2 years that you're in compliance with the class size reduction law, which is actually enshrined in the New York State Constitution. 46% at this point, even though the law requires 40%. But the reality is that the department has done virtually nothing to achieve that. In fact, when we passed the legislation, it was already at 58% compliance. So there's been very little done, Chancellor. So I do have a question for you. And the question is it necessary to reduce class sizes in New York City? And do you consider the law an unfunded mandate?
Senator, I want to go back to the idea that we've done virtually nothing and respectfully disagree. When we met earlier, in my time in Albany a few weeks ago, one of the things that we pointed to is the work that we've done with UFT, and CSA was also part of my testimony in terms of giving schools an opportunity to submit proposals that would allow for them to make adjustments to meet the class size mandate on their own.
All right,
that is
so-
incredibly important, Senator, because we know that when we give principals the autonomy to make the program shifts and the space shifts necessary to comply, it's better than us swooping in and doing those mandates. So that's one. The second thing is you and I also discussed the need for new schools. And I know that First Deputy Chancellor has that data in terms of the schools that we have already opened and the schools that we have, quite a few in your district.
It's not reflected in the school construction plan, and I think you told me that the total amount offered to the 750 schools that have applied for this class size reduction funding is about $80 million. All right, how much was it then? Dan's head's gonna fall
Yes,
off.
so first of all, we put $200 million in last year dedicated to class size and other C4E purposes. We also asked all of our superintendents to make progress in their districts. We do think that's how we got to 46%. We don't think it was from doing nothing. For this year, we actually haven't put out a number in terms of what funding will be available to schools yet. We're in the process of reviewing the 750 plus applications, as are our UFT and CSA partners.
All right, I'm
We
running
are
out of time
looking
here,
to
so
put
let me
city
say
and
that
state funding in.
200, maybe $300 million is what the department is offering up. And the chancellor's saying it's going to cost $1.5 billion.
That's what we offered up last year. That money is maintained in school budgets this year, and we
I will
expect to
only-
put in
I
more
will
for the
simply add
750.
that
Thank
I will
thank
simply
you.
add that the New York City Public Schools in foundation aid is
Thank you,
getting
thank you, Senator.
$1.8 billion annually more than the Adams administration, than how much the schools got before the Adams
Do
administration.
not answer the
Thank you.
question. Thank you,
Okay,
Senator
thank you,
Liu.
Senator Liu.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor, and thank you, staff of Chancellor. This actually concludes this portion or this phase of the hearing. Within the next phase, you're not on my list. You didn't give me?
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm, next time. Did you give me your name? Yeah. When?
Thank you. You're done.
Anyway, you're done. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just don't, the next phase that we're going into will consist of panels. There'll be from 4 to 7 individuals on a panel. Each person presenting will be limited to 3 minutes. All legislators will also be limited to 3 minutes. I really don't want to sound obnoxious and talk over people when the buzzer goes off, but we have 38 more individuals to present before us today. So I'll call the first panel up, and it consists of United Federation of Teachers, New York State United Teachers, Council of School Supervisors and Administrators, and School Administrators Association of New York State. Please take any conversations outside while the next panel gets set up. Ms. Pfeffer and Mr. Carroll, I'm referring to you. And you're not listening to me, Ms.
Thank you.
Bobby.
Bobby, take it outside.
Take on. Tell Stacy, come on.
Now we're getting to the labor union. Okay.
Before we start, my suggestion would be, since we already have your written testimonies, rather than just read the testimony to us, summarize it, and you can get more of your editorializations in. But we'll only have 3 minutes each, so how do you want to start? Want to start, oh, you,
Well, good afternoon. It is great to be back here again testifying before all of you. I want to start by saying something that I don't think we celebrate enough in New York State. Great things are happening in New York State's public schools. Our schools are some of the best in the nation, and that is no accident. It is largely because of the commitment by many of the people in this room and our educators and all of the people in our school buildings who every day put our students first. Our student population is one of the most diverse in the nation and has some of the highest needs. More than half of our students qualify for free or reduced price lunch and speak over 200 languages in New York City?
230.
230. But from leading the nation in advanced placement courses and scores to fostering creativity through innovative career technical programs to closing the achievement gap to increasing graduation rates, we are succeeding. I also want to say, looking at the executive budget, our support immediately for universal school meals and for the governor's proposed distraction-free learning policy. The thing that I want to focus on today is career and technical education. CTE programs are the future of our schools and our state workforce. These programs align hands-on experiential learning with workforce needs in fields from cybersecurity to healthcare to advanced manufacturing. It is no secret that kids love these programs, and they actually make them want to come to school. But the funding formula for BOCES and for special services aid, the category that funds these programs in the Big Five school districts, have not been updated since the early 90s. This caps instructor aid levels, limiting expansion of these programs. Every BOCES that I have visited has long waiting lists for programs like health careers, areas where we have severe workforce shortages in the state. And by correcting these and updating these funding formulas, we can begin to address these needs and refocus us on an extremely successful program of career and technical education. I also want to mention foundation aid. We've begun the process of updating the formula. We need to continue to look at regional cost, how we are paying for English language learners. The current weighting is insufficient. It does not cover the breadth of services that our students require and needs to be looked at as well. I also want to mention the extreme needs of our students around mental health. Right now, 94% of our districts have expanded the provision of services, and over the last 2 decades, we've seen the need for services more than double. We need to make sure that we're investing in providing those services because our kids are truly, they truly need these services in order to be ready to learn.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. My name is Michael Mulger. I'm the president of the United Federation of Teachers of New York City, and I would like first to start with Gung Ho Fa Choi to you all, which, if you don't know, is Happy New Year. And we're happy that the children across our state have this day off, but always we have to get our work done. So I want to then be clear with everyone, because I heard some of the questions, and my phone is ringing off the hook constantly at this moment. We are doing everything, and we have clarified all of the policies to our school communities in terms of what needs to be done and what the process should be, if there is any, which we have no evidence that a single one has happened yet, in terms of ICE trying to enter a school. And we've made sure we've sent out the state regulations, but we also sent it out in English so actually people could understand it. So they now have that. I want to start with foundation aid. Foundation aid is very important right now in New York City. You discussed class size. Foundation aid is now directly tied to the class size law for New York City. And we appreciate what the governor has done in the initial budget in terms of foundation aid. And we appreciate also that that you added in, not added in, but you updated the poverty index. But we need to update other indexes also, because just updating that one has caused somewhat of an inequity in terms of foundation aid when it comes to New York City compared to the rest of the state. And I look forward to making that happen. I also want to make you all aware that when you clarified the law last year, we were very serious about making sure it was followed. We have filed an official complaint with SED that OMB of New York City supplanted $10 million of education funding. We will come up here. Your money that you send for education needs to get to the children. It should not be supplanted by the local municipalities. When it comes to the workforce issues we're facing them both in education and in healthcare. We're floundering, folks. Just floundering. We have to come up with a better way, and we have to come up with better programs where we can attract and retain both educators and people who want to work in schools, as well as nurses. And with the shortages that we continue to have, especially with paraprofessionals and people in special education, is now becoming a crisis, and we need to get that fixed. And as Melinda also spoke to, the CTE component, I want you all to understand that the teachers of this state were the ones who constructed the first microchip manufacturing curriculum, and that is being taught in parts of Syracuse as well as New York City, and it is already a certified program. And I cannot stop to say, if we're going to really deal with the healthcare, with the workforce shortage, this is not going away. Every public sector worker in the state of New York understands that Tier 6 with the age 63 is not helping us at all, and it needs to be fixed. No way teachers are going to stay when they start at 21 to the age of 63. We need this fixed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Henry Rubio. I am the president of the Council for School Supervisors and Administrators. And as many of you know, we represent 6,500 in-service school administrators, about 11,000 retired school administrators from New York City, along with 4 conversion charters. And I also represent nearly 200 early childhood directors who are subsidized by New York City's early childhood centers. I'm here in partnership with our state affiliate, School Administrators Association of New York State, and appreciate the opportunity to be here. We're grateful for all that the governor's proposals do for students, and we thank her for fully funding the Foundation Aid formula and for the robust conversations we've been having the last couple of months due to the needed changes we all recognize. We fully support the governor's vision to achieve both universal childcare and universal school meals. School leaders know that excessive use of cell phones can have harmful effects on children, and we support the governor's efforts to limit the use of cell phones during school hours, and we will continue to work with you and her team to refine that legislation that would allow for some flexibility. Student health and safety and well-being are the guiding priorities of our union members, and we commend the governor for her proposal in investments in school-based health centers and additional investments in extended day and after-school programs, which we know are so important for our families. However, we must do more before you finalize this budget. And we look forward to working collaboratively with each of you in the coming weeks to ensure that our schools have everything that they need. And while we support the intention behind the governor's proposed changes to the Foundation Aid formula, replacing the poverty factor will have a disproportionate impact on New York City schools and New York City children. You've heard that many times today already. Without considering the other recommendations in the testimony that we submitted today, which includes weights for L, special needs students, and temporary housing, et cetera. And let me be clear, CSA, I as a union president, fully support smaller class sizes, but far too many of our schools and districts don't have enough space, and the funding coming to New York City must reach the classroom. We must hold the system accountable, and it must reach the school and the classroom. Just remember that by 2028, New York Cities will need $1 billion for construction, approximately 900 additional new teachers, and the additional supervisors to adequately support and supervise our newest colleagues joining the profession. Now, safety remains a pressing issue for us. We've seen more violence, weapons, assaults in schools, but mostly outside of schools in our communities. Every school needs an appointed assistant principal to ensure proper safety, proper staffing, and support for both students and teachers alike. So we urge you all to support S1396 and A2605, legislation that requires an appointed assistant principal for issues of safety in every school. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Happy New Year and Happy Lunar New Year.
Thank you.
Honorable chairs and distinguished colleagues, my name is Cindy Gallagher, and I'm representing the school administrators of New York State. I would like to highlight 6 particular areas of the governor's budget as a response of our 22,000 members and 8,000 retirees. First, the Foundation Aid amount. The cornerstone of the Foundation Aid formula needs to reflect the scope and amount of work that schools are doing currently. This is certainly the amount of work and the type of work that our school districts are required to do to meet the needs of students is not the same as when the formula was crafted in 2007. Secondly, in regard to disruptive free zones, aka cell phone policy, SANES last week sent out a survey to all of our members, and we had a very robust response. 70% of our members responded back that they did in fact support a cell phone policy that limited the use of cell phones or other internet-enabled devices, but 70% also said that they supported a policy that would provide local discretion as to the policy and the implementation. 70% said that they already had cell phone policies, and 50% said that that would have to be changed to reflect or change the best practices and policies that they already felt were working for their school climate. Third, the salary cap waiver needs to be extended. The shortage in many areas has continued to be acute, even more so than last year, and the retirees fill positions in a way that the current pool of candidates does not. Fourth, COLA. Our retirees need to have pensions that keep pace with accelerating costs. It is important for their own well-being, but it is also important to acknowledge the roles that they play in many of our young families. They often provide the daycare. In fact, about 22% nationally of retirees provide that daycare, over $10,000 for their families, direct monetary support, and many are head of households for their grandchildren. Fifth, the governor introduced the concept of universal daycare. It will be important to assure that the promise of universal pre-K is not lost and that we do not continue to exacerbate an already fragmented early childhood system. And lastly, we would respectfully request that there be additional money for professional development for our building administrators. In the current budget, there is money for our teachers to receive such professional development, and we would like to see that some additional funding go to our leaders. Thank you very much for your time, and I'm sure we will be entertaining your questions as we go.
Thank you. Mr. Magnarelli?
Well, again, I'd like to say thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. I know everybody up here appreciates your testimony and your being here. Just a general question. I'm from Syracuse. Okay, so my mindset is what's happening in the Syracuse area, not only the Syracuse City School District, but the districts around it. The one thing that I hear that most people, and I don't say just students or parents, but also teachers and everybody has a concern about is safety in the schools. Okay, it's kind of like, I don't understand how we can have schools function if in fact they are not safe, okay? And this does not mean only making sure there aren't guns there, but just the protocols and what is needed to make sure that students aren't in fights with students, that other people aren't getting into the school. Just had a news article yesterday. A woman was pled to assaulting a teacher and sending the teacher to the hospital. And now is going to be serving 2 years in jail, which I don't know how that helps her or her family at all. But, you know, the bottom line is people are concerned about safety. Can somebody talk to me about your thoughts, not just more money, but what are we going to do about that?
Well, I can say it was just last year that the Workplace Violence Prevention Act was passed by this body, by both houses, and signed by the governor to finally include schools as a workplace that would be protected and would be able to bring in the Department of Labor when we believe that there was a workplace violence concern. And that law has been slowly beginning to be implemented, so we are hopeful that it is going to make a difference in our school buildings. But what it has done already is given our members working every day in our school buildings the opportunity to bring to their administration concerns around staffing levels, which are often a challenge when there are training problems where people have not received the training necessary to do their jobs, and when there are compliance issues, when there's a student is being promised a certain level of service and that student is not getting that level of service and care. So we hope that this law will begin to make a difference and put a dent in the safety issue that you're describing.
I have some more questions, but I think I ran out of time.
Certainly did. Senate?
Senator Shelley Mayer.
Thank you. First is a question on CTE. Melinda, really for you particularly. As I think you know, the Senate One House last year. In fact, I think the last few years that I've been here, we have really tried to invest more significantly. And the governor doesn't have anything additional for CTE in the budget this year. Have you engaged in conversations with the governor's office to impress upon them the importance of CTE, both for job development and workforce development generally, and as an alternative to the sort of college-driven requirements on students?
Yes, we have been in regular conversation with the governor's office about this issue, in particular, given her and her administration's commitment to the work we've done already with Micron. We know that she recognizes the importance of this work. I think there has historically been a resistance to making other adjustments to these formulas because of out-year costs, et cetera, but I think this is the year that we are going to be able to get it done.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, but I would just say Micron is not the only game in town. And for so many districts, including the city of New York, you know, the opportunity to have jobs in their communities matters, and I hope you can change that. The other is, on the mental health front, for all of you, we fought to get the Recovs money allocated. Most of it has gone out the door. Have you seen any improvement in mental health services within your schools as a result of the funds?
I can say that, yes, we have. We've also seen a massive increase, thankfully. We still don't have enough of social workers and psychologists being in the schools themselves. We understand there was a tsunami headed at us. We had a problem, we had a crisis before COVID, and after COVID, clearly we knew a greater crisis was headed at us. The social workers and psychologists inside of the schools have really done a phenomenal job, but there's always more that needs to be done. We also need to streamline their paperwork. Their paperwork is insane. A lot of it is redundant, doesn't need to be there. They are constantly saying, we are clinicians. That means we want to work with our patient. We don't want to spend more than 50% of our work time on a computer clicking all of these different forms that need to be done.
Yeah.
So I would appreciate if the state looked at that, because it's real simple. This is their labor. If you choose to have them spend more than half of their time doing things that are not what you really hired them for, then we need to look at that.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
It's the third year in a row where the mental health of students remains their #1 priority. So yes, we are appreciative of the mental health funding, but no, there's much more.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblymember Carroll.
Thank you, Chair Pretlow, and thank you for your testimony. In last year's budget, the governor allocated $10 million to a Back to Basics professional development program. Can anyone tell me if any teacher has received any professional development because of that $10 million allocation?
Yes, I can speak to that. To be clear, the law required us to collaborate with the state education department in the creation of this professional learning program. And we've been working very well with the department, but the department just gave us in January the final instructional practices guidance that we needed. So we have been beta testing our course and have invested significantly. So far, we have not received a dollar yet from the state. So just mind you, that 10 million hasn't actually been given to us. And I also want to note
so understood
that
it's I only have 2 minutes. It's no one has gotten it yet.
Oh no, I'm not done. There have thousands of members have received the training through beta testing at our expense and through the New York City teacher centers. So the training is being delivered at our cost.
Understood. When do you plan to finish, then, the professional learning program?
The course is ready to run. We have several hundred people enrolled in the course right now. We are training the entire Niagara Falls School District this month, and we are ready to launch completely as soon as it gets state approval.
And how many hours is the course?
It's a 25-hour course.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And if I may, it is an extensive effort, as you know, Assemblyman. When we talked to our principals, there was funding last year for the teachers in that $10 million, but nothing really for building administrators, who are the ones to make sure that that program is sustained. And it is a massive school-wide effort to do that kind of program. So,
Well, I would love to give you more money to do more professional learning in the science of reading. So please ask and you shall receive.
I just want to be clear, because we're also heavily involved in this. We appreciate what you just said, but nobody's given us any money. We've actually been paying for all the instructors out of our own budgets. Let me be clear. No one has given us any money. We have paid for all of these instructors out of our own budgets.
Presumably, you will be eventually reimbursed by the state of New
Well,
York.
who knows these days? You know,
I mean,
anything can happen.
Are we that derelict as? Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator?
Let's see, we have Senator Lou first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for your continuing leadership in education. Henry, good to see you. The chancellor before, just not too long ago, testified that all the principals know what to do in case somebody rings the doorbell for their school. Is that true?
I think the chancellor spoke accurately in that there were two webinars that principals were invited to. We had urged to provide principals with more training than that, picking two random days for 1,700 principals, an additional 3,500 or so assistant principals, who are the right and left-handed principals, is not going to be enough. And I think that her team is going to respond. We asked that they be continuing training during the month of January and February. Every January and February, principals are mandated to have one professional development meeting with their superintendents. So they're a captive audience, and that would be the perfect time to both go through the training, ask those pertinent questions, and make sure that you have everyone. So yes, they've been invited to professional development. I don't think everyone has actually participated yet, but I think we're working on a plan to make sure we get there. My team specifically is like Mike was ringing off the hook constantly all day long on this one issue. School leaders are concerned. We wake up every day, and the number one thing we think about is a child's safety.
Okay,
Parents
but-
are dropping them off to us, and we want to make sure they're safe. So we're working with the department to make sure we get that done.
And the department is working with you on that to make sure everybody gets the
Yes, I
proper
have to say
training
that
and
we
guidance.
flagged this before the election, and they came to the table, and we wanted to make sure that principal had clear guidance. We're not lawyers, but we got clear instructions about what to do if non-local law enforcement came to the school. And we have that, but we just got to make sure it's communicated widely to everyone.
Thank you. And hey, Michael, what's up?
Hey, how are you, John?
All right.
Happy New Year
I
again.
I feel bad. Yeah, thanks for the Happy New Year. I felt bad that I didn't have a chance to give the chancellor and her team a full opportunity to respond on the class size issue. But are the teachers generally happy with what the city is doing to reduce class sizes?
Let me be clear. This administration, for the first 2 years after this law, and this is why what you did was so important last year, they definitely were not what you would call a motivated group about lowering the class sizes of New York City. What you did last year made a significant impact. It wasn't an if, it wasn't a if you choose to, that was all taken away. It was those words that were added, New York City must. And that was it. So since then, we've seen this, and it was over 750 schools did apply once we did the training. The principals needed to be assured that the money was actually going to get to the school and it would be recurring. And I understand why they didn't believe that that would happen until we had it clarified in the law. And once that happened, the applications started flying in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Assembly.
Thank you, Assemblyman Smith.
Thank you, Chair, and good to see everyone. I want to spend some time talking about cell phones. It's been and distraction-free learning. I know it's been an initiative for NYSET and UFT and everyone to bring this to light. Teachers and people who work in the classroom have been talking about this for many years, what can be done. A lot of schools across the state are taking actions. Do you feel that so far what has been proposed, is that, the funding, $13 million, does that satisfy what you're hearing in the classrooms, or can we build on that? What are your thoughts?
I think, yeah, you want to take
We won't know until the applications come in, because some schools, there are some plans that schools can follow that won't require additional funding, but not all schools will be able to do that. So we won't know until the applications themselves come in. And remember, for us, this is something that is much more serious. I mean, it's spoken about in a very light way at times, but since we now have so much medical documentation and research that this is actually harming the mental wellness of our students, we are educators. Once we get that, this shouldn't be a debate to us. This is harming our students. We're all screwed. We're done. Okay? But we have to be able to help them get to a better place. And I can tell you, every school that has done this, it's the same process. We have parents who are against it at times. We have students who are adamantly against it. Once you have it put into place, it's almost uniform, whether it's in upstate New York, it's in central Brooklyn, it's in Staten Island, or it's in the Bronx. The students, after a year, say, I don't want the cell phones back, and life is better.
If I could jump in there, I know there was some conversation, I can't remember from who this morning. I think for us, it's really important for school leaders to know that there's going to be a process for us to engage students and staff and get buy-in and understanding that the science is already there, data is already there, and come to a place where, the cell phone is not using our children, but actually teaching, and as a father of 4, how do we actually, effectively use this as a tool and not that our children are tools, right? And so that's part of the flexibility we want, especially depending on school level. We might want some more discretion at the high school level, perhaps, where kids are they're gonna use these, I think you heard the chancellor say, they're gonna use this right after 3:15 or 4 o'clock, right? So how do you use it effectively and efficiently after that? I think Melissa and I have had many conversations around the cost. I'm seriously concerned about the cost and not being an unfunded mandate for schools. We're talking about $30 per pouch if we go that rate. I think that is the way I would prefer to go as well. And there's a human capital cost, I think, to this as well that we need to consider as well. So I really appreciate that question, Assemblyman.
Yeah, I agree with you on the science part. You're talking about the mental health of our students, the bullying aspect. Now, again,
Yes.
we can't control what happens after school hours, although your members are often pointed to as some obligation, that you may have them for 40 minutes a day, but that they control what goes on.
Thank you.
Thank you for that
Senator?
recognition.
Next is Senator Murray.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you. I'm going to kind of piggyback on Assemblyman Smith in a second, but I want to first start by saying thank you in particular to Melinda for all the effort towards the universal healthy meals. That is so very important, so thank you, and thank you all for being advocates there and pushing so hard to get that done. I also couldn't agree with you more on the Tier 6. Couldn't agree with you more on that. It is absolutely hurting hiring, retention, recruitment. Agreed. And then also the CTE, the importance of that. We must continue to invest in this because that is the future. These jobs are our future. So I also agree with the cell phone ban or distraction-free, whatever you want to call it, but I've been getting questions, and that's where I'm going to talk about the cost. So you have some that's saying, is $13.5 million enough? Others are saying, why do we need $13.5 million to put a policy in place? Can you kind of elaborate on what the money will go for? How will that be used?
I can say that right now, there are a variety of different policies in place that are working. In some places, they are able to do things simply saying all kids must keep their phone for the entire duration of the school day in their locker, right? And so that might work in one particular setting. In other places, they don't have lockers, right? In other buildings. And I think that's why this proposal includes local discretion with regard to people deciding what works for our community, what works for our school. What is not, where there isn't discretion is that the governor and others are saying, right now we are saying it is a priority for us to protect the mental health of our students for 7 hours a day, and that during that time they're gonna be distraction-free where they will not be exposed to gaming, to social media, to all the other things that take them away from the reason that they're at school in the first place, which is to learn.
Right. Would you say this is kind of just the $13.5 million? Is this just a kind of a starting point gauge to say, we think this is what, but it could be adjusted later, up or down?
Yeah,
We've heard from our members, though, a concern, though, that this would be just the initial funding and what would happen in consecutive years when such a policy is fully implemented. So there is concern by our building administrators as the continuity of funding.
So and it comes down to, actually, grade levels are very important here. Elementary schools, they basically, the student they just walk in and they pop it into a little pocket that's hanging on a door. It's very simple. You can imagine that's not going to be that simple with middle schools and high schools. So if we have lockers, we can get them into lockers. If not, then we're talking about the pouches. That, I do believe that there is now a second company, so if there's two companies, we're not paying $38 for a pouch. We should, all the school districts should say no, and I would band together, multiple school districts should band together to say, give us a better price.
Thank you, Assemblyman Ra.
Thank you. So, yes, on the same topic, that was my question. You just mentioned, because somebody gave me this example yesterday of, some type of thing hanging on the door that has a bunch of, basically, I don't know, it's like a shoe rack you would have, right? And
Exactly.
You could put, so my question basically is, this proposal as written, do you feel it has enough flexibility so that if a district is doing something like that and it's working, they'll be able to continue to do that?
We do not. Our members were pretty strong in their opinions that the idea of bell-to-bell only statewide policy doesn't allow for discretion for schools who have layered it, as Michael said, elementary, secondary, middle school, for juniors, for seniors who are going to be using that 6 months into their freshman year.
And the reality is that, there are instances, my wife's a teacher as well, where she wants her students in high school to use the device for instructional purposes at one point, right? And other times, no, you don't want it. It's a distraction. So there's got to be some flexibility there, and prioritizing, again, our students' mental health and funding it.
The proposal as drafted does include flexibility for the use of phones for instructional purposes, for translation services, for if a child is monitoring their insulin. And we believe that it makes sense to give educators and principals and districts the flexibility to say, everybody can use their phone for this purpose if they need to. I think the important thing about the bell-to-bell is that it includes time passing in the hallways. It includes study hall. It includes lunch hour. And at first I thought, this is not our concern, what happens in the lunchroom per se, because we really care about instructional minutes, our time with our kids to teach. But what the research has shown is that time in the hallway, that time in the lunchroom is critical developmental learning for our students. That is where they learn to be together, to communicate, to have human connection, to look people in the eye, right? And our students aren't getting that right now. Because in the hallways of a school, go visit a school, they're all staring down at their phone in the hall. They are in the lunchroom, not talking to each other. This is not okay. It's not okay, and the bell-to-bell policy is gonna fix this.
And and I understand and absolutely agree with the parents' concern on their ability to get in touch with their child. But when we did have these policies when you were all in school, okay? So let's just be realistic about this, and I don't want the distraction. Remember, we are the only state right now with a law on the books that says predatory algorithms for minors. We're the only state that has it, and I think this says even more if we move this forward. Thank you.
Thanks.
Senator?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the panel.
Good afternoon.
I'm Cecilia Bino, hailing from Nassau County's 6th Senate District, and it's home to communities like Westbury, Hempstead, Roosevelt, Freeport, Baldwin, and it's a community where there's a proliferation of charter schools, and those communities, school communities, are sending upwards of $120 million to charter schools in this moment, and they're projected to send upwards of $140 million in the coming year. So I understand parents wanted alternatives and options, and we respect that. And what I'm seeking is to hear from you today, as I think we need to move forward in finding some level of a balance where public schools and these charter schools that exist can coexist without creating a disparate impact on the public school education. And so this district, as I already stated, is oversaturated, and there's yet another school charter schools scheduled to come in that was just approved by SUNY.
The SUNY
Thank
Charter
you,
Institute.
SUNY, not State Education.
Of course.
Department, by SUNY. And so I'd like to get your thoughts and hear from you directly on the impacts that school communities, public school communities, are having as a reality of all of this funding leaving the school district in terms of how it's impacting programs, how it's impacting, the public educators and the like. Thank you.
Some of the concerns that you've heard today, I would say, were reflected in the building administrator's position, and that is in terms of the migratory issue of some of the students coming back and forth from charter schools into public schools. The other piece of it is the accountability. Many of our members will talk to us about how there needs to be the same accountability in charter schools as there are for the public schools. So that is important for our membership.
And I would say the saturation issue is a particular problem. We've supported legislation that would cap saturation at 5% of any given district, sponsored by Senator Mayer. When a district has more than 5% of their kids and loses more than 5% of their funding to a charter school, it's destabilizing for the district. It's destabilizing for the community. And the current funding structure does not account for that loss in a way that leaves the public school district whole. And so addressing that saturation is critically important, as well as the transparency issues, the lack of a public vote on the creation of new charter schools. And we also,
Thank you. Assemblywoman Cruz?
Thank you for being here today. As a Tier 6er myself and having many of your members who are on the same boat, I'll be fighting right along with you to make sure this changes. Completely different topic, but it impacts your schools. The implementation of our decriminalization of cannabis and licensing has impacted some of your schools because there is a loophole in the law that allows for some of these locations to be in or near schools that happened to not be a building that is just a school. So if you happen to have a school that's partially some sort of other entity, they actually can put it within the 500 feet. So I'm going to come to you. This is a heads up saying my colleagues and I are working to close that loophole. We will be coming to you. It's not that many schools, but some of them are in my district, so we'll be coming to you for official support on this. Again, completely unrelated, but just a heads up. Mr. Mulgrew, thank you for your statement earlier today on the UFT's position on the enforcement of civil immigration law, as well as your public statement earlier in the week. When you were speaking about it, I saw several of your colleagues nodding in agreement, and I suspect that you all feel the same way. A public statement often goes a long way for your members. I hear from you, Henry, that there is training taking place for the administration, but have any of you also made public statements that your members are to follow these regulations and that this is the stance of the union? Because leadership at a time like this is extremely key. Thank you.
For us at the UFT, we sent out a specific guidelines, the state guidelines on Friday, and yesterday I sent out what I call the broken down, break it down so everybody can understand it very simply. Ding dong, who are you? Do you have a warrant? Let me see it, send it to the lawyer. Is it an administrative ICE warrant? Thank you, you can't come in, have a nice day. Ding dong, you have a warrant? I have a judicial warrant. Send that to the lawyers right away. Make sure you check that. Those are not easy to get, and there are criteria around them. So I want to be clear when somebody says to us, well, what happens if they show up with a judicial warrant? That's a whole different level for them to get. They're very rare, especially when they are very rare when it comes to entering a school building, because there has to be violence or possibility of real violence attached to it. So I've sent that out to my members. Usually once I send it out to my members, it goes public, but I understand that, yes, whatever else we need to do on this, because we need to quell the constant anxiety that we're dealing with right now. We have to get these children back to school. There was,
I don't want to interrupt, but I know we only have 10 seconds. I'd love to know if everybody else has done what you've been doing.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. On my end, again, a lot of anxiety, and so actually it's funny you asked. I authorized a statement going out tomorrow.
Thank you.
to my members.
Senator Tom O'Mara.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for being with us. President Person, thank you for starting out strong on CTE. Certainly a strong supporter of that, and interested on your thoughts on working more in conjunction with our community colleges to start this CTE and K through 12 and to continue on for more expertise or a higher level after grade 12. What do you think is where we are right now and working? And it's open for anybody, but I'll start with you, Melissa, on that. And how are we working in that cooperation with that next level to community colleges?
There are a number of collaborations that already exist between the public schools and our community colleges with regard to career and technical education programs. There are a lot of dual enrollment programs that currently exist. We can always do more and increase those partnerships, but it is really important that we align the programs that we are doing in high school with the opportunities that kids are going to have in higher education as well.
Yeah, when I said before that the teachers of the state of New York designed the curriculum for microchip manufacturing, that's where CTE starts. They didn't do it on their own. They did it by working with the industry itself, between the different microchip manufacturing entities that we have in the state. The teachers then can turn it into curriculum when they have actual curriculum developers. That has to go through the community colleges. It cannot be that, oh, we already have an established program and this is what we want to continue to use. No, it has to be based off what the industry itself wants. That's how you actually come to a real economic and work and development. I was 2 days in Zurich with them in Switzerland because they have the best practices on this. And they were very clear. They knew about what was going on in New York State. They knew about CTE. They said, but around your country, and you need to do more of this, it actually, the skills that you're training people to do have to be aligned to the industry. They cannot be aligned to what educators think. They cannot be aligned to things that have nothing to do with what we want from the industry. So it's a constant struggle because for years we try to develop these programs, and thankfully the business side is much more open to doing this. And I'm going to say this as an educator. Educators have been very reluctant to really go into this. But you're seeing the leadership here saying we have to go there. Graduation rates are higher. They go to college at a higher rate and graduate at a higher rate. But we need to do more, and we need to fast track it.
I'll turn it over just to say that the vast majority of our kids at CTE in New York City are leaving and graduating with industry certification.
It's a priority whose time has come, like Melinda said, especially as we look towards the graduation measure initiatives that State Ed is doing, and it's a pathway coming up.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Fefa Amato.
Good afternoon. So I'm Tier 4. I don't know what the problem is here today.
Tier 4 will help Tier 6 like Tier 1 helped you get better Tier 4.
And as a champion to change this, so recruitment and retention is a priority for the committee as chair of government employees. And we are going to, of course, attempt to try and change the other parts of Tier 6. But what else can we do? If we take that out of the mix, what creative ideas are there out there that we could work with you, if it's recruiting from other states or keep, having folks take on a career? As a former paraprofessional who never wanted to do that but did it out of necessity to raise my kids that have health benefits, I really found it amazing and probably would have changed maybe when I was in college, knowing what being an educator was like, working with special needs children all day long. I never thought to be a teacher because I don't want to teach. I like that part of the responsibility. So what could we do more, and from your expertise, what could we do more for that recruitment and retention?
For retention, at least for the excuse me, for the building administrators, one of the shortages, of course, is
Say it again, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, for the shortage and retention of building principals. Much of it already rests with our mentorship programs and the way that we're conducting our professional development. Once those folks get into the profession, we want to maintain and make sure that they're staying. And the same would be for our pipeline of our teachers coming through. Very few, when you go down through the hallways of a school, really are aspiring to be building principals. So ours is just a little bit
Why
different.
are they leaving, right? So we're not getting a retention on the principals? Like, why, are they leaving early?
I would say, at least as far as New York City, it's burnout.
Yeah.
It's a burnout issue. It's just the job is not what it was years ago, and they're just leaving the profession before or leaving the city entirely. And once they hit their, November 18th is my 55th birthday, the principal would stay and finish the school year. Now, they're gone on the next day. I can't take another day. And so our professional development assets in our testimony provides how do we become more effective school leaders? How do we create a pipeline of teachers that become assistant principals that are going to become principals to lead the system? And with that constant turnover, no matter what reading program we develop, no matter what kind of curriculum, the constant turnover is just really hurting the system. I did see some legislation a couple of weeks ago. I can't remember which union was pushing about if you're eligible to retire, and this is just me, I didn't brief anybody on this, but if you're eligible to retire, they know that if they die in service, they lose their pension, right? Versus if you die in service, you get 3.5 times your salary. If we make a change there, some people might stay a little bit longer if I knew that my family was not going to be harmed by that. Just something to consider as you're talking about. I think you're aware of it.
Discussion on that. Yep.
Yeah, it's just, and we have to look at the people in our profession who are at the low wages, about how we have to fix that. Patent bargaining has been a disservice to our low-wage workers for years. And for municipalities, here we go, ding dong.
But if I could just say, we're going to have to pay a premium if we want people to work in person. That's just the reality.
Thank you all.
Thank you
First of all,
very
thank you and your members for the amazing work you do for all our children.
Thank you so much.
Sincerely. So I don't want to ask about the dollars and cents, and I'm not asking about the immigration response because I'm so glad with what you already said. But I know all of us are in total panic about the next thing that might be coming out of Washington affecting our lives. So I know you talk to people all over the country in education. What are you all worried about from a policy perspective next that might hit us?
Tying very essential programs to federal money. That is our biggest worry for us in this industry. And yesterday, I'm sure some of you are aware, yesterday was a bit of a rocky day. Forget about the grants program. The Medicaid portal went down. All that was payments were being stopped to states. The idea that during the campaign constantly heard about IDEA will become a block grant program. We are, the lawyers, multiple states are ready to react to all of this. We're quite sure we can win that. And all the title programs at the same time, block grants. But it's more about using federal dollars to do things to pit children against children and community against community. But this is I work across the country, and I work across the aisle with so many across the aisle constantly, all over, and everybody does understand that public school community for us is sacred, and it's sacred to both sides of the aisle. So that is what we are hoping for, but we're not putting our heads in the sand. We are constantly coordinating legal strategies and all sorts of other things just in case anything happens.
Making sure that infrastructure is there, especially for the title programs. Title I and Title IIA for our members are critical. And we've been working with our national associations and our federal colleagues as well.
Could you imagine if that happens, if that's allowed, the federal government ever tries to do that and we lose in court? That means every administration would be able to dole out federal dollars in the title programs based off of political needs and not off of the actual count of children in their state. It's a precedent that we cannot allow to be happen.
The destabilizing effect is too profound, and we don't have time to experiment with children's lives. At the end of the day, we got to do what's best for them. So yeah, agreed.
I think you probably agree with all of your colleagues.
We're preparing for all sorts of different scenarios. Massive loss of federal funds is a fear. And we just saw yesterday, while at the same time we're talking about universal school meals, the federal government's talking about cutting it, right? What does that mean for the state of New York? And these are all scenarios that we're preparing for, and particularly legal strategies and action to take to make sure that this doesn't happen.
I think we're all going to be in this fight quite a bit. And yes, it involves smart legal strategies and pushing back over and over again. But hopefully you're right. This is a across the aisle issue in every state for everyone who cares about children.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly.
Assemblywoman Simon.
Not as good as you. So thank you for your testimony. So I have questions for the UFT and for NYSET with regard to this training pursuant to the $10 million to train 20,000 teachers last year on science of reading. Can you tell me how that's kind of divided up because proportionally between the UFT and NYSET? City and
It's like a 40-60, I think, yeah.
Yeah, it's roughly 40-60, but we use we also have been using your actual Teacher's Choice support to do that work right now, which is why we have moved so quickly once we had this established. And that's why we always look to your support for that. We have professional credits, which you know, you guys passed the law, teachers are required to have CTLE credits, a certain number of CTLE credits every year. And by far, the teacher centers of the state of New York, as an entity, have given thousands and thousands of CTLE credits, way past anybody else. And that has now become the foundational piece for training and support for educators. And thankfully, we have grown them, and we've been very entrepreneurial by working with the Department of Ed, working with principals to figure out how to make these things work.
okay, and about how many teachers have been trained so far?
We are somewhere around 3,000 was my last count.
On the back to basics? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, on the back to basics, yes.
And then who's doing a better job?
We work in conjunction.
Yeah.
We work in conjunction, but you have to
wanted to
understand,
wake you
at
up.
the same time, on the science of reading, we've trained over, just this year alone, we've trained close to 40,000 teachers. And that's a part of the back to basics, but we were doing that because of the year before.
And we really do work together. Our
Yeah.
teacher centers partner with our principals and their
Yeah.
scheduling and what we're looking at and the training. We're working for benefit of our students and staff. We're looking
That's
to do the
good to
same kind of.
hear. I just was checking.
Yes.
Thank you.
And
All
we're looking to
righty,
get the
thank
same
you.
level of support to train school leaders in this area.
Assemblywoman Hooks?
It's that damn button.
Hello, yeah, that button. Thank you all for your testimony today. I have several questions, but I'm gonna kind of just piggyback off of my colleague, Fefa Model said. I was also wondering, as far as what she said about, yes, I'm a strong supporter of Tier 6, and just what's next, what else could we do? And I appreciate your answer, but I have a question. Do you have an average of health positions at school as well as assistant principals at schools that are vacant?
Say that question again.
Do you have a number, according to our New York City schools, for health professionals as well as assistant principals that are vacant? Because I heard you say, Mr. Mulgrew, how the lack of health professionals is becoming a crisis, and I would just kind of know what that number looks like. What's that crisis number look like?
Can I jump in?
Go ahead,
Yeah, well, I can tell you there is a serious concern around paraprofessional, the need for paraprofessionals and students not getting their IEP needs met. I know we have a city council here in New York City tomorrow. Someone on my tell you, it is a huge crisis. The number of students needing IEPs is exploding, and our principals either have not been getting the funding or can't find someone that's willing to take that job, right? And so we got to do a lot of work on that side, and principals are stressed about it, right? We want to make sure we meet those needs. On the assistant principal side, it's clear we have postings that say what these vacancies are. In our particular case, we are seriously concerned. It's the one thing, Assemblywoman, that I lose sleep over, and it's the safety of our kids. And I don't want to be here one day saying that something happened in a school when I've been advocating to have an assistant principal in every school building in New York City. Right. Principals call out sick, they're out of their buildings on professional development, they're entitled to take annual leave days, and there is not an administrator in the building. In the event of an emergency, every other person is a teacher in front of a classroom or haven't been trained in how to respond, and so we just want to make sure that we have that level of safety for our children. But thank you for the question.
We were able to increase the number of nurses because during COVID, the nurse was the #1 person in every building. We still do not have a nurse in every building. So that is something we're constantly focused on. This is ridiculous. During COVID, everyone praised the nurses. Everyone wanted a nurse in every school building. They were dictating the policies inside of the school itself. In terms of paraprofessionals, they are mainline for a lot of crisis intervention. When we negotiate, the Department of Ed knows that their salaries are too low, which is really a problem. The department head tells us they agree, but they say, we have pattern bargaining. So if you want them to have a raise, everybody else in your union has to give up part of their raise to pay them. In what planet are these people talking
absolutely no
from?
sense.
What company would say, oh, you're right, we can't attract these workers, so everybody else who works here, you have to give up your raise to pay for them? What kind of crap are we dealing with? And the state and the city of New York have always lived by, well, it's patent bargaining, there's nothing we can do about it. And they probably go back in a room and laugh like little jackals. Sorry.
Okay. Assemblywoman Giglio.
He is right.
So I agree with Tier 6 also. It definitely needs a fix. I mean, it's long, and when you talk about mental health issues of students, I have spoken to teachers that have mental issues from dealing with students all day, and some of them being extremely difficult. So, and I know that you're managing your teachers and the people that work for you, so thank you for that. When it comes to community schools and their success, I'd like you to just talk a little bit about that, because we talked earlier about the graduation rates in New York City being 83%, and whether or not the community schools you think would be instrumental in raising that rate of graduation.
The answer is simple, yes. I mean, it's in our testimony. It is a game-changing for any school community to be a hub and provide those services to children, but I'll use some of my time to my colleague.
Absolutely, yes, the same thing. We have so many communities, we'll just take Schenectady and the capital area, where they're pulling in those services from the community right into the schools. It saves instructional time, but more importantly, we also have to look at how the funding for community schools is also provided. Right now, some of it is taken out of the foundation aid set-asides. So, we want more community schools. For sure.
But at least it's transparent as to how they're spending the money.
Yeah, and it answers the need about mental health services. Families on their own can't find them, and it's not just the student, but it's also services to the family, holistically. Healing the child and the family. Unless you're meeting those needs, they're not going to learn algebra. It's going to be very hard to read. So I think that would be game-changing, absolutely.
It was not the function of the school originally to be the social safety net for every community, but that's what it has become. It's just factually true. Schools are being asked to solve with every issue that all the families in the community are dealing with. I know where you spend millions and tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars in the social safety net, but in the end, you're going to get more bang for your buck at the school itself. So that clearly will help. But when it comes to the graduation rates, one of the other things that has been spoken about quite a bit here today is New York City's graduation rate is at 83%, but of the 100,000 students in CTE programs, it's at 91%. So the answer is there. So let's just get moving towards it. Because if you take the 100,000 students in a CTE that are at 91%, what would happen to the graduation rate then? So that's what's pulling it up. So we know what works. Let's get to it. Let's come up with a better way to help support that work.
There's over 100 years of educators here, really quick, and the secret to school success is really not a secret. It's really not a secret. It's about aligning those resources, Melinda.
And I would just end with, every dollar you invest in community schools brings a $6 return on investment. This is well-researched, there's been proven. We're asking in our testimony for a $100 million investment so that we can double the number of community schools in the state, and we think it is going to turn the state around.
That's wonderful. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Assemblywoman Jackson.
Yes, leave it to the social worker. Let me say this.
Yes,
I'm going to +1 on the CTE school because that's exactly where I was a social worker at. And our graduation rate was at a 98%. And it's only because one student didn't graduate by June, graduated later on. So we will do everything that we have to do to make sure we include more money in the budget for CTEs, for community schools, for teacher centers, all of the works. But I have to say this, my favorite teacher is my mom. She's a teacher out in Brooklyn. Teacher's choice reimbursement is $250. She's already spent $350. What are your thoughts on a tax credit for professionals who buy school supplies?
I think it's a phenomenal idea.
Okay.
Okay, so let's, the teachers will spend more, and it's not just teachers.
It's the social
Last
workers.
year, and I thank you for making available to the city of New York billions of dollars for the migrant crisis, but for some reason, teachers had to keep buying food, clothing, and everything else for the migrants. I don't know why New York City did not try to implement those funds in an appropriate way. I should stop on that
Yeah,
now.
stop right there.
So,
So are you a yes to this?
My wife's a
Are you-
teacher. The answer is absolutely
The
yes.
yes- there's a
And
yes, there's a yes,
She
there's a
spends more than
yes.
$300.
right, but
Exactly.
yes, but a state tax credit would clearly be something, and as part of, I mean, Melinda wants to talk to this, is clearly something we're saying we need to look at. And it also, you have to remember, once you do it for a couple of years, we will be able to see how many teachers across the state are actually participating.
And I would be remiss if I didn't say, also, I love the way that you worded all educators, because
Yes.
certainly our building principals, when all those kids come
The social workers, I think we got 150 back, but we definitely spent way more than that. And just on the topic of social workers, what are your thoughts on removing the license to, removing the exam for social workers to be licensed? Would that create more social workers in the system? Are you guys opposed, or?
We are talking, we're gonna let our social workers define our final position, but I
Okay.
do understand that New York State has this test that has clearly become an impediment in terms of us raising the number of social workers we would have access to. And
Got
that's, until our social workers come to us with the final position, that's where we're at.
Agreed.
Don't know enough about it, but you asked a question earlier, Assemblywoman, about the adequate number of social workers. We need significantly more. I know as a high school principal alone, very quickly, in 20 seconds, I inherited a school with 2,000 kids at high school with a 62% graduation rate. One of the first things I did, I had guidance counselors with a caseload of over 600.
Yeah.
And I gave them 250 kids, and I had 1.5 social workers that I shared, and that alone. If you can't take care of their needs, they're not gonna learn algebra, social studies, global studies. When I left my school, I was at 89%.
Thank you.
Larger than mine.
Thank you. Assembly Member Mayor Mahar.
It's the button, man.
Thank you. So I really enjoyed, especially the candor. It's been a lot of fun to hear some of your responses. It's been educational too for me. New to the Education Committee, but not new obviously to the process, and having children and being, a family member of a mother and brothers and my wife, who are all teachers.
That must
When
have
it-
been
Thank you, yeah,
heritage.
no, it's a lot of them. Most of my family's teachers. So one area that I think we can be a little creative, speaking about CTE, I'm a former village mayor and a former town supervisor, and one thing we did was we identified a lot of our municipal-owned properties that are vacant. And I've seen a lot of collaborations with cities and towns and school districts and/or nonprofits to donate a building for $1. Now they don't have to have the maintenance costs, and it saves districts money on different projects. And I know in upstate New York, a lot of our challenges with BOCES and even students' participation is the transportation to and from the BOCES Center. So has there been discussions of utilizing some of these municipal-owned properties or school-owned properties in a way that doesn't compete with BOCES but supplants the efforts?
I have not heard about those discussions yet, but I would definitely be interested in entertaining them. I know BOCES are getting increasingly creative about sites. BOCES programs are actually locating themselves within school districts now when their space allows, but the process by which BOCES get capital projects approved is labor intensive, and so there are some things that we could do in that regard as well to make sure that they have access to the facilities that they need.
Thank you.
Recently, not a discussion that I've heard, however, it was prevalent when we were talking about expanding districts in universal pre-K, when they were talking about collaborations with daycares and trying to find that fit.
Yeah, that's the biggest issue. There's not real universal pre-K because there's just not enough seats to go around to use the funding.
Good thinking.
No, I was just gonna, I have had conversations with the department in the city around, and city council folks about identifying properties in neighborhoods where we need schools and repurposing buildings as well. I think it's an important thing that we can do. We're having office space that's getting freed up in New York City. We have high schools that are in office buildings already, and taking that space to create schools and lower class size. So those are all things that I think I've had conversations with the administration about.
Maybe coming from all of you in your leadership positions, having some municipalities and even school districts do an inventory of buildings that are vacant and could be reused to start might be something that'd be worth exploring. Last thing I'll say is I'd love to get your opinion as someone who graduated public school. I'm a very huge advocate for public schools, but I also sympathize and support a lot of our parents who choose to homeschool their children. And I know the letter of substantial equivalency can be an issue when school districts do not allow it, and it could impact kids getting the funding for college and a variety of other issues. Where do you guys stand on that letter of equivalency?
we're going to get ding-donged, but
To be continued.
what the
Thank-
process we're
thank
doing
you.
right now with SED for that is where that should be interjected.
Okay.
About what
Thank you.
should be the.
Thank you very much. There are no other legislators wishing to ask questions, so this is your dismissal.
Thank you.
And
Thank you very much.
You are the guardians of our future. Keep up the good work. Thank you for all that you do.
I think mine's off.
Panel B, Big Five school districts, Buffalo Schools, Rochester City School District, Syracuse City School District, Yonkers Public Schools, Mount Vernon Public Schools, City School District of Albany, and Utica Public Schools. I know. That's 8. 3 minutes each. It's kind of not, it's kind of. That means Buffalo's not here. Is that the case? Okay, Jennifer, you're
Buffalo
going to
was
represent
here.
everyone.
Buffalo was here. They had a pressing matter in the district and thought they'd be on earlier, so she had to leave just a bit ago. She
All
did
righty.
submit written testimony.
So do we have any specific order that we're going to do this?
We're alphabetical by district, the big five, and then our affiliate districts, if that's okay with you.
Okay, it's the big 5 and then the little 2 that you added on there. I know how that, I
No,
know how
they've
that
got the
works.
little three.
But that's the little 3. Actually, you picked up Albany now, right? So you got Albany, Mount Vernon.
do.
And Utica? Is that how it
Correct.
goes?
Correct.
The big
We're all
5
here.
and the little 3. All right, Jennifer, you.
Everybody identify themselves as they go.
Oh, before we start the clock, can everyone identify themselves?
Sure. Jennifer Pyle, Executive Director of the Conference of Big Five School Districts.
Good afternoon, Demario Strickland, Interim Superintendent of the Rochester City School District.
Anthony Davis, Superintendent of Syracuse City School District.
Anibal Soler, Superintendent, Yonkers Public Schools.
Joseph Hochreiter, Superintendent in Albany and founding member of the Big Five.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. K. Veronica Smith, Acting Superintendent of Mount Vernon City School District.
Good afternoon, Dr. Christopher Spence, Superintendent of Utica City School District.
Welcome all.
Thank you. So, good afternoon, folks. As I just said, I'm Jennifer Pyle. I serve as Executive Director of the Conference of Big Five School Districts, representing Buffalo, New York City, Rochester, Syracuse, Yonkers, Albany, Mount Vernon, and Utica City School Districts. Thank you for providing us with the opportunity to testify before you today and for your unwavering commitment to meeting the needs of the urban school districts in New York State. We're pleased that the executive budget draws upon the Rockefeller Institute of Government's recommendations and proposes adjustments to the existing foundation aid formula that would update the poverty measures embedded so that they more accurately reflect current demographics in our communities. This is a good start. However, it's imperative that the state thoughtfully consider all of the Rockefeller Institute's far-reaching and comprehensive recommendations and commit to a foundation aid formula that is transparent, predictable, and distributes funding in an equitable manner reflective of unique student needs. In particular, we urge you to make adjustments to the formula's regional cost index to ensure it adequately reflects variations in the cost of delivering services in different parts of the state. In addition, the state must recognize that resource allocation decisions are best managed by experienced educators at the local level. The Rockefeller Institute recommended elimination of the set-aside requirements, and we urge you to take action to afford school districts the ability to target funding where it is most needed. Lastly, we appreciate the executive's proposed maintenance and full funding of expense-based aids. However, we strongly oppose the November database freeze. All of our school districts remain deeply concerned about our students' mental health and are well aware of the dangers of excessive cell phone use. We appreciate the governor's focus on this important topic. However, we're very concerned that a one-size-fits-all approach could prove challenging for a plethora of reasons, including the climate of fear that's been brought on by actions taken at the federal level in communities, including ours, across the state. We are already hearing firsthand that children are expressing fears about having no easy way to keep in touch with their families during the school day. They're deeply concerned that their parents will not be there when they return home at the end of the day. And again, we recognize that these are issues that would have to be managed, and you can't have students on their phones all day. But again, these are situations where we would know what to do, what's appropriate, what's not appropriate. We also question the need for additional reporting, and we strongly believe that all children must be provided with a robust media literacy education.
Thank you, Ms. Pyle.
Thank you.
So, great afternoon again. I am Dr. Demario Strickland, the Interim Superintendent of the Rochester City School District. I want to extend a special thank you to the chairs of this committee, the Rochester delegation, and the entire legislature. I am grateful for your unwavering commitment to meeting the unique needs of our district. This year, the district launched Invest in Tomorrow, a comprehensive school reconfiguration plan designed to enhance learning and extracurricular opportunities for students with highly qualified staff and diverse programming. This initiative aims to meet the varied interests of our students while addressing the enrollment decline we have experienced for over a decade. Additionally, we are excited to embark on Phase 3 of the Facilities Modernization Program. This multi-million-dollar initiative will deliver modernized, state-of-the-art facilities for our students and staff. Rochester is one of the districts with the highest needs in New York State, and the following are several key policies that the Board of Education and I have outlined for this year. We are grateful that the executive budget reflects an increase in our foundation aid allocation. As you are aware, the funds are used to effectively address the unique needs of students, particularly those with special programming. This adjustment will ensure that educational resources are allocated appropriately, fostering a more inclusive and supportive learning environment. Additionally, these funds will support professional development for our educators in implementing research-based reading strategies. We implore you to place a moratorium on adding charter schools and expanding current schools. Currently, 29% of public school students in the city of Rochester attend charter schools. This year, we will pay more than $141 million in charter school tuition. Furthermore, disproportionate number of special needs and L students our district serves contributes to higher costs associated with their education. It is important to highlight that this situation creates an uneven playing field. This inequity requires immediate attention to ensure a fair and sustainable education system for all students. We request that you limit charter school saturation in urban centers and designate the New York State Board of Regents as the sole charter authorizing entity. In the coming years, we must enhance and expand our technological resources and formally request another round of funding through the Smart School Bonds Act. And finally, we also request the expansion of specialized aid and career and technical education. The funding cap of $3,900 per student requires an increase.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland.
Good afternoon. I'm Anthony Davis, the superintendent of Syracuse City School District, and I would like to thank you for allowing me the opportunity to be here today to discuss the executive budget from the perspective of the Big Five, more specifically, students in Syracuse. We are thankful that the governor has taken into consideration the Rockefeller report on the foundation aid formula and has incorporated some of the recommendations, changes in the allocation of funding for Syracuse. It has benefited our district. This change has had a positive effect on funding, but we recognize that there were more changes that are needed in order for this formula to be equitable for all school districts and students in New York State. We have over 20% of our students in need of special education services, and another 20% that are English language learners in our district. So further revisions are needed to be made to be equitable for our students in our district. Due to the expiration of federal stimulus funding through sources like ARPA, we will need continued state aid increases in funding to adequately address the academic, social, emotional, and technological needs of our students. Post-COVID, our district has experienced a dramatic change in the needs of our students and families. Our schools are looked upon by our community as a safe place to go for assistance, and we have an obligation to do all we can to assist them. Whether it's through community schools, after school, and summer school programming, our partnerships with mental health providers are things that we concentrate on constantly. As you may know, Syracuse continues to be one of the poorest communities in the state. In fact, on recent census data, Syracuse child poverty rate is one of the highest in the nation. We strongly believe that education is the way to break this cycle of generational poverty, but we need students to be in school in order for them to excel. We request that additional funding is allocated to districts that are experiencing chronic absenteeism, which is an issue facing many of our schools today. As our district embarks on the first regional STEAM high school in the state with a cohort of 9th grade students in September of 2025, special services aid and additional career and technical education funding must be allocated in our education funding. We have expanded our CTE programs to be over 30, and even implementing exploratory programs in our middle schools so that our students have opportunities when these opportunities come to fruition in our central New York. A state aid formula that excludes 9th graders in the calculation needs to be evaluated and adjusted. Finally, I'd just like to touch base on reading intervention initiatives as the governor has continued to champion a focus on literacy.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Good afternoon, Chairpersons Kruger, Pretlow, Mayor Benedetto, distinguished members of the committees, and of course, the Yonkers State Delegation. My name is Aníbal Soler Jr., and I'm the proud superintendent of Yonkers Public Schools. I thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the 24,000 students that I proudly serve. Before I begin, I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Yonkers State Delegation for their continued advocacy and support over the many years. Your collective efforts have laid the foundation for what has become a remarkable story of progress. My message today, though, is simple. Protect our progress, protect the investment, protect Yonkers Public Schools. I may be new to Yonkers Public Schools, but this isn't a new problem. Year after year, Yonkers comes here with the same issue. This isn't about failed leadership, it's just about having the vision to fix a flawed funding formula. We are New York's third largest school system and are the only one in the Big Five graduating students at 90% rate, an accomplishment everyone should be proud of across the state, an accomplishment we must protect. However, today I'm here to sound the alarm. This progress and investment is at a significant risk. We're facing a $68 million budget structural gap, a structural deficit which we simply cannot solve on our own. We have minimal reserves, and using them entirely to close this gap would be reckless. Last year, we made tough decisions. We eliminated 100 positions and we closed 2 schools. Now we're seeing the impact of that across our classrooms and the quality of education we are providing. An example is that our current ratio of counselors to students is 1 to every 500. If we're forced to cut further, the results will be devastating, including additional reductions to staff, right-sizing the school system, the elimination of after-school programs and potentially athletics, limited access to technology. These cuts would jeopardize the graduation rate that we've worked so hard to achieve. The funding formula simply does not work for Yonkers. While Buffalo, Rochester, Syracuse have most of their costs covered by the state, Yonkers has relied on local taxpayers, contributing over $498 million over the past 13 years. The foundation aid formula penalizes Yonkers due to high property values in Westchester County, but our costs, similar to New York City's, far exceeding our funding. Adjusting the regional cost index would bring an additional $22 million to our district. Adding to our challenges are unfunded mandates like the heat index bill, proposed policies like the statewide cell phone ban. This is about fairness, and Yonkers sets the standard for what's possible in a diverse urban community. Our students deserve to have the same funding and opportunities as their peers. I urge you to address the gap and protect Yonkers Public Schools, fixing the funding formula and fund a learning environment that doesn't bankrupt our students from an educational experience like many of the districts that surround us in Westchester County. Let us fund a school experience for our students that we all can be proud of.
Good afternoon. I'm Joseph Hawkrider, Superintendent of the City School District of Albany, and thank you for allowing us to share our budget priorities. The state of New York has made significant progress in recent years, delivering fiscal equity for students, families, and taxpayers in high-need school districts, including Albany. In our school district, the fulfilled promise to fully fund foundation aid for all New York districts by the 23-24 school year closed an annual shortfall of more than $26 million here in Albany. As one of New York's urban school districts that for years was underfunded and under-resourced, as a result, we relied on our taxpayers due to these funding inequities and are grateful that we are able to reach a newly level playing field. We continue to be grateful for the state's commitment to equity and your recognition of our community's unique needs. This is reflected in the recommendations brought forward last month by the Rockefeller Institute of Government to retool the state's funding formula, and in the executive budget that the governor recently proposed. In particular, we're heartened by the Rockefeller's recommendations to modernize poverty measures, take into account cost of living differences across the state, support school districts with large and growing enrollments of English language learners, and change the formula to remove elements better treated as categorical aids, such as funding for students with disabilities. We applaud the governor for reflecting this commitment in her budget proposal, as well as her plan to maintain the important hold harmless process for school districts. It's clear that thoughtful and inclusive process in which the state has engaged brought New York significantly closer to fair and equitable school funding. We ask that you maintain this focus on funding equity and the unique needs of individual school districts and communities as you plan to support the needs of all students in New York. With these fundamentals in mind, our school district has identified the following priorities. We ask that you continue to identify and address the unique challenges of individual school districts. Right here in the state's capital city, those challenges include 63% of our property is tax exempt, nearly 1 in 3 children live in poverty, and the oversaturation of charter schools in Albany is among the highest. We also are a federally designated resettlement city, a fact which we take great pride. Our enrollment of English language learners has grown more than 35% last year, and is comprised of 20% of our total enrollment. We continue to advocate for funding for pre-kindergarten. This is especially important in high-needs district like ours, who were early implementers of full-day pre-K, but hampered by an outdated formula. We know you're aware of the ominous statistics of the future of teaching in New York. We salute the meaningful steps the state has taken to address these looming changes. We urge you to continue to develop new pathways that will break through barriers that make it difficult for school districts to create and sustain grow your own programs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, honorable members of the New York State legislators, for providing us an opportunity to provide testimony. I want to take the opportunity to thank the chairs of these committees and the entire legislatures. But I want to specifically thank Gary Pretlow and Shelley Myers for all the support that they provided to the Mount Vernon City School District, and I look forward to meeting with you on Friday. As the acting superintendent for Mount Vernon City School District, I appreciate the opportunity to address you and discuss our priorities for executive budget and its impact on our district. In better times, I would love to be here talking about Mount Vernon's academic achievements and education priorities for the next school year. But the current fiscal and structural state of the district must be put on the forefront. While we have numerous challenges, I will keep this to 4 major priorities. So recently, the New York Controller designated the Mount Vernon City School District one of 2 school districts classified as being significantly in fiscal distress. Basically, this is significant because we have a decline in enrollment coupled with increased student needs. So while our enrollments several years ago used to be about 10,000, it's down to 6,500. However, the needs of our students are increasing tremendously. So we have, this decline represents 1,577 students, or 19.6% during this period. There's a forecast that by 2033, we'll have an enrollment of 5,168. Because of this decline in enrollment and because of our fiscal constraint, we plan, well, the board voted for us to close 3 schools, and we're doing a restructuring of our buildings. We are hoping to pull ourselves out of the hole that we're in, and we believe that we'll have a path forward, and we want to be able to educate our students in the same way that the surrounding neighborhood have wealth, and we want to be able to give our students everything that they have. So although we have this decline, we still need to educate our students. Although we're in fiscal distress, we still need to educate our students. Over the last 5 years, our general fund costs for special needs students have increased from $39 million to $60 million. This accounts for over 22% of the budget.
Good afternoon. This is Dr. Spence of the Utica City School District. It's a pleasure to be in your company today and a privilege to represent our district. So our mission here, since we've come in, is pretty clear. We're working to enhance educational opportunities, enhance educational attainment and occupational attainment. The challenge is sustainability for us. One of the things that we're focusing on primarily is our newly capital improvement project for our career and technical education, so we can expand pathways to higher wage employment once our students exit the secondary system. That new innovative idea comes with additional costs, administrative costs, maintaining the facilities, et cetera, et cetera. Additionally, when we look at some of the other initiatives that we're working to employ to really provide wraparound services for our students as they come with diverse challenges and needs, we've extended our extended day learning opportunities. And so far, we've done it for half a year with a budget about $3.2 million, which will probably be double that and which will escalate. So as we're working to address these needs and really wrap our arms around these children with the different program attributes, it's the sustainability that we're concerned about. Just to run up some numbers, approximately 82% of our general fund budget is supported by state aid, and property taxes make up approximately 12% of the revenue. This limits the district's opportunity to raise revenue to support escalated costs associated with contractual obligations and benefits to support students. Foundation aid accounts for over 75% of our state aid package, which was previously provided to districts to pay for any and all expenses as the district deemed necessary. However, the percentage allocated to the C4E set aside continues to increase, which specifies what the money can be used for. So again, we're working to maximize and utilize the budget in ways that will provide greater opportunities for our students, but we're also thinking about the sustainability of the programming that we're working to implement. In addition to that, us being a very diverse district, we have our ELL students, special education students. About 84% of the district is economically disadvantaged. And when you stack that classification of student, it equates with a variety of assets that students bring, but also challenges in regards to educating the students as well, because we sometimes need more staff to address some of the issues that we experience. So again, we are coordinating our existing resources in a way that will have the maximum impact, but we're also thinking about sustainability in the long term. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you, one and all. Assemblyman Magnarelli.
Thank you. Hello, everyone, and a couple of people at the table I do know. Mr. Davis, how are you?
I'm well, sir. How are you?
Good. And thank you. Thank you all for coming. I only get 3 minutes too. The superintendent of Syracuse understands what I'm about to say because we've been working together. Okay, chronic absenteeism is something that affects everybody across the state. I'm sure it's affecting all your school districts as well as Syracuse. Maybe one a little bit more than the other. What I've come to see from the few meetings that we've had with other stakeholders is that school districts have to partner with other stakeholders in the community in order to really make a dent in absenteeism, whether it's county social services, the police, the district attorney's office. There's a lot of people that have to be talked to and brought together to the table, okay? I feel also, though, that not only with chronic absenteeism, the same holds true for other social services, because I don't believe that schools are the answer to all the social ills of our community. So what are our school districts doing to bring those other community partners to the table? That's my question. Anybody can answer.
Well, first of all, thank you. Thank you for your partnership, because you've been able to bring many of the right people to the table that we've been able to benefit from their expertise. And I think we've modeled that in other areas. So we're doing a lot of work with some of the hospitals towards our mental health services. So I think we're doing the same model, but we're just doing it in different areas of our needs. So I think we've created an environment where people are willing to come to the table because they see the work that we're trying to do. And we're trying to do it as a full community. So I think we've had a solid impact on how we apply and how we approach some of these.
Okay.
And I know I'm not Syracuse, but I'd like to add to the response. I think you heard from the previous panel, community schools is a solution to chronic absenteeism. It makes the school the hub for the community. You embed resources, health clinics, social emotional. You extend the school day, you go into weekends, you provide meals. Community schools is a solution that would help address. So I would say, we're trying to do that in Yonkers. That we have 3 community schools out of our 40 campuses. As we relaunch our strategic plan, to me, that's going to be one of our fundamental pillars, is that we launch more community schools. Schools that are grounded in neighborhoods, that have resources in there. Everybody knows how to get to school. The issue is, can we disrupt the other things that take them out of school, like doctor's visits, maybe immunizations, things that we know are inherent barriers to sometimes our kids coming to schools, making sure there's safe pathways to school, making sure that, if we have kids go to schools more in their neighborhoods, they're less likely to have, or they're more likely to have a safer pathway to school.
Senator.
Thank you. Senator Shelley Mayer.
Well, thank you to all of you for coming, and thank you for highlighting the real challenges of urban school districts. First, thank you, Mr. Soler, for your leadership in Yonkers, and I know the leader's not here, but Gary and I also represent parts of Yonkers, as well as Assemblyman Sage. The regional cost index is something that we have pushed to have addressed. It was referenced in the report, but it was not included in the governor's proposal. You identify it as bringing $22 million more, which would be a significant shift, adjustment.
without that, and without additional money, are you suggesting you would have to lay off staff again, as was the threat last year?
Yeah, I think the challenge, and you guys know this better than me because you've been in Yonkers longer than I have, is a structural deficit. You know, every time when the runs come out, our dependents, you know, the poverty rates don't work in our favor given the county that we are located in. So if we don't get additional support in some form or fashion, we are looking right now currently with the runs that were given by the governor's office at a $68 million structural gap. We could use some of our reserves, but I will be clear to say we used reserves last year, 40 million of it, to help cover the gap, which only leaves us 30 million left. And so when you look at our reserves in comparison to similar sized school systems, we are very much at the bare end of it. And if we use it, we could cut it in half, but at next year, the challenge is even greater.
Yeah, I understand very well. The governor does propose to change the poverty measures and not use the old poverty measures, and that does have an impact on Yonkers, which even under her proposal does increase. I spoke to the mayor about that. I did want to ask Dr. Smith about, we know Mount Vernon, thank you for your acknowledgement, has really severe challenges this coming year. What is necessary in order to get Mount Vernon into firmer footing, and are you supportive of having a fiscal monitor? I don't know if you were here, we asked Commissioner Rosa about that, and I think there is openness to proposing a fiscal monitor for Mount Vernon. How do you feel about that?
I'm very open to having a fiscal monitor. You know, we've had challenges. You know that I'm even sitting in this seat because of what appears to be mismanagement of grants. But our problem is, there's many. We have transportation that went up to 19 million from 12. We've had our fiscal structure that we're worrying about. You know that at the beginning of the school year, we had a ceiling that collapsed in a building, and we had to delay school opening. Having a monitor to me will be good. I'm an acting superintendent, and I think that it would be extremely helpful to have a fiscal monitor.
Thank you. Good to know that. Thank you very much.
Assemblyman O'Hara?
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. And I definitely can see that a lot of your concerns are geared towards providing funding and supporting a lot of the work that you're doing, and you're doing some great work, and we all appreciate that. When it comes to the formula in foundation aid, I think you're gonna see a bipartisan support, as you've seen over the years, really understanding and listening to all of you, the concerns. Hopefully we'll be able to get to a place where the governor can come along and we can make that better. However, most of the school districts that I've talked to north of New York City are talking about an issue that I really don't even want to bring up, but it's that big of an issue. With all of the funding challenges that you have, I'm very curious to know if you all agree that we should put a pause on the 2027 electric bus mandate that you all have to deal with and that you all have to forecast for and put money towards. How are your feelings towards that? Do you agree that it should at least be a pause? And this is coming from someone who believes electric vehicles is the future, who absolutely believes that we should limit our fossil fuels. We absolutely need to, but I have my concerns and believe we should study this more and pause it. How do you guys feel?
I'll make a brief statement, then turn it over. So we have concerns. Keep in mind, though, in most cases, we own very, very few buses. So we contract out for the lower grades, and for high school, most everyone uses municipal buses. So we've been concerned all along about the implications for the rates we will pay, which are already very, very high. And frankly, upstate, there's very limited competition. So again, it's a little bit different because we don't own our own fleets. I'm going to let them jump in.
I can just speak to the infrastructure. You know, in the city of Utica, we don't have the infrastructure to build the grid to sustain that. And, you know, absent eminent domain, we don't have the ability to find that property to really build and then, you know, implement that. And then against the cost will be conferred to the districts.
Right.
So it's, again, it comes down to the rate and sustainability.
I'll just add a brief point to what Jennifer mentioned. We finally in Albany are at pre-COVID bus rides and numbers through our contractors. And this year alone, our cost for contracting bus services is up 30%. So I can only imagine what it will be when some of these mandates come into play.
Do we agree that we should probably pause it? That 2027 deadline is coming up, and you're already going to have to spend money to adhere to it? Do we agree that a pause probably makes a little bit of sense?
And that's something that I think we'll have to have additional conversations on. And as far as an organization, we don't take a position, and yes, it's unanimous. So we will need to have, they can certainly give their personal views, but we have to have a little more conversation on this.
I
But we
appreciate your
certainly-
candor. Thank you. Thank you all.
Councilman Otis?
Take a vote at the table.
It's great to hear from all of you, and certainly I'll just share, I've been tracking equity in education funding issues for many, many years, going back to a few decades ago when there was something called the Transition Aid Cap, which generally hurt the Big Five school districts. One of the worst damaged by that was the Rochester School District. And so we're in a new world today with Foundation Aid and the funding increases in the last few years. Curious if any of you have this handy. If not, it would be good to have from you after the fact, where you're trending in the last few years in terms of how much you're spending per student. Because one of the concerns has been that you're not given the resources to spend what you need to spend compared to other districts.
I think folks are saying they'd like to get back to you with regard to back data. Well, you know, I think the per pupil costs overall, you'll see, have gone up. That's been due to contractual obligations because no one has had the resources, apart from the influx of federal funds, to increase spending. All of our districts face structural deficits. That being said, it's not because they're overstaffed or you know, providing a plethora of services that they don't need. It's just a matter that the funding is not in line with what their expenses are. So they've worked very, very hard to, you know, to reduce their staffing through attrition, retirements, other things, so that they're not, you know, impacting folks negatively. But there's definitely impact on the classroom, particularly with the expiration of the
And just to understand, my perspective is we want you to be able to spend more per student. I wasn't looking at you to reduce. I'm looking for you to spend more, so.
No, I was just going to reiterate that we are spending a large amount of dollars on our English language learners and our students with disabilities. But in retrospect, what happens is that equity shifts to them and it takes away from students that are of general education. So again, we continue to explain that we definitely are educating our most needy learners, not saying that we don't want to do it. We educate any baby that comes in front of us. However, the costs that are associated with educating those two distinct student population are definitely crippling districts, unfortunately.
And I think all of our districts are stable or declined with enrollment. However, there are more students that have been classified, and the students who are classified are requiring much more robust services.
Yeah, I would just, in the last 10 seconds, students with needs, high needs, out-of-district placements is also a big driver of cost. So as we try to provide parents their choice and options, sometimes that's external, that drives our cost.
Thank you all. Thank you. You all have very important jobs. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Fefa Amato?
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you all for what you do. I think it's amazing to be the CEO, CFO, and, you know, everything under the hat for your districts. So with your testimony, a lot of it's about the funding and the formula. But let me just ask, and I don't know if I heard it in any of yours, as we talk about recruitment and retention for teachers, are you short teachers? Just raise your hand. How's that? Go do it quicker. So the recruitment challenges, and let's take tier 6 out of it, because I can see all your lips forming and your brains are saying that, because we're sort of trained to say tier 6. But what else do you find the challenges, if you could jump in really candidly? I'm chair of government employees, and we look at that. We hear all the time that there's a retention, but also a recruitment issue, that you need specialized, you're sending kids out of the district, but you need specialized teachers. You don't have English language learning specialist teachers. And what is the challenges you're having with recruitment? And it's all up to you now to give me that feedback.
Well, I would like to respond to that. In Mount Vernon, since we are surrounded by wealth, many of our school districts, they were able to pay much more than we could pay. previously, we used to recruit people from New York City because we paid more than them. But the governor offered them an out, and they now pay more than us. So in terms of recruitment, it becomes very difficult because we can't compete with our neighborhood districts. And we're up now to negotiate, and that's been extremely difficult.
Well, I would just like to add, I'd love to see some flexibility that you see in the private industry regarding micro-credentialing. We know we did some exceptions around COVID. Everyone was fine to relax requirements around COVID when we needed staff, we needed virtual teachers, we needed instructors. I'd love to see a reintroduction. I'd also love, given the uniqueness of our urban communities, allow us to micro-credential paraprofessionals, teaching aides, folks that could work with. Let us build our own teacher pipelines that could follow whatever state guidance, but allow us to do it so we know that when we recruit you, we train you, and hopefully you stay with us, you get credentialed, and we can kind of expedite the certification process. But I do know those things are a little bit more complicated, but.
So let me start that there. So the state is saying that they've been really working to have recruitment, advertisements out there saying, take a state job, this is a great career path. Have you seen any of that? Like say you're older, so maybe your high school student is going into a college program. Do you see that around the community that it's maybe enticing someone who might have not thought of a career as teaching or para in that path?
Somewhat. I think fortunately I was here for the commissioner's testimony, and she spoke to some of the programs that they put together. And one of the things I think is huge is for New York State to accept other certifications coming into the state.
Right.
That's been difficult over the years. People have experience in other places, but come here and have a difficult time being certified. So that would be of help.
Terrific, that's great, thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. I really don't know where to begin. If you're here earlier, I'm kind of stuck on this charter school issue and the adverse effects that charter schools are having on schools, especially the two districts that I represent who happen to both be at this table. Have any of you calculated the additional cost per student that's generated by the charter schools? By that I
Additional
mean,
cost?
if you take, I'll just break it down, one child out of your school, it does not reduce your overall cost 1 penny, but you pay this charter school X amount of dollars, which then, I'm saying, divides out over the remaining students in your district. So there is an additional cost per student. Has anyone figured that out?
No, we have not done that analysis.
Okay, I would kind of suggest you do, because I could use it as ammunition.
Okay.
Now, Dr. Smith, someone told me that Mount Vernon is spending $37,000 a student. Is that true?
So, that's a general sense, but for our special ed students to go out of district, we could pay far more than that. It depends on the services they require. If you have someone going to residential, if you have a special ed student that they get transportation, they get OT, PT, special ed, we have a student.
Then, so Mount Vernon, that does not have a stellar record as far as academics in the eyes of the rest of the world. I'm not trying to be offensive, but it's true. Is paying $37,000 a student, and you're sending students to a charter school, and the tuition that you pay them is based on $37,000 you're paying right now. Am I correct?
And they take our brightest
Well,
students.
I went through all of that. I'm just trying to be to the basics. So the charter school tuition that you pay is based on what your cost per child is, which is higher than probably most districts in the state. So that's what I'm trying to address. That's why I was asking if you had the cost per student, and why are you paying $37,000 a student when other districts are paying $24,000 a student? Now, when you push that out, it's a big
We
number.
can circle back to you with
And
that.
Yeah.
So, okay. So I have 32 seconds left, and I don't want to ask a question no one can answer. I think I'm meeting with you sometime in the very near future, and I have not met with you one-on-one yet. You're welcome home. This is your area, I know, your old stomping grounds. But I hear you're doing a good job.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
We'll
So
be reaching
thank
out.
you-
We'll be reaching out for the one-on-one.
All right, please do. All right, thank you, one and all. Okay, thank you, Jennifer. The next panel, Panel C, New York State Council of School Superintendents, New York School Boards Association, Association of Business Officials of New York, New York State Parent-Teacher Association, the Rural Schools Association of New York, BOCES of New York State, and National Parents Union. That's a lot. Good afternoon. Before we start, and then before you start the clock, timekeeper, or wherever you are, could everyone just go on the table real quickly and introduce themselves? And then where are we going to start, to the left or the right? Okay, that's fine with me. But just give me, if you don't want to introduce yourselves, you don't have to, you can jump right into it. Okay, so,
Deputy Director of the New York State Council of School Superintendents.
I'm Scott Budelman, BOCES of New York State.
Hi, I'm Kyle Belikopitsky, Executive Director of the New York State Parent-Teacher Association.
Brian Chechnicki, Association of School Business Officials of New York.
Brian Fessler, New York State School Boards Association.
Dave Little, I direct the Rural Schools Association.
Ashara Baker, New York State Director at the National Parents Union.
okay, welcome all.
Good afternoon. I am Robert Lowry from the New York State Council of School Superintendents. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today and for all your past support of our schools. Governor Hochul's proposed budget for education is a welcome and dramatic turnaround from a year ago. The proposed 2% minimum foundation aid increase would help 56% of the state's districts, many of which would otherwise see that aid frozen for the second straight year, and 80% of that aid would go to average or high-need districts. Proposed changes to the state sharing ratio would drive more aid to below-average wealth districts. We were impressed by the report by the Rockefeller Institute on updating foundation aid. We don't agree with every one of its recommendations, but it does an admirable job of illuminating strengths and weaknesses of virtually every aspect of the formula. The governor takes a sensible first step by proposing to replace outdated and flawed poverty measures. The Rockefeller report also makes a point that we've stressed. Proposed formula changes can't be understood in isolation. We need to evaluate combinations of reforms. We'll all be in a better position to evaluate the effects of possible changes once the entire school aid database is updated next month, as it is in every budget cycle. Efforts to update the formula should continue, and our submitted testimony identifies some areas that we would prioritize. The governor's proposed a new per-credit funding stream for dual enrollment college and high school programs. Our members share frustrations about trying to launch and expand those programs and working with colleges. We'll be seeking more recommendations from them about how to improve access to those opportunities. We also support increasing funding for career and technical education through BOCES and special services aid, as your one-house budgets in recent years have done. It's another strategy for helping to improve the transition from school to whatever comes next for young people. Transitioning to an all-zero-emission school bus fleet is a laudable aspiration, but the current prescribed timeline just cannot be achieved. Our submitted testimony includes recommendations for a more realistic and reasonable transition that many of the groups here have at this table have endorsed. Most districts continue to struggle with at least some hiring shortages. Some desperately need and another extension in the authority to employ retirees without a limit on earnings. If necessary to protect retirement system finances, we would support requiring employer contributions to continue on behalf of those retired workers. And finally, Governor Hochul has been right to draw attention to the harmful effects of excessive online activity upon children and young people, but many school districts have already engaged parents, staff, and sometimes students to develop local policies that are well accepted and that are working. Any state mandate should allow discretion so that district stakeholders can develop policies that they feel will work best for their communities. I'll add that
Thank you.
also some of our members say that addictive internet use is not just a school problem, it's a lifelong problem, and schools have a role to play in teaching about responsible use.
Thank you.
So thank you for your time.
Thanks again. My name is Brian Fessler with the New York State School Boards Association. Appreciate the opportunity to offer reactions to the executive budget on behalf of NYSBA and the 676 member school boards we serve. NYSBA is encouraged to see a foundation aid proposal that returns to meaningful funding levels with crucial guaranteed minimum increases. While it's important to acknowledge that this proposal will not alleviate all budgetary challenges for all districts, NYSBA is appreciative of the proposed school aid package. Beyond the dollars itself, replacement of sorely outdated and imperfect student need data is consistent with recommendations NYSBA has stressed in recent years. Over the next few years, we encourage lawmakers to consider continued revisions to the formula, including how the property tax cap interplays with foundation aid, elimination of set-asides, and reviewing student need weightings, among others. We're also strongly supportive of the governor's proposal for a truly universal school meals program. The benefits will be wide-ranging, including reliable access to nutrition for students across all income levels, reduction in socioeconomic stigma, and a more streamlined administrative process for school districts. I also wanted to comment on the governor's proposed ban on student use of smart devices. In numerous conversations with the executive, we have consistently expressed support for the focus on addressing student mental health challenges. At the same time, NYSBA has stressed that we believe local districts and BOCES are best able to reflect the needs and priorities of their local communities. Over the past year, NYSBA has held multiple sessions and workshops on the topic and distributed other supportive materials, working to ensure that school board members have all the resources necessary to make informed local decisions. While we acknowledge the proposal attempts to provide some degree of flexibility and funding, we continue to believe that any blanket prohibition on student use of cell phones should be determined locally. Now, as part of your budget negotiations, we request additional items to be addressed. Zero-emission buses, as Bob noted, we appreciate your responsiveness, especially over the past year, to some of the many serious transition challenges. But the fact remains that the transition as currently required is not achievable for a significant number of districts. In response, until or unless the transition is repealed or altered, NYSBA joined our education partners in offering 9 specific recommendations with regard to the current law. We look forward to working on these recommendations with you. We strongly encourage the legislature to demand inclusion of an increase in the BOCES aidable salary cap, which has been frozen for nearly 35 years, along with a proportionate increase in special services aid for similar programs in the Big Five. Lastly, we call on the state to restore funding to gradually pay down the $300 million in outstanding prior year aid claims, the majority of which are owed to high and average need districts. We look forward to working with you on these important issues, and thank you so much for all you do on behalf of our students.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chairs Kruger, Pretlow, Mayor, members of the committees. My name is Brian Chechnicki, and I represent the over 3,000 individuals working in school finance and operations across the state. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. We appreciate the governor's school aid proposal, which aligns in the aggregate with what current law would have provided absent any changes. The proposed updates to the poverty measures in foundation aid are a welcome change, ensuring that the formula better tracks current data, though we recognize there are some distributional effects it creates for some districts. After all the uncertainty surrounding the future of school aid over the past year, keeping the Save Harmless provision in place with a minimum 2% increase brings a sigh of relief to districts across the state. We urge the legislature to reject the annual proposal to freeze data used in the formulas to a date certain. Many of my colleagues today have addressed key issues with which we agree, and our written testimony provides more details. But today I'd like to focus on an important but technical issue of prior year adjustments. These adjustments correct state aid payments after the school year ends, but the process is not that straightforward. To put this in perspective, imagine that you fill out your timesheet at work incorrectly and you're overpaid by an hour. Your employer corrects this and takes that extra money out of your paycheck the following week. Now imagine that you've been underpaid by an hour. Instead of fixing it in your next paycheck, your employer says you're going to have to wait 18 years. And then one day they tell you, actually, we're just never going to pay it to you. That's what we're doing to school districts. When an aid claim error is corrected in the state's favor, it gets taken back from the district immediately. But if the error is taken in the district's favor, it goes into a payment queue that is subject to appropriation. If funded at its historic levels, that queue would have taken 18 years to pay off. That means all of the aid penalty forgiveness bills that this legislature has passed and paid for in recent years' budgets have not actually been paid to school districts. But we don't fund it at historic levels. Since the pandemic, the appropriation for these payments has not been funded, meaning that over $300 million, as Brian mentioned, is owed to districts statewide. Examples include $136 million to New York City, Schenectady $6.8 million, Mount Vernon $4.8 million, Buffalo $3.3, Newburgh $2.8. The fair solution here is twofold. Pay off the $300 million queue and ensure that moving forward, districts receive funds as quickly as the state takes them back. Recognizing that this may not be possible, at the very least, this budget must restore the appropriation on a recurring basis so that districts receive what this body has already negotiated for and enacted. You can find a lookup tool on our website, schoolbiz.info, to see how much money is owed to any school district in the state and how long repayment will take if the original $18 million appropriation is restored. Thank you for your time today.
Good, thank you.
I am Kyle Belikopitsky, Executive Director of the New York State Parent-Teacher Association, and proud to represent our 225,000 members and our 2.6 million school children. On behalf of our President, Patty Frazier, we appreciate the opportunities to comment on how the executive budget impacts children and families. Thank you to the legislature and Governor Hochul for your continued commitment to all children, their families, and our schools. Every day, dedicated, outstanding educators, teachers, school leaders, school-related professionals, mental health professionals, PTAs, and families do all we can to serve children. Public education is our nation's greatest hope. It is a promise that all children have a right to a free, appropriate, high-quality education, one that will meet their diverse needs and support them in our global economy. At a time when our students struggle with food insecurity, poverty, need for mental health support and academic intervention, and supports for migrant students, students with disabilities, homeless students, English language learners, and all students, this executive budget supports them, as Bob and my colleagues have said. Today, we will only speak on a few policy items. For the first time, the executive budget fully funds school meals for all at $340 million. This is a $160 million increase over last year. Under this program, the state will pay the student's share of the cost of all meals served to students not receiving free meals already. No parent, family, educator, or community member wants to see a child hungry, but that is what is happening. For some, school is the only place they receive a warm or healthy meal. Hungry kids cannot learn, they struggle to focus, and have lower attendance. I look forward to the day that I don't have to answer a phone from a parent or grandparent saying, "Kyle, can you help me feed my child?" New York State PTA supports this proposal in full in the strongest terms. We continue to support the work of OMH and SED to support school-based mental health services and the expansion of school-based mental health clinics. We need more support for school-based mental health services and initiatives in each and every budget. We also support the new investment to expand teen mental health first aid training and support for 7 new clubhouses and 4 youth safe spaces. Also, New York State PTA supports continued investments in high-quality universal daycare and after-school programming. At the same time, we truly need a school-based universal pre-K system for all New York State students. We continue to seek support for CTE, BOCES, Special Services Aid, early college high schools, P-TECH, and STEM programs, and they are proven to lead to greater graduation rates and success in college and career. Senator Mayer, thank you for already moving many bills in support of CTE in your recent meeting, including S528A3430, which increases the aidable salary for BOCES educators and related special services aid. This is of highest priority to New York State PTA. See, every family has a dream for their children. It is our job to be dream makers, ensuring that every child, no matter their zip code, their ethnicity, their ability, their gender identity or expression, no matter their race or their immigration status, has access to the highest quality education that we can give them in career life. We humbly ask that you support our children like you always do. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Hi, folks. Thank you for listening to the concerns of the half of the school districts and the third of the students represented by our rural schools, and for allowing me to enter my second quarter century of barking at you once a year. So thank you for that. I want to bring an uncharacteristic message of hope, uncharacteristic for me, and that is that our state has embarked on a truly generational and hopeful change on behalf of education in what SED is attempting to do by implementing Portrait of a Graduate. I've been to 3 national conferences this fall. New York State has been highlighted in all of them as being the only state that has succeeded in operationalizing that. And here's my message of hope. New York, all of you know how traditionally tough it is for New York State to attract business. We have high taxes, we have a high per capita debt load, we've got a healthy and robust bureaucracy, all of which makes it difficult for business to choose New York. But they want a workforce that can collaborate, that can communicate, that can problem solve, that can work across diverse cultures, and that can adjust and be trainable for any of the number of jobs that they will have over the course of their career. And right now, you're sitting in the only state poised to be able to provide them that. That's a calling card that we've never had before. We can't afford to have that mission over here and the money that school districts have to chase over here. They have to be able to combine if we're going to provide this unique generation of learners. No other generation has had these kind of challenges before. They go to school wondering whether they'll survive. They were in solitary confinement for 2 years. If they were in a state with junior high instead of middle school, they'd have gone directly from elementary school to high school. We have to address those things, and this plan does in fact address those things. This, to me, this budget, although a wonderful place to start, is a peace treaty with dollar signs on it. And it's pushing everything down the road for a year of what needs to be done to avoid not changing 2 out of the 32 recommendations of the Rockefeller Institute. As Bob mentioned, they all interact. They've got to be looked at in wholesale fashion. You have the expertise up there and out there to be able to do that in enough time to change the future of New York State and all of these children that have so far been dramatically challenged during their lifetimes. And I would just suggest that once again, you take the opportunity to have the political wherewithal. You certainly have the intellectual wherewithal, but to take the political wherewithal to take on this fight, because nothing succeeds like the status quo. It's going to be hard. But if we don't start this year, at best we start next, and probably the year after that. How many years with, if we just run the formula, that we'll simply say, fine?
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chairpersons Pretlow, Kruger, and Mayor. I'm Scott Budelman, District Superintendent of Madison Oneida BOCES, and I'm here on behalf of the BOCES of New York as its legislative liaison. Thank you for your ongoing and consistent support for education. Without your advocacy for this past year and the last several years, many years, we would not be in the strong position we're in with the executive budget this year. You've received my written testimony, so I won't go through all of it, but I'll highlight a few points. BOCES of New York State supports the executive budget, the executive proposal to fully fund foundation aid, to make updates to the poverty measures, and to fully fund expense-based aids. We urge you to accept this baseline proposal, but also to look at the formula to adjust it in future years, to adjust current student needs, and look at the impact of the property tax cap on local school districts' ability to generate local revenue. We also ask that you consider making a much overdue update to the BOCES aid reimbursement formula by increasing the amount of salary used to calculate BOCES aid from $30,000 to $60,000. It's important to note that this is not a cap on BOCES salaries. This is a cap on the amount of salary that can generate aid for schools. Under the cap, resource sharing today is less beneficial to schools than it was 30 years ago, because as costs rise, the incentive for sharing has remained static. After funding, the next greatest challenge the school districts face is the workplace shortage, and the shortage exists in nearly every school position. We greatly appreciate the legislature's work to update and reform the civil service process, and we urge you to continue that work. While we know there are constitutional limitations that make it challenging to eliminate civil service exams entirely, we believe, as is the case with students, employee skill sets can be demonstrated outside of traditional exam process as well. Finally, as we work to rebuild the pipelines to increase pools of individuals qualified to work in public schools, we urge you to continue to offer and expand scholarship and loan forgiveness for teachers, other educators, mental health professionals who commit to living and working in New York State, extend the ability of public sector employees to work in BOCES and school districts without waivers and pension penalties for another 5 years, and continue to modernize civil service hiring and promotion rules. Thank you.
To the esteemed members of the Joint Committee on Education, my name is Ashara Baker, New York State Director with the National Parents Union, also a proud mom of a third grader who's joined us today. I stand before you with a mix of frustration and unwavering resolve, compelled by the urgency to address the critical condition education in our state. The data as presented in the National Parents Union report, as well as today's NAEP report, reveals New York is failing our children. For too long, long-standing inequities exacerbated by COVID-19, coupled with vague policies, limited accountability, are jeopardizing the futures of generations of kids in this state. We cannot afford to delay action any longer. Our annual report outlines the stark reality of antiquated New York education system, increasing the child poverty and barriers to economic mobility. As parents, we're just not pointing out problems, but we're here with evidence-based solutions. Consider these alarming statistics. 2023, only 52% 3rd through 8th graders were proficient in math, 48% in reading. Today's release of the NAEP results are even more troubling. 31% of 4th and 8th graders were proficient or above in reading. Fewer than 40% were in math for 4th graders. Economic and racial disparities persist, with economically disadvantaged students soaring significantly lower than their peers. In the Big 5 districts, these numbers are staggering. Only 11% of 3rd graders in Rochester are proficient in reading, 14% in math. Buffalo stands just at 24% in reading, 23% in math, especially statewide. So statewide, we have 64 schools, districts right now, fewer than 10% of elementary students who are proficient in math. This raises serious concerns about whether our students are adequately prepared for post-secondary success and economic mobility. While the state has made historic investments in foundation funding, professional development, there's a vague commitment to evidence-based curriculum through the New York Board of Regents. But there's still much to do that we can guarantee that every child in the state of New York has access to a high-quality public education. At NPU, we recognize that families are facing real challenges across the state. Nearly 1 in 5 children live in poverty. This is a systematic failure, and we are demanding immediate and effective action, and we're proud that the governor has included the budget around Empire Tax Credit. Almost half of these children are in deep poverty, living in households incomes 50% or below the federal poverty line. This crisis, we know, has been exacerbated since 2021. But solutions exist, as I said before. We've seen other states successfully adopt improved academic outcomes by allocating money to evidence-based programs, high-impact tutoring programs, high-quality instructional materials, and professional development for teachers. New York needs to follow suit. It's time. As a New Yorker living in the greatest state in this nation, we owe it to our kids and our families to guarantee them a high-quality public education. I thank you.
Thank you. Assemblyman Magnarelli? Passes. Senator?
Senator Shelley Mayer.
Yes, I have questions, and thank you all for all your different perspectives. First, on the so-called universal school, Brian, what do you say to the approximately 20 schools in the state, school boards that have not elected to participate in the federal school lunch program and therefore are really not subject to this expanded participation that the state would pay the balance for? In those school districts, some of which are in my district, there are children who can't afford lunch. Even though the average income is probably high, there are poorer students. So are you, as the school boards, encouraging these other schools to participate?
Yeah, certainly, without conversations with them directly. I don't want to offer any, comments, and I can't offer any comments directly on individual districts. But I think, based on what our membership has told us, to advocate for and the messages to bring to you all and your colleagues, I think in the aggregate they understand the importance and the value of universal school meals. I think, and my colleagues, I'm guessing probably agree. Among school board members, we saw a pretty significant, change in the attitude and perception of universal school meals coming out of the pandemic. I think there was, a core of supporters before that, and then the bulk were probably somewhere, in the middle. But coming out of the pandemic and the expiration of the federal waivers allowing for that universal school meal provision and access, we noticed a pretty significant trend. So I think as the governor and you all have, with increasing intensity, focused investments in those programs, I think it will, further encourage and allow the remaining small number of districts in the state that perhaps have chosen not to, to see the benefits of all of their colleagues next door. And certainly, we're going to continue from a statewide perspective to, share information and resources about the benefits of the program.
Thank you. You also raised the issue of the state plan amendment to increase Medicaid, the opportunity for Medicaid reimbursement for all the mental health and other Medicaid eligible services that schools provide. Are you working with the governor's office to expedite and expand? I mean, we don't know how the federal government will now respond to these things, but this seems like a key way to get more resources into the schools that are providing these Medicaid eligible services.
Yeah, we've had, I think especially over the past year or so, 6 months or a year, as we've zeroed in on this issue, we've had a number of conversations with the executive, with some other state agencies, and different external partners to try to push that forward. And so, certainly happy to continue those conversations with you and any of our partners to see what we can do to continue to push that forward.
Okay, I have additional
Assembly Member
questions.
Carroll?
I can't come back, okay.
No, can't.
Thank you, Chair Pretlow, and thank you all for your testimony, but I especially want to thank Ms. Baker for her testimony and her referencing this morning's NAEP results. I think this is the first person to mention them. They are stark, and they are troubling, and they are not just troubling for Rochester or Buffalo, they are troubling for our entire state, and I hope that the State Assembly and State Senate understand how terrible this is and takes your recommendation to implement evidence-based curriculum interventions and evidence-based approaches that we know work for both literacy and math to change this terrible trajectory. Of course, other states have done better recently than New York because of that. And Ms. Baker, I thank you for presenting that to us and reminding us of that today.
Thank you.
Senate? Assemblyman Smith.
Thank you, and thank you all for being here. I really always appreciate every year how you're able to condense so much information into such a short period. So good to see all of you. Proud PTA member. Kyle, good to hear from you. And David, I agree with your assessment that I feel optimistic at this, but I think if we look at the budget proposal this year versus what we were proposed last year, I think it really puts groups like stakeholders like those that you all represent trying to figure out what to do, because every year we're preparing for battle, not knowing is this going to be a year that's going to be favorable or a year that's not going to be favorable. So I thank you for what you're doing. One of the notable issues that came up during the Rockefeller hearings was the issue of mental health and how we can possibly expand mental health services through BOCES. Do you have any thoughts on, expounding upon that a little bit more on how we can address that need?
Sure. I think that the difficulty for BOCES, particularly in rural areas, is that we have recruitment difficulties as well. So to the extent that there are proposals to set up health clinics or mental health clinics, those are beneficial, but We also have, like I said, difficulty attracting professionals to those regions and paying them what they could otherwise make in other regions.
And that's definitely something we're hearing for a pipeline issue as well. Next, as we're waiting children with special needs, special education services, that's something else that came up, I think, during the Rockefeller hearings, that we need to take a look, because every child that we educate, it might cost a little bit different to educate every child. So does anyone have any thoughts with regards to how we can weight that differently to make sure we're providing that state support?
I'll take it. Yeah, don't weight it at all. Get it out of the formula and base it on the actual cost, because it's federally and state mandated. And so there's very little discretion. And when school districts do exercise discretion, they're very often sued over exercising that discretion. And so rather than simply weighting it based on a type of service that you have, take it out of the formula and base it on whatever percentage in poverty the school district has that's providing the service, as opposed to saying you get this much money because the kid has this condition.
So make it reimbursable based on the services provided. And I will tell you, in my particular district, one of the school districts I represent, there's a case that is so specialized that it will cost this district close to $250,000 to provide. It's a service that is needed, that cannot be provided even in the state of New York, so they have to go out. So there's definitely a cost per issue, and obviously we do have that obligation, and we want to be able to provide those services.
What a horrible circumstance to have a post-budget election or a post-budget vote, special education student come into a district that has that student alone put you over the tax cap.
Thank you.
Senate?
Senator Murray.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you all for being here. With 3 minutes, I'll try to be quick here. First, thank you all for your efforts, Kyle, especially with your efforts with the universal meals. Very, very important. And thank you for all your work with BOCES. Big supporter. Anything I can do to help. I think that is our future, as I've said before. But I want to shift gears and talk about another big issue that may have waned off a little bit, but is still out there, and that's vaccinations and medical exemptions. I met with a doctor recently who deals with several school districts, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the process is that someone comes with a medical exemption, a parent gives the paperwork, it's reviewed by a doctor who might give advice and advise, but the final decision on whether it's granted is either with the principal or the superintendent. Am I on track with that? I believe that's the way it is. Assuming I am on track with that, we discussed the possibility of changing that. Would it make more sense, and I'd like to get your opinion, if all medical exemptions, rather than being left with the final decision being made with someone who doesn't have medical training, if all medical exemption requests went through the director of immunization in the Department of Epidemiology of New York State? It would sound like there's a lot, but as I said, it has waned a bit. I think it's very manageable, but it would be a medical professional, in fact, probably the most qualified medical professional making that final call. Your thoughts, any one of you?
Yeah, I don't want to jump in on every question here, but I will say that having their advice and consent on a local decision would be extremely advantageous. But you would lose just as much by not having the local input about what the unvaccinated child's impact might be in any specific locale by making it the decision in the other direction. You've got to synthesize the two and get advice and consent of a professional.
And I'd just say, we've had discussions among our leadership on this issue in general. I don't think we've come to a resolution, but certainly there is discomfort with the idea that school officials are expected to substitute their judgment for that of medical professionals. Not sure exactly how to improve upon that, but that is, as I say, it's an issue that has come up recently in conversations with our leadership.
I've heard where a particular person, a doctor, may have given many exemptions, and automatically then the superintendent or principal says, well, maybe they're shopping it or something, and maybe this isn't valid. But in one particular case, some of them might not have been, but one in particular was very valid. Unfortunately, it was kind of rubber stamped as decline, and that's the fear.
And there is an appeal process, and there is a process now so the State Education Department has extensive information on their website and a form that has to be used. So we do get these calls from parents and families, and we're happy to continue to help parents and families through that process and then through the appeal process if needed.
Okay, thank you so much.
Assemblyman Ra?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for being here and your patience. So there's a lot of knowledge and experience sitting at that table right now, which I know well from years as a education ranker and sitting on this panel. So we talked about foundation aid. There's so many different pieces to this, obviously. I think many of us, when we looked at the study at first, were like, if we start taking little pieces and not the whole thing, where do we end up? But I do want to see if you can weigh in at all on something that I asked the commissioner about in particular as we're dealing with the changes with new graduation measures, your thoughts on whether and how we should be looking at the successful schools model piece.
Yeah, I'll jump in. As the Educational Conference Board, sort of school finance working group, we've looked at last year, but even before last year's governor's proposal, we had looked at what are some ways that you can bite off small pieces of the formula, sort of in a phase 1, phase 2 approach. One of those would be looking at that successful schools amount, and I don't think we've come to sort of the formal position, but we've talked about our graduation rate's actually a good replacement measure for that. The tests that were currently used that have now been frozen, almost 10 years old, obviously don't work. And I think, speaking for my organization, looking at what the Rockefeller Institute proposed in just essentially updating the test and then looking at sort of the top performers, regardless of what the standard of that performance is, I think sort of potentially leaves something to be desired. And so, yes, we've discussed, potentially graduation rates at some base level being a more appropriate look for that successful school study.
I could add, at one of the roundtable discussions that the Senate held on foundation aid back in 2019, one of our members said foundation aid doesn't need to be the solution to every problem. And I think that is where CTE funding comes in. And I appreciate that the governor has in effect put on the table, let's look more carefully at how we fund, how dual enrollment programs operate. To me, it's about how do we improve the transition from high school to whatever comes next for young people.
If I could add one piece, I think this conversation in particular, whether it's now or in the near future, is or can be particularly helpful for districts on Safe Harmless. Often those districts are in kind of a double whammy enrollment situation where they end up looking wealthier than they may be, everything else being equal. And depending on how we look at that calculation and run through that calculation and the type of districts in that grouping, as Brian mentioned, that may better reflect the economies of scale challenges that some of our smaller, more rural, Safe Harmless type districts are in right now.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Ms. Baker, thank you for drawing our attention to the challenges of math education and results, particularly in urban New York. Can you advise us what you think our solution should be?
Yes, absolutely. So I actually started the New York State Math Coalition. We have parents at the table, higher education folks, policymakers, retired math teachers. We have been doing work on the ground, looking at other states, seeing how they have adopted policy through competitive grants, through state mandates. In particular, we are uplifting the state of Alabama as an exemplar model. And going forward, we've leveraged more things around what's successful. So high quality instructional materials, it's a no-brainer. I was just on a national call for National Pi Summit, and this is the very thread of threading the needle for success within mathematics. Again, not leaving teachers alone, professional development, dedicated coaching. And a feature that we really strongly feel about is really bringing parents into this conversation. So double downing on family partnerships. Educating families on how they can support their kids at home is also the key to a successful, any kind of academic outcome. So these are just some of the points, but I do have information I'm happy to share with the committee.
Thank you. And just with my last minute and a half, so you're all educators and you all believe in science.
So don't you think we should follow science and even the American Pediatric Association's advice about vaccinating children? Does anybody disagree? No, you don't disagree. Just checking. Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Kruger,
Assemblyman Bailey.
in the last minute, I will add, and I know, thankful for my colleagues' mention of NAEP scores, there was a gain in our fourth grade math test scores today. So that was a special highlight in at least today's NAEP release.
Yes, in New York City. So New York City is a very beautiful example that I use in a lot of work around my accountability reports. New York City has New York City Reads, investing in early literacy, evidence-based curriculum, and now they have New York City Solves. Same investment. They looked at their numbers. They had 56% of their students who were proficient in reading and a little lower in math. And they looked at those numbers and they said it was unacceptable. I repeated today, 11%, 14%. Last year's scores, 2% of 8th graders were proficient in math in the city of Rochester. So we need something across the state. Yes, we did see increases in 4th grade for New York City, but we did not see it across our entire state for our kids.
Thank you. Assembly.
Assemblyman Bailey?
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. And as Senator Murray indicated, thank you for all of your efforts. And I agree. I believe BOCES is wonderful. My son was a graduate in 2023 and went through the diesel mechanic through our local BOCES. So thank you. My question does center around something that we've talked about already today, but I feel it's important to ask this group. So I'm going to direct the question specifically to Mr. Little and Fessler, Mr. Fessler first, and then anyone else that wishes to join in. But are you able to provide the most updated estimates that you have related to the cost for the zero emission school bus mandate? And then on that, how will the each element associated with transitioning to zero emissions cost-based on our current market conditions? What will that add to it?
Yeah, no, I don't have an estimate, but I can tell you how to make the calculation. Go from 100,000 a bus to 300 to 4,000 a bus and multiply that by the number of buses in New York State. That's our number. That's just the beginning number before you've got either charging stations or transmission lines. If you've seen Shenendehowa is a shining star here in the capital region. They did a study just of what it would take to get the sufficient amount of electricity to their charging stations, $50 million. They have a number of buses. They have a $50 million price tag for a transfer station. And I held a series of rural issues forums around the state, and National Grid testified at most of them to make sure that I knew that my biggest problem wasn't money. My biggest problem was they couldn't get me the power. That overnight they charge the grid, overnight they make sure hospitals have the power, and that this would be a significant challenge for them in trying to charge up every school bus every night to get ready to go. The other thing that I would say in all of this is in our headlong rush to make zero emission buses mean electric buses, I think we're ignoring what fuel cell technology is doing. And before we ram ourselves into one corner, let's take enough time to let the industry play out because they now have a fuel cell car that'll go 1,500 miles on a charge and puts water out the tailpipe.
I think beyond, kind of the pieces Dave mentioned, one of the challenges we've found is there's such a wide range of challenge and types of challenge between different districts. Obviously, the cost of a bus is one thing, but we've recommended, as one of our recommendations, a state-funded district-specific fleet implementation plan that should guide the timeline for each district. It's going to be easier and quicker for some districts, but much more difficult and longer for other districts. So I think that's a critical part of this. Beyond some of the supports that the legislature and the governor worked towards over the past year, dealing with mostly technical funding issues, but that I think are helpful as the kind of first steps along this path.
Thank you very much.
Assemblyman Mayor?
You still trying to get it working?
Yeah, we'll go to Assemblyman Otis while you fiddle with that. Assemblyman Otis?
Thank you.
Sorry, am I skipped?
Okay.
No, you're unskipped. Go on.
Oh, thank you, I'm unskipped. Appreciate you. That's a new one. Hi, everybody. I will use my 3 minutes just by asking a very succinct question. It was also asked in the previous panel. I want to thank my colleague for kind of bringing this issue up. I hate the fact that we're even talking about it. So we've been hearing about so many different costs and the challenges that are faced by our parents, by our teachers, by our districts, and everyone involved. And we have this policy that's in place, whether you agree with it or not, whether we think that electric vehicles is the future and we should obviously lower our fossil fuel emissions, which I believe in. This plan does not make sense and needs to be reevaluated and paused. So my question to each of you at the table, and some of you have answered it already, for those that have not, do you also agree, representing the folks that you represent, that this should be looked at more and paused? And that is my question I give to each of you.
I'll just jump in because everybody else, I think, is the Educational Conference Board members, and their response is more nuanced. For me, it boils down to the fact that for particularly needy districts and many of our small and rural districts, it's not only most logistically challenging in those settings, but you're literally putting districts in conflict between two state laws. You have to have your locality vote. And if they vote no, then you're out of compliance with another state law that says that in 2 years you can only buy much more expensive buses when many of these districts don't raise $100,000 under the tax cap. So the state's got to figure out what it's going to do with that conflict before it goes headlong into this. And quite honestly, puts the education of children in direct competition with simply getting them to and from school.
Sure. And I appreciate that.
I think from a PTA's perspective, our parents and families are also worried about the safety of lithium-ion batteries as it relates to fire hazards and some of the siting of the battery factories and the plants. We've seen, unfortunately, the devastating California wildfire, some of those issues, and that is repeatedly brought to us at the state PTA from our membership. And I know we have a position on that from our colleagues. I know many of us are concerned as ECB on both the timeline and the funding of this proposal, and I will let them speak to that.
Thank you.
From a school business perspective, we've really just focused on what is the ask of districts right now in terms of implementing this. What's, what are the logistical steps? What are the current barriers? We were supportive of the change in the amortization schedule last year. So, sort of our immediate focus is we want to be good partners with the state. This is what's on the book. So let's find sensible solutions to get us through there. We're continuing to work through that. And as obstacles come our way, we're happy to share those with you all and the executive.
Thank you.
As I think Brian Fessler said, the groups, the Educational Conference Board, we put forward a series of recommendations which we've shared with the legislature in the last week or so.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Assemblyman Otis?
Thank you, and I want to start off with a question for the two Bryans, although others may want to chime in. This last year's budget, there was some discussion and I think some level of misinformation about the role of reserve funds for school districts. And we have our Finance Committee, Senate, and Assembly Ways and Means Committee here today. What can you share with us about their important role in terms of the stability, financial stability of school districts? And I'll just say, as an aside, I looked it up last year, and the biggest school district reserve funds were the smallest, some of the smallest school districts who were just keeping, not even percentage it was an amount, but not that big an amount of money, but enough so that they're prepared for an emergency, which is a prudent thing to do. But help share how that really works. And I'll start with the two Bryans. So.
Thank you. We always joke which of us is Brian and which is the other Brian. So the two Bryans works.
You're both the other Brian.
I've, certainly this came up last year. I think looking at the reality of what districts have in reserve versus what is best practice for governments, and certainly the state has been moving towards a 15% fund balance. The GFOA suggests that municipalities should be on that. Districts are limited to 4%, as you know, of unrestricted reserves. Certainly there are other reserve funds that are available above that, but they have restrictions to them. There are limited use. There are rules about being able to access that money, and so you're right. There are a significant number of districts that are at the 4% or below the 4% because both from the law, but then also just how the inflow of money coming from local revenues, which is capped with the property tax cap, and and certainly last year many districts were limited on the state aid increase, and so we don't see sort of a growth industry in those reserve funds in ways that I think other groups are looking at or other entities are looking at, and others would suggest.
Yeah, I really appreciate the question because, as Brian alluded to, I think one of the sometimes unfortunate misnomers is kind of the commingling of restricted reserve funds or dedicated savings accounts that are authorized and guided by statute. The capital reserve, so where districts set aside money, voter approved, in order to build their next building or purchase a school bus or a zero-emission school bus. And then there's the much smaller, the limited to 4%, the undesignated, unrestricted fund balance piece, that the kind of very small margin that allows and supports districts to address some of the very, very normal, especially for public budgeting, fluctuations between revenues and expenditures mid-year. So the fund balance piece, especially that 4% limit, is something that school districts continually feel very, very restricted, no pun intended, restricted and limited by. And I know the Rockefeller Institute also addressed that with recommending potentially upwards with guidelines and limits, a 10% limit up from current 4% limit.
Thank you for that answer. I just have one quick question. Have any, or has any, school district begun buying or purchasing electric buses?
Yes.
Yes. And is the infrastructure in place at these districts? Because I personally don't see it working. That's my personal view. And I just take that by driving past many parking areas that school buses tend to park in. They're generally 4 or 5 inches apart, and they're all crammed together in a small space. And if you're going to have that many school buses with charging stations, there has to be a lot more space available for them to charge. And I just personally don't see it working.
I've had exactly the same reaction driving by the bus lot for my kid's school district. Just so many buses. The first impulse is just to think about the cost of the buses themselves. And okay, we got until 2027 before we have to start buying buses, in 2035 before we have to finish. But yes, you need the infrastructure in place, and that could be a huge and expensive undertaking.
Yeah, I think that's probably a larger expense than probably the buses themselves, because they have to buy land somewhere to put these buses, unless they do shifts with the charging, and you're gonna have a real problem in the winter, especially in this part of the state and farther north, when electric vehicles don't handle very well in the cold. The charge doesn't stay very strong, and they don't work well on hills.
Chairman, there's not a bus garage in the state that can hold that holds existing buses now that could accommodate electric buses. They're just bigger. So you're talking about a huge expenditure just in dealing with maintenance. The lifts that we have now to raise a bus up to work on it, they don't handle electric buses. They're of different dimensions, they're longer, that type of thing. The specific answer to your question is that most of the districts that have gone ahead with purchasing electric buses have done that with federal money that's now very much at risk.
And I'll add that in my small rural school district of 300 students, K through 8, if you can imagine, my son was on the bus for an hour each way to the school district for one route, and then the bus would have to be reused for extra routes in our very hilly Rensselaer County. So as a parent and family, and especially our rural school districts, we absolutely support the goal of this initiative. We do worry about, as you mentioned, the frigid temperatures here in New York, many of our rural areas that have to rerun buses a number of times in those charging stations. But we will be happy to share the Educational Conference Board positions, and I know Dave has a position as well, with the entire leadership here.
I appreciate that. Thank you all very much. good.
Thank you.
Okay. Panel D.
This sounds like it could all just.
We need a chair. One more chair. We need another chair. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone.
Evening.
How do we want to start this? In the order that they're on the list? That works.
Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing the 4201 Schools Association to share some information about our concerns related to the budget. First, I want to thank you for all the support that you've given to the 4201 schools over the years. As you know, we represent 11 schools throughout the state of New York, serving children who are deaf, blind, and children with severe physical disabilities. I don't know how much I can say to thank you for all you've done for us over the years in supporting our students and their growth and their achievements. And that's really what we're about at our specialized schools, would be achievements for our children. We are thankful in the governor's budget that we at least received level funding, but this really isn't what we really need to be able to grow and provide the services for our children. So growth is important to us, and you may ask why. I mean, our schools are changing. Many of the children that come to our schools have additional disabilities to their vision, their hearing disabilities, or their physical disabilities. We also have many more children coming to our schools from non-native English-speaking families, so they're bringing us those additional needs for education in their curriculum. With the additional disabilities for our children, they need additional support, occupational therapy, physical therapy, speech therapy. All of these specialized services are coming at an increased cost. These are premium jobs to be able to have the children receive those services. Other things that we're noticing that are rising up our costs would also be the technology needs of our students. We know that technology is something that every child needs to be literate and to be able to get a competitive job in the future. And our children probably need those technology opportunities more than anyone, to be able to have either assistive technology or the adaptive equipment to be able to be on equal playing fields with their sighted and their non-deaf peers, as well as children without physical disabilities. We also need to support our staff. To be able to have the outcomes that we have at our schools, we need specialized staff, highly trained teachers to be able to work with the students. One area that we have a great problem with, we do have those teachers. Either they come to us with the training, we provide more training to them, and they're highly regarded in other districts. I can tell you we have the report where teachers are recruited at an IEP meeting at a school district to come to their school, because that school district can pay more money to the teacher that provide the services to the children. So we need to be able to pay our teachers, our teacher assistants, and the other specialists in our school for the hard work that they do for our children. So salary growth is really important for our particular students as well. No.
Sure. My name is John Lopez. I'm the president of the New York State Coalition of 853 Schools and executive director at Devereaux, New York.
Hi, I'm Michael Rebell. I'm a professor and executive director of the Center for Educational Equity at Teachers College, Columbia University.
I'm Randy Levine. I'm Policy Director at Advocates for Children of New York.
I'm Dr. David Sandman, President and CEO of the New York Health Foundation.
Bernadette Cappan from the New York Institute for Special Education. I'm the co-chair of the 4201 Schools Association.
Okay, great. Chairs, other members of the legislature here today, thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight. As I said, my name is John Lopez, president of the 853 School Coalition. The coalition represents approved private, not-for-profit, school-age special education school programs serving public school district students with needs that are unable to be met within their home district. We appreciate the support that the Regents, state education, the governor, and the legislature have demonstrated over the years for students with disabilities, providing investments to our school rates and rate methodology redesign. Coalition supports the Board of Regents' recommendation providing annual growth to the special education schools, aligning the growth factor in the methodology with the Consumer Price Index, which is estimated at 3.1% for the upcoming year. Qualified teachers and clinicians, as you've heard throughout the day, are essential for the success of all students, especially those with disabilities. Many schools struggle with recruitment and retention. The average reported vacancy rate among 853 schools for teachers was around a staggering 36%. For certified teaching assistants, it was around 30%. Staffing challenges impact the quality of services, as well as the number of students that we can take and support in our schools. A survey of 853 school providers found that 50 classrooms were reported closed due to lack of staffing. To address these workforce challenges, the coalition recommends investing $15 million across 3 proposals. Increasing the Excessive Teacher Turnover Prevention Program, or ETTP, by an additional $5 million. Investing another $5 million to expand the list of eligible staff under the ETT program to include teaching assistants, aides, and licensed clinicians or related service providers. Additionally, improving the pipeline of teachers through a $5 million investment targeted to support residency at 853 school programs through the Department of Labor's Teacher Residency Program. These investments will ensure equitable access to quality educators for our students. The executive budget proposal includes continued and dedicated capital funding for other similar settings like state-operated 4201 and special ed schools. Unfortunately, there is no such dedicated funding program for 853 schools. Coalition recommends that the creation of an 853 school infrastructure capital investment fund modeled after this not-for-profit infrastructure investment fund with the investment of $60 million. Finally, state education, through an opinion of council, recommended but did not require districts to continue special education services through the end of the school year in which a student turns 22. Aligning state law to those recommendations is critical in supporting districts, and the coalition supports the Regent's state aid proposal, providing $65.4 million in state support for the continuation of a free appropriate education for the full school year a student turns 22. Thank you for your continued support, students and families and staff.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this year Governor Hochul has proposed a $1.7 billion increase, which many people have found to be more than expected. But let's be very frank about what the governor is doing with this proposal. She is throwing money at a foundation aid formula that's 19 years old, that everybody knows is totally outmoded, that is not meeting current student needs. And she's doing it in a year when we actually have a surplus in this state. What's going to be happening next year, the year after? What we're doing is patching up an unworkable system and not confronting the problem. Now, she did authorize the Rockefeller Institute to do an analysis, and we've heard many references to that analysis. What did they find? Well, their summary was, there's no doubt the foundation aid formula needs to change from its current state. It uses old, outdated information that does not reflect today's student population. It uses outmoded modeling. and it reflects an antiquated concept of what public school districts are expected to do, how student success is defined, and how that achievement is measured. In short, we need a new formula. We don't need patchwork on an outdated, unusable, old system. Now, why didn't the Rockefeller Institute come up with a proposal for a new formula? Well, they were precluded from doing so. Their charge said, you can't put this together and give us a new formula, even though everybody knows that's what we need. State Ed has asked this body for 3 years to give them an appropriation to develop that formula. And I commend the legislature because last year in the One House bills, you approved that appropriation, but the governor vetoed it. Now, I noticed that Commissioner Rosa has not renewed that request. She realizes the governor's not going to let them do it. Ladies and gentlemen, it's got to be done. What you're doing now in perpetuating this formula is unconstitutional. The Court of Appeals has ruled in the CFE case that the Constitution requires the legislature every year to systematically review how many dollars do you need to provide all kids in this state the opportunity for a sound basic education. The governor has not done that. And with all due respect, the legislature can't do it without a thorough study of what all the kids need. Now, our institute at Teachers College, when we saw this problem, we saw the need, we raised foundation funds and we started developing the new formula with the aid of the American Institutes for Research, a very well-regarded national research firm. What we want to do now is finish the job. We can get you a new formula objectively put together by next December so you can consider it for next year. We need two things from you. We need cooperation on the methodology. We want to know whether the successful schools method, other methods people talk about, is the route the legislature wants us to go. And quite frankly, the second phase is going to cost us more money, and we would appreciate a legislative appropriation to help us finish this job.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Randy Levine. I'm Policy Director at Advocates for Children of New York. We appreciate that Governor Hochul and the legislature fully funded the Foundation Aid formula in 2023 for the first time. Now we are joining with more than 120 organizations in saying that updates to the formula are sorely needed and that we are deeply concerned that the limited changes in the executive budget proposal fail to fully capture the needs of students or variations in regional costs and would result in New York City schools receiving $350 million less to meet the needs of low-income students than the amount they would receive if these changes were not made. In particular, while we support the governor's proposal to replace the free and reduced price lunch metric with the broader measure of economically disadvantaged students, we are concerned about updating the poverty metric using census data based solely on the federal poverty guidelines. The current federal poverty threshold for a family of four is just $32,150. Trying to make ends meet on $32,000 for a family of four looks very different in the 5 boroughs than elsewhere in the state, but the proposal does not take into account these differences. Echoing others, the state should update the Regional Cost Index as recommended by the Board of Regents and the Rockefeller Institute. The RCI is supposed to account for differences in wages in different parts of the state, but has not been updated since 2006. The state should add a weight for students in temporary housing and students in foster care who have unique educational needs that are currently not considered in the formula. Our written testimony has additional foundation aid recommendations, but the bottom line is that the formula is supposed to result in equitable distribution of funding. The legislature should not accept having New York City lose hundreds of millions of dollars when this is a district that has more than 146,000 students experiencing homelessness, 1 in every 8, and 700,000 economically disadvantaged students, 3 out of every 4. We're also calling for an ongoing review of the formula to make needed changes beyond this year and ensure the formula reflects the actual cost of providing a sound basic education to all students, especially those with the most needs. Our written testimony addresses other areas as well, including our support for the Board of Regents' proposals to add $2.3 million to support the state in implementing proposed changes to graduation measures, to add $65.4 million to help school districts serve older students with disabilities, and to enact a statutory mechanism to update state-approved preschool and school-age special education program tuition rates annually by the Consumer Price Index. As I was sitting here today, an article went online stating that right now, today, 450 children are waiting for seats in their legally mandated preschool special education classes in New York City alone. We look forward to working with you throughout the budget process. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you and for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you all. I'm Dr. David Sandman, President and CEO of the New York Health Foundation. We are a private, independent, and statewide foundation that works to improve the health of all New Yorkers. Our Healthy Food, Healthy Lives program works to link New Yorkers with the food they need to thrive, and that includes ensuring that all students have the food that they need to grow, to be healthy, and to learn, regardless of their family's income. We enthusiastically support universally free school meals for all students in New York State in schools that participate in the National School Lunch and School Breakfast programs. In 2017, New York City enacted free school lunch for all of its 1.1 million students. And in 2023, both houses of the legislature supported full funding for universally free school meals statewide. That year's final enacted budget vastly expanded the program so that today about 90% of all students are eligible. That means we're close to the finish line, but close is not good enough. Too many students are still left out, particularly kids in smaller rural and suburban schools, and especially so in the Hudson Valley, on Long Island, and in Western New York. A proposal in the executive budget is a final step to closing those gaps. It will provide free school meals for an additional 280,000 students and make healthy school meals truly universal. Doing so will help save their families up to $165 per child per month, making New York more affordable. When school meals are universal, the stigma of getting free meals decreases and participation increases. Universal school meals they're good for kids' well-being and health. They are often the most reliable and the healthiest part of a child's diet. We know that when students eat school meals, they consume more fruits and vegetables, they have higher quality diets overall. But food insecure students struggle to focus, they have lower school attendance, and they face greater risks of mental health issues. Universal free meals also reduce the administrative burden on schools so that they can focus on educating children instead of acting like bill collectors and chasing down parents. Finally, making school meals free for all is overwhelmingly popular. Voters in New York want it. A survey conducted by the foundation found that almost 90% of New York State residents, whether they have children or not, support healthy school meals for all. Food has historically been the one part of public education that discriminates by income. That should change. I encourage you to make free school meals truly universal and leave no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sandman. Mr. Magnarelli? Pass. Mr. Carroll?
Pass.
Senator?
Sorry, I'm perennial here. So first to Dr. Kaplan, I understand you're retiring at the end of this year. And you've been such a leader on this fight. Congratulations to you, and thank you for being here. You mentioned supporting the $30 million capital. My understanding in the past was the need far exceeds $30 million for capital for the schools in the coalition. Is that your understanding as well?
The 30 million short-term capital was for, emergency different repairs at the schools, and we've had 2 rounds, and there's the 3rd round proposed, and I know that Assemblyman Otis was really pushing that it move along, because as you know, most of our schools are old. I mean, anywhere from 200 to 100 years old, so that we really do need to keep the schools safe. So, and then the other is really a capital investment for workforce. And that goes back to my comment before about the salaries with the
Yes,
teachers.
I'm familiar with
If there could be over a 3-year period of time, a project that we were able to work on getting the salaries to be more competitive, so that we're not having the teachers leaving us, going to school districts or to BOCES.
Okay, thank you. John, you have in your testimony about the FAPE, the 22-year-old requirement. Right now, your schools are required basically to educate these students till 22, but there's no reimbursement for you between 21 and 22. How are you
Correct.
managing that?
Some districts are, forthcoming and able to pay, others just aren't able to secure that, so either making the decision to end education the day after their 22nd birthday, which is just disruptive to families and the student and their educational program.
It seems not right, shall I say, that the Constitution requires to 22 and the state won't pay for you to provide till age 22, so I think you're going to have to keep fighting that fight. The next thing I just wanted to ask Randy is on the 4410 preschool special ed. The study is sort of years away from completion, and meanwhile, we know statewide these 4410s are under tremendous fiscal pressure. You're seeking a special ed, a CPI increase to the rate now?
Our written testimony has a few different recommendations. We want to make sure that programs continue to receive the rate increases that they need, and that includes evaluation agencies as well. And certainly there are other recommendations that could help ensure that they stay fiscally viable while we wait for the conclusion of that study.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Rebel, I'll follow up with you. I ran out of time. Oh, I have-
Assemblyman Smith.
Thank you. Mr. Rebel, I actually want to follow up with you as well, so maybe that'll dovetail into some of, so I will say, as somebody who read through the Rockefeller Institute's study that they put together, the day it came out, I was eager to see what their recommendations were. I didn't like all the recommendations, but I think they did a very thorough job in a very short amount of time. Can you speak a little bit more about that? Because I'm very interested, but I realize you wouldn't need resources to look at something. But the argument would be we just spent $2 million to look at that.
Basically, they came up with 32 different areas that needed to be analyzed, and in most of them, they made recommendations. We think all of those are worth looking into. I'm not going to say what we agree with, what we don't agree with. We want to study them. And the major point is, as several people said in earlier testimony, you can't look at these things in isolation. New York City came up here and said, okay, you corrected the 2000 census out-of-date aspect of it, great, but that hurt us. On the other hand, you didn't do anything about the regional cost index, which would have helped us. That's the way you put together a formula. You have to look at it as a whole, and you try to make a formula that's going to be good for everybody in the state. We did that with the foundation aid formula in 2006. I was the attorney in the CFE case. We worked with state ed. We worked with the legislature. We had an 82-to-1 vote in the Senate. There was such powerful support for it. So when you look at it in a holistic way, you can get the job done. And because we believe in this, and because I'm committed to this, we went out and raised foundation money. We started developing this formula. Having the Rockefeller information is very helpful. It can help us speed up. What I'm looking for is a conversation with the education committees, others who are interested. We want to talk about some of the methodology. We're an independent university. We're not beholden to anyone, but we're trying to meet the needs of everyone. We've hired the best, I think the best experts in the country who've done this in other states. We want to put together something we can give you this time next year so you can look at a holistic formula. And, you'll play around with it, but you'll play around with something that has looked at everything, that's given you what the latest thinking is on mental health, on all these other things you've got to look at. And it can be done in a year. What the governor's done is kick the can down the road, and it can't be kicked anymore. It's just, you heard so many comments today that it didn't look into this, it didn't look into that.
Yeah, I will say giving 6 months to do the job, and I felt that their conclusions were very blunt in certain regards, and I was a bit surprised at that. But I do think, if you saw my annotated version, you'd see that I liked all the areas where we're giving an increase in aid, but then the areas that cut aid I didn't really like. But you have to look at it as a formula holistically.
What I'd love to do is get into a discussion about what aspects of the Rockefeller report the legislature thinks are most important to dig into. We've got this expertise. We've already done all the statistical analysis of how the
Thank you.
equity issues and the
Thank you,
outcome
Mr.
issues
Rebel.
work in New
Senator?
York. Okay, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to join Senator Mayer in thanking Dr. Kaplan and John Lopez, the work that the two of you do and your member schools do. I mean, it's just incredible, and we're always trying to push for more, and sometimes we see it succeed a little bit. Most of the time we fail miserably, but we'll keep trying. Thank you for your work.
I appreciate it.
Randy, thank you for always telling me what to do and say. I will continue to do so. David, thank you for supporting the meals effort. Many of us in the legislature feel exactly the same way, and we're happy that this year's budget goes longer towards that. Now, Michael, and I'm going to kind of continue where Shelley left off. You don't just want to have a discussion, right? You need something to have that discussion. Now, you mentioned two things you needed from the legislature before, right? You actually, aren't you looking for 10 million things?
No, we're looking for about
No?
1 million. Are we looking for 10 million things? I'm looking for input on how we can finish developing this thing. And quite frankly, we've raised a lot of foundation aid money, but we need more. And I know the legislature has mechanisms for making grants to universities and all. I'd like to talk to people about that possibility in the context of telling you what we can do, what input we think would speed up the job if we got to focus on some of the methodologies, like whether we should use this successful schools or we think there are better methods. But if we know in advance that the legislature would prefer doing it this way rather than that way, rather than wasting our time or giving you something that would be rejected next year, we'd like to see if we can talk through the methodologies and then go ahead and finish the job. And
Well,
you'll
we
make the
already
final
invested
decision.
$2 million in the Rockefeller Institute study, which is more than what I think many of us here were expecting to, given that State Education Department asked for just under $1 million to do the
Right.
study. They went ahead and seemed like they did a lot of the study anyway, and they put forth recommendations. What do you think about the State Education Department's recommendations?
Well, in general, I think that the State Ed Department is going in the right direction. I'm not going to endorse any specific proposals they've made, but I agree with the commissioner, and I've talked to the commissioner, and she's supporting what we're doing. And if we can go ahead with this, I know they'll give us their support, they'll work with us. We want to do a lot of statewide public engagement. I would prefer the professional judgment method, which
The
gets
Rockefeller
educator
Institute
input.
already did that.
We
the
haven't
statewide-
done those. We haven't done those panels. We did the statistical analysis part.
Thank you very much. Assemblyman Ra.
Thank you. Dr. Kaplan, thank you for your longtime advocacy. So you're following Mr. Kelly's lead
Right.
into retirement?
That's right.
So just on the capital side in particular, I know we're talking about emergency capital needs, but I've been to many 4201 schools, and I will ask you the same regarding the 853s. I know in the past maybe you've come forward with a figure of what you think the capital needs of these schools are in terms of all the things that we're experiencing in all of these buildings that are many years old. Do you have any figures with regard to that?
Well, we've gone after that 30 million, which is the number we've gotten. But, I think when we talk about it, just even this last round of numbers, people put in way more than the 30 million. And people got some of what they asked, not all of it, so that the needs are still there. And some of the needs are great. Boilers, could be roof. They're all health and safety issues. They're not really anything to do with cosmetic or modernizing or prettying the place. It's to make the environment safe. So I think in some ways it could be over 100, when you look at all the needs of the various schools. And again, with the population of children changing at some of the schools, there's probably a need for more accessibility that you would need to create for ramps, electric door openers, those kinds of things to keep the environment safe. So as I said, we're really appreciative, and it's been a big help. This last go around to have that $5 million held back out of the 30, the first time the 30 was released, they held back $5 million now for emergencies, so that if something popped up, you would be able to apply for that. That's positive. And now we're waiting for the guidelines for the third round to see what will happen there.
Mr. Lopez, if you want to comment on that as well?
Yeah, we've not canvassed the schools to see what specific needs and get a shopping list, but we modeled off the investments that were done with the 4201 and looked at the scope of our schools and kind of came up with that 60 million number.
And then one other question for you as well. This came up with the commissioner talking about the rate methodology study. Obviously, we're still several years away from that. So how important is it that we have some type of interim way to provide additional resources to your schools?
It's absolutely critical. I mean, we've seen, a couple of years of significant investment, which is great, but that's following, a drought of investment. And so that's kept us afloat, but we can't, lag behind while we're waiting several years for the methodology. It'd be great if that's done quicker, but, we want it done right too. So we're not in any way saying it needs to be rushed, but we've got it.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Senator?
Thank you. No other senators.
Assemblyman Otis?
Thank you. Thank you for 201 and 853s. And, beyond the capital needs, which we've talked about, big priority, the concern with special act school districts also has to be to make sure these districts are able to function on an annual basis, operating expenses. We've lost schools over the years around the state, which means their kids that are not having their needs met. So I think we all need to stay at it and be aware of those needs. So thank you, and we'll stay at it with that. Mike Rebel, great to see you, and you're sort of like the guardian angel of school funding, and good to see you again. I think the other piece of the element that everyone has to understand is when we get to a formula, it's going to cost more money than the normal increases we get, or even when we've gotten bigger increases, and we should get comfortable with that, because what it means is that when we reassign where money needs to go and try and upgrade areas where it's shortfall, the reality is there isn't a district in the state is doing everything they should be doing anyway, but it's going to cost more money, and so this is sort of my warning or reality check to everybody to get a little comfortable with that when a formula gets worked out. But your comments on anything else you want to add? You already said part of this in the other answers.
Yeah, just two quick things. Probably it will cost more money, but I do think in doing a total look at this, we're probably going to come up with some unnecessary state mandates, some ways to save money. So it may not be as much as you might imagine. And in any event, if there is going to be an increase, last time we talked about a 4-year phase, and unfortunately it took 17 years. But I hope there won't be that kind of delay. But it doesn't all get hit at once, and we would agree that it should be phased in.
Thank you for your decades of great work on that.
Wow, thank you.
Assemblywoman Simon?
See, this one worked. Thank you. I appreciate your testimony, and always good to hear from you about the needs of your schools, which we have never met. Excuse me. One of the points, and I would love to engage in that conversation, Mr. Rebel, by the way, but I did want to just ask a follow-up, because one of the recommendations that you made, Ms. Levine, was to invest in the high-dosage tutoring. It's always unclear to me what we mean by that, like what high-intensity tutoring is. What kind of tutoring, and how is it being delivered, and who is it being delivered by, particularly when I think of literacy, for example, and the folks that are doing that, and whether or not they in fact are trained in the science of reading, have those skills, et cetera. Can you shed some light on that?
Or I think we want to make sure that any new investment goes to intervention that is going to be effective and that follows the research of what we know works. In New York City, we've been glad to see New York City Reads and changes in the curriculum. There's definitely much more work to do there. And at Advocates for Children, we still get many calls from families whose children are struggling to read, who maybe need more help than the new curriculum provides, or are now older and never got those foundational literacy skills and are looking to get help, small group or one-on-one tutoring within the public school system, and too often we can't find that. So we'd love to see that expanded.
So in your mind, the request would support providing this tutoring to students, for example, for whom whatever's happening in the public schools is not sufficient, or because they're older. And does it include, for example, training? There are people who could do this tutoring if they had some additional support and training. Is that also built into what your request is?
The training is clearly a critical component. We want to ensure that the folks who are delivering this tutoring understand the science of reading and are using intervention approaches that work.
And do you, or I don't mean you personally, but obviously, have a cadre of people who are available to do this tutoring? To me, it's like one of those things, we keep talking about this is kind of buzzwordy, and I want to make sure I want to know what we're doing.
And let me say that this is a request that is being made by a coalition, so not just us. There are many folks who are discussing how to do this most effectively, and there are already, in certain districts, some of this is already happening. We're going to need more, whether that is done by
Thank you
staff
very
in the
much,
school.
very much for your testimony. There are no other people to ask questions. I just have a couple of comments and a quick question. First, I'm happy to see that the governor is recognizing the special act school districts, and we have to do a little less fighting to get more funding for it, even though we'll still try to get more. And I guess I got one question for Mr. Rebel, that you want to, revamp the formula. Currently the school aid formula is based on the average wealth of the state, and then they take the wealth of a district, and if it's above the average wealth, it gets a little school aid. If it's below, they get a lot of school aid. In your mind, do you think that there should be a different criteria used?
Well, that's the basic model that most progressive states use. Yes, you should vary the amount of state aid based on the wealth of the particular
Well, that's what it
district.
does now, and then it kind of reconfigures it, trying to help districts that need more money that don't fit into the formula. And that's why it's a hodgepodge that it is now. And I kind of think the problem with doing a new formula is the same problem that comes up when the community thinks about reassessing their property. It's a third, a third, and a third. If you do a reval in any community, generally what happens is a third of the people's property taxes go up, a third go down, and a third stay the same. And one of the reasons that you don't want to do that is because the ones that go down are usually your poorer districts in your community, and then you'd have to raise them to equalize everybody, and that's where the problems lie. And I think what happens with the school aid formula, if we change it, several districts would have to go down, and we don't want to lower any school district, no matter what its wealth is, as evidenced by the governor now putting in a 2% hold harmless on all school districts. So if we did a new school formula Some districts would definitely go up, some will go up by quite a bit, but I can guarantee you that several out of the 600 and some school districts that we have would be necessitated to go into a reduction because of a new formula. So
Well, I
rather
can
than
tell
go
you-
through that fight, they just don't do a new formula.
Well, I'll tell you, and look, we could get into the economics of what the overall budget situation is for the state, but when we adopted the foundation aid formula in 2007, there was a hold harmless for the wealthy districts, and the underfunded districts got an average of 15% increase per year over a 4-year phase-in, which didn't fully happen. Now, I agree there was more money available at that time, but you can set up a formula. If the legislature is willing to put the funding into it, yes, we can hold the wealthy districts harmless, and we can really look to the needs of those who need a lot more. There are various ways of doing it. Whatever way you do it, though, it should look to current student needs, and it should be constitutional. And we're not doing either with using a 19-year-old outdated
I have
formula.
to cut myself off. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you all for your testimony. We now want to put panel E.
Good luck.
Congratulations.
If you don't want to ask a question, let me know. I won't call on you, but I generally put down the chairs and the rankers to speak on everything. And then you say no.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Before we begin, for the individuals in the booth up there, could everyone just introduce themselves and give their title and your name before we start the testimony?
My name is Max Prime. I am the Director of Government Relations and Advocacy for the New York Library Association.
Matt?
Hi, my name is Catherine Cochran. I'm a Policy Associate at the Center for Science in the Public Interest.
Hi, I'm Jessica Pino-Goodspeed. I'm here on behalf of the Healthy School Meals for All New York Kids. Hi, I'm Jessica Pino-Goodspeed. I'm here on behalf of the Healthy School Meals for All New York Kids Coalition.
My name is Claire Barnett. I'm Executive Director of Healthy Schools Network, and I'm going to talk to you about two things that didn't come up in the budget and didn't come up in today's conversation. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, who's first?
I'll go ahead.
Who's on first? Okay.
All right, well, good afternoon. My name is Max Prime, and I have the privilege of serving the New York Library Association as their Director of Government Relations and Advocacy. Thank you for providing me with the opportunity to testify today on behalf of our state's libraries, library systems, and the more than 10 million New Yorkers who hold library cards. I begin by thanking Governor Hochul for a second consecutive executive budget featuring increased state aid to libraries and dedicated funding for Novel New York, while lamenting her proposal to substantially cut library construction aid. To that end, this year's executive budget includes $104.6 million for state library aid, $34 million for library construction aid, and $3 million for Novel New York. New York's library community is grateful to both the legislature and Governor Hochul for recognizing the need for investment in our state's libraries and library infrastructure, but the allocations proposed remain insufficient. To that end, NYLA is requesting $176.8 million for state library aid, $175 million for library construction aid, $11.33 per pupil for library materials aid, and $3.1 million for Novel New York. As for state library aid, the program is the primary source of funding for New York's library systems, which provide shared services and resources to each library in New York. These system services ensure that every community and every New Yorker has access to quality library materials and services. Unfortunately, sustained underfunding to the tune of over $207 million across 3 decades has depleted services, degraded tech assets, and diminished educational programming. And as such, New York's libraries and systems require substantially greater investment if they are to weather the storm of rising operational costs, expensive intellectual freedom challenges, and emerging community needs. This year's executive budget for library construction aid features a regrettable return to the practice of proposing sharply reduced library construction aid at the start of the year and forcing the legislature to identify and resecure that funding. Despite statewide construction needs that, according to the state library, have grown to a total of $1.75 billion for the period spanning 2023 to 2027, this year's proposal cuts existing funds by $10 million, or 22.7%. With each successive year of underfunding, the level of statewide need continues to grow. Our libraries continue to age. The costs of fixing them and what is there to be fixed go up, and the issue metastasizes. For instructional materials aid, we are requesting, again, $11.33 per pupil for our library materials. That level that is currently in law is $6.25. It's been stuck there since 2007. It was last done through Article 7 legislation. It's time to do it again. And for Novel New York, we are requesting a small increase to $3.1 million from $3 million to account for increased costs there and not to have any interruption in the services and resources that are there. Our libraries and systems are vital institutions of foundational and lifelong learning. They advance literacy, promote equity in education, and bridge gaps in access to critical resources for vulnerable populations. With adequate funding, they can innovate and deliver the services that we need for our patrons that keep emerging. Without it, they'll struggle to actually deliver on the current services they already provide.
Thank you, Chair Kruger, Chair Pretlow, and members of the Senate Finance and Assembly Ways and Means Committees for the opportunity to testify today. I'm testifying on behalf of the Center for Science in the Public Interest. We're a science-based consumer advocacy organization who's worked on school food and food safety for decades. As a member of the Healthy School Meals for All New York Kids Coalition, we strongly support providing free breakfast and free lunch to every New York student, as outlined in Assembly Bill 282 and Senate Bill 594. Additionally, we would like to thank the legislature for its historic support of this critical proposal. We're thrilled that in her fiscal year 2026 executive budget, Governor Hochul included funding to expand universal free school meals statewide. With this testimony, CSPI urges the legislature to ensure that universal free school meals for all New York students is fully funded in the final budget for the following 3 reasons. First, this policy makes New York more affordable for families. We know that this policy will provide economic relief to New York families facing high costs of living by saving families an estimated $165 on groceries per child each month. Second, universal free school meals promote nutrition, food security, and academic performance. A systematic review examining free meals for all policies found that they are positively associated with school meal participation, and in many cases are positively associated with diet quality, food security, and academic performance. In fact, research shows that in 2017-2018, food consumed at school was the highest quality source of food for kids compared to the nutritional quality of food consumed from any other source, including grocery stores and restaurants. And finally, this policy has the ability to advance equity. Universal free school meals provide assurance that all children will receive free meals at school, even if their family income fluctuates in and out of typical eligibility requirements for free meals. No child deserves to be hungry at school. Please ensure that children in New York have the nourishment and dignity they need to learn and thrive by ensuring that universal free school meals remain fully funded in the final budget. I'd also like to speak with you about food safety. The budget should also include Senate Bill 1239 and Assembly Bill 1556, sponsored by Senator Kavanaugh and Assemblymember Kellis. This bill protects children and New Yorkers from dangerous chemicals in 3 ways. First, it prohibits the use of 7 synthetic food dyes in school foods. These dyes can result in hyperactivity and adverse neurobehavioral outcomes in some children. Second, the bill bans 3 dangerous food chemicals from all foods sold in New York State. These chemicals are linked to cancer, hormone disruption, and reproductive toxicity. Finally, this bill requires transparency. Federal regulations allow companies to use new food chemicals without telling FDA. For those chemicals that bypass FDA review, this bill simply requires that companies disclose the evidence for why their food chemicals are actually safe to eat. That evidence would be posted in a public database by the Department of Ag and Markets. Thank you for your consideration.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm here on behalf of the Healthy School Meals for All New York Kids Coalition, which represents over 350 organizations, steadfast in our goal to make universal school meals a reality in New York. We are thrilled and grateful that Governor Hochul included full funding for statewide universal school meals in her executive budget, ensuring that over 2.7 million New York State students will have access to free breakfast and lunch each school day. But we would not be here without the long-standing support and leadership of this body. The Senate and Assembly both have championed this critical policy and has taken us through incremental steps that you've heard through today. And we're really excited that this year we can make this a reality. As you've heard already today, we know Healthy School Meals for All is a proven policy to end hunger in our schools and save families money. We also know that stigma really exists. This body has also worked hard to ban overt lunch shaming in cafeterias, but unfortunately that still exists for families when they need to submit applications, and kids still worry about being characterized as that free lunch kid. We hear these stories directly from schools, and these anecdotes are underscored in research. When schools shift to universal school meals, more kids eat, including those already eligible for free school meals. We know that this policy also supports student health across all income levels. Kids who eat school meals consume more fruits, vegetables, and whole grains than their peers. A recent USDA study has come out to show that states with universal school meal policies have increased local food purchasing as well. We had the opportunity to survey about 400 parents across New York State, and 87% of those parents agreed that all students should receive free meals regardless of income. Among those parents who already had access to universal school meals, 82% said they felt financial relief from the program. I'd like to use the rest of my time to share direct quotes from parents on that survey. One parent shared, "Inflation is making it hard for me financially. I work 2 jobs, I still struggle. Having free school lunch helps me not stress about packing lunch every morning." Another single mom who shared, "The rising cost of food is harming my ability to feed my kids healthy options. Free school lunch makes that opportunity available." Another parent described their own experience with stigma and free meals growing up and shared that, "I was a hungry child. My parents did not enroll in free school meals due to shame. I ate what my friends had left over sometimes." Our coalition represents the voices of these families who are asking New York to ensure that all children have access to the food they need, no questions asked. With strong support from this legislature and Governor Hochul, this is the year we can make New York the 9th state to implement free meals for all kids in New York. We're proud to stand alongside you, and we urge lawmakers to make this historic investment fully funded in the enacted budget. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. It's great to be here. Thank you again so much. I'm going to talk about something that was not in the budget and really hasn't come up in the questions. And it really has to do with school facilities, and it's really prompted by the extreme heat in schools bill and the pending chapter amendment. New York State public school facilities need to be prepared for extreme weather events and improving indoor air quality to reduce the spread of colds and flu and other infectious diseases. We've got 2 major recommendations, and in the testimony there are extensive resources on high-cost, low-cost ways to cool down schools as well as improve indoor air, and some examples of what NYSERD is already doing. We urge all of you, because this has not come up in the budget, to press, because the governor will not, you have to press the Board of Regents and the Education Department to come up with a plan for school facility climate and health. Climate affects everybody. It affects children dramatically. It affects the conditions of the building dramatically. It puts all that built infrastructure at risk. You need to have resilient buildings. So the priorities include that really they need to have a school facility climate and health plan, prioritize how to address them, which buildings are in the highest risk zone, and where are the children at highest risk. And then what would the costs be? Low cost, high cost, and so forth. You really need that. We support the bill. We want to see the chapter amendment signed and put in. But the second recommendation here, just the way there are questions about should superintendents be signing off on vaccinations, there is substantial medical and environmental health research on the effects of high heat on children. Children are more vulnerable to high heat than the adults around them, and that means they're much more vulnerable in a school setting, which schools are more densely occupied than nursing homes, than the adults who are the teachers and the staff. So it's really important to get that. So we want the New York State Health Department to be directed to produce high-level guidance for the individual school districts while they're thinking about how to put together a plan and work it out with their community. It's really essential to have the information to them before they start preparing a plan, not after the fact. So if the Department of Health can be urged to assist education and fast-tracking advice, that would be great. So just to tell you a little bit about what happens in high heat. First of all, they are more vulnerable to high heat and other environmental health risks than the adults around them because they're still developing. High heat in schools is now well documented to reduce the ability to absorb new lessons, take on new information in high heat classrooms. It also undercuts test scores, and it's the third leading cause of athlete death in students. Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you all for your testimony. Mr. Prime, the Library Association you just advocated for an increase of both operating and capital dollars from the governor's 2025 budget. Can you tell us how you came about to come up with that assessment, how those numbers were created?
Absolutely. So the $176.8 million that we are requesting for library operating aid, we got that number by taking a look at the first year of the current formula back in fiscal year 91-92 and looked at what was put as statutory that year. It was around $76 million. If you just advance that out even by inflation out to today, that reaches to that $176.8 million. In the past 30 years, there have been massive expansions in what libraries do and costs that are associated with those. That increase wouldn't even cover that. That would just be to do what we did back in the early 90s. So that's kind of, to us, a minimum of what we really need. For the library construction aid, that $175 million number, we took the 5-year estimated current need for the state for library construction, $1.75 billion. We took 1 year of that, which would be $350 million, and then we took what we would need to leverage the local funds, the kind of baseline 50% match for local funds, and we said we would need that 50% to come in from the state to cover that and actually keep pace with what our needs are.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Is it Sandy?
Yes. Yes, I do have a few questions. First, Mr. Prime, one of the libraries in my district pointed out that apparently libraries, in order to get audiobooks and other things that are really much more desirable now than hardcover books, they actually have to sign a contract with a for-profit book publisher that is the same that sells to a bookstore, and that every year they have to renew at an exorbitant rate. They cannot get a multi-year contract. So, and that there's a limitation on usage for audiobooks. Are you proposing or suggesting there should be legislation that allows libraries or requires that libraries be able to have deals that are not the same as a bookstore?
So what we are proposing is to have legislation that would put guardrails on this process so that libraries are not gouged on these terms. Currently, we are having to purchase, or really we can't purchase, license audiobook materials at rates that are far, far above what a individual citizen would have to pay for those, often 2-3 times more than an individual citizen would have to pay on their own to get access to that e-material. And so what we end up having to do is have these licenses that they are purchased at the higher price point. Usually they are still, one person can check it out at a time.
Right.
That's all there. But after a certain number of circulations or a certain time period, that license ends, and you have to purchase it again and again and again. And it really puts a squeeze on budgets and makes it so we can't use the money that you all
Yeah.
give to us effectively. And I do know that Assemblymember Carroll has actually introduced legislation that we had introduced last year, reintroduced it recently.
So Assemblyman Carroll has a bill that addresses this issue, okay.
Yes.
I think this is for Jessica. But the governor mentioned in her State of the State, and you also are using this $165 savings. Where does that come from, that number? I mean, it sounds good, but I just don't know.
So I'm so glad you asked. They reached out about the same question. So we take the average cost of a meal, which is, I think, about $4.20, calculated by Feeding America, and then take that and do some basic multiplication of 2 meals a day, and make a general sense, and then we kind of round it down to.
Okay, and lastly, Ms. Barnett, we don't have a copy of your testimony. Maybe it wasn't submitted online, so if you could make sure it gets to be distributed from you. We don't have it. I don't have it anyway.
It was emailed to you.
Okay, I'm just saying.
Thank you.
Oh,
Assemblyman
it's too bad.
Smith?
Thank you.
It's gone. Ed?
Assemblyman Otis?
I have some questions for Mr. Prime. Thank you very much for being here. We love our libraries. Just to follow up on Senator Mayer's question, for alternative models to deal with this licensing issue, have you surveyed anything that other states have done in this space, or would we be the first to sort of jump in?
So there have been attempts kind of across the country. There are a number of states that are kind of advancing similar legislation to what we are advancing and trying to put that forward. There were somewhat different models that were attempted previously that had some kind of fatal flaws within the text that really needed to be addressed. This legislation is that we've proposed is fundamentally different to what the kind of previous attempts have been. We've addressed those issues. The previous versions would have essentially required publishers to enter into contracts without giving them a choice. This uses the kind of well-established role or right of states to regulate their internal markets and have consumer protection, contract law, to say if you are going to engage with public libraries on this matter, you would have to do so kind of within these bounds, and these terms X, Y, and Z would not be appropriate.
Certainly interested in more information on that. On the issue of capital, certainly we're all, and the legislature has been over many years a big supporter of adding and restoring capital funds for libraries into that construction fund, very important fund. For your members, are you noting an increase in the need for capital that is also related to technology upgrades?
I'd say across the board, all types of increases in capital need are there. So certainly that. We look at broadband issues that come in with capital as well, trying to expand access in communities where that is not there, and the library ends up being really one of the few places where you can access it. But certainly across the board, I would say all categories of capital increase.
That's great. So another topic, really, it's going to come up in the economic development hearing, but it's something libraries are hooked into that I'm involved with, are digital inclusion, digital equity programs. Libraries are big players in that, so stay tuned, and you may want to feed in some written comments there as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sandy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, greetings to the panel, and Mr. Prime, this question is for you. When you referred to threats to maintaining core services, could you explain what those threats are and give us an example?
Certainly. So really, as I mentioned in my testimony, over time there have been these gaps in the statutory amount of aid versus what we've actually received for a long time. And the actual kind of value of the dollars we have has gone down over time as well. So it's just libraries and their systems that kind of serve them have been stretching that money further and further and further. And so our systems where most of this money goes to from state library aid, they help to provide those shared services kind of across all of the libraries that they serve to make sure that all of the libraries in their service area are able to kind of provide those core services. One of the things that we see happening there is that some of the services they provide won't be able to necessarily continue to be provided if the money doesn't continue to come in or increase at a pace that would allow it. Things like shared IT services that make sure that the integrity of the IT there, or even the covering payroll processing for some of the local libraries that they serve. And each time you take away one of those items, it stresses the actual local taxpayers there more and more. And in those communities that don't, that might be more economically vulnerable, don't have the money to be able to put in, it means that their libraries could become unsustainable, and you might not be able to continue to provide all of those services. And one of the core things that we see here that keeps coming up is the delivery costs continue to rise. And if the money doesn't continue to match with that or keep pace to allow us to continue to providing delivery on the same schedules, you could see days where the truck doesn't go between the libraries and those books don't make it to their intended destinations, creates longer lag time. There are so many different ways. A lot of systems end up subsidizing some of the local internet costs for their member libraries, which are a core aspect of the services delivered. So there are a lot of different ways that can happen.
And you also mentioned supporting a slight increase to Novel New York. Could you explain how that would be used?
Yeah, so essentially Novel New York is a suite of databases and electronic resources that are available to all New Yorkers free of charge, and it ends up being used in large part by our school libraries to make sure that there are databases available to kind of all students across the country, or not country, sorry, state, but all students across the state, regardless of that relative wealth. But that $0.1, that $100,000 would just keep pace with the price of those to make sure that none of those resources drop off this year.
Assemblywoman Simon?
Since I did email in my testimony, apparently it did not get distributed, I apologize, but could I make a comment out of my remarks that are here, just to sort of fill out how the regents might prioritize?
So we're making sure, you already spoke, so we're making sure the testimony gets online for everyone, okay?
Okay, thank you.
There we go, I got it.
You trying to turn the-
Thank you.
turn the mic on.
And thank you for your testimony. Ms. Barnett, I had a couple of follow-up questions.
Turning your mic on?
It's on.
Oh, I
I
see
guess
red. Oh, that's another mic? Okay.
Make it closer, okay. Just a couple, you talked a lot about the effects of heat.
Yes.
I'm curious whether your organization has a view with regard to the various systems from a climate point of view, right? In New York, unlike a lot of states, we actually require an evaluation physical plant every 5 years, and it goes on a rotating basis.
Right,
a
the
fifth, a
building
fifth, a
condition
fifth,
surveys, correct.
But there are a lot of old heating systems, there are a lot of, places letting in air and whatnot, inefficient uses. But also just many of these heating and air conditioning systems, for example, can also have a negative effect on students and exacerbate pulmonary disorders and asthma, for example. Can you comment on that? Is that something that your organization is focused on?
Well, to begin with, our focus is always children's environmental health and safety. We're now in our 30th year as an organization. I serve on a number of different state committees over the years, and I'm currently a voting member of Health and Human Services Federal Advisory Committee on Children and Disasters. So we have a project right now with RPI, and in that project, we're looking at the existing data that New York State already collects. You collect building condition surveys, annual visual inspections. Health Department collects pediatric asthma hospitalizations and emergency room visits. There are also school report cards and so forth, or heat vulnerability indices and so forth. So merging these together in a massive database and a deep dive upstate, we did a small roundtable workshop with Paul Tonko in his district in the Albany area And we found in his congressional district, 16% of the public schools had absenteeism rates over 45% annually. 31% of the public schools were in areas above the median heat vulnerability index, and 42% of the public schools had ventilation systems with less than 5 years of remaining life. One of the interesting things about the building conditions survey is you can't rely on something called air conditioning because it's not a good question to ask because of how it's framed in the building conditions survey. What we looked at in an older building conditions survey going back about 5 or 6 years, not the most current one, is we found that roughly half of all the public schools upstate out of New York City do not have mechanical air handling systems. So this is a much bigger issue, which is why it's really important to get an overall look at it. In fact, when we had already established looking at building conditions surveys when Campaign for Fiscal Equity began its search, and I approached Michael and saying, do you want to include facility data? And at that point, which is 25 years ago, there really was not robust
Thank you.
science. So we've done a lot on this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to follow up with you.
Sorry, we have to go on. Senator Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you all for being here, and I'll echo what I've said over and over again today. To those with the healthy meals, thank you so much. This is very personal to me. I've told my story before. I won't use up the time, but it is very personal. It means a lot, so thank you so much for your efforts. Mr. Prime, thank you for being here. I know you're a little under the weather, so it shows your dedication to the cause here. But, you know, year after year, you talked about the statutory increases and what should have been. Year after year after year through every budget process, and there was a previous governor that was famous, or I should say infamous, for immediately cutting your funding and then making the legislature claw it back just to get to the starting point. It almost feels like we're there again because we had a $10 million increase up to 44 with the construction aid last year, and where are we starting? Right back at 34 now. Where should the construction aid, where should it really be at this point?
So we do feel that it should be at that $175 million level. We believe that
You're saying construction or overall?
For construction specifically, okay. Because that you know, that aid is really the, you know, like I said, that represents what we need the state to put forward for our localities to be able to leverage local dollars to keep pace with the actual need of construction across the state.
And I always say when we're in tight times like this, if we're going to increase, it needs to be an investment. Well, this is. I've had a couple of libraries expand in my district, and the return is incredible. What you see on the return on investment here, both directly and ancillary, with just how it helps the community. But I believe, if I'm not mistaken, isn't it somewhere to the tune of for every dollar we invest, we get like $8 return, something
about
like that?
$7 back. Yep.
Right.
For every $1 invested in libraries, about $7 back.
And that's why this is truly an investment that we will get back. So I would like to see, like you, I'd like to see that aid get to where it should be. Speaking of being stagnant, 2007, when we talked about instructional material aid, 2007 was the last time it increased. We're stuck at $6.25. Again, up to the $11 is where, little over 11 is where we should be. But can you explain what that goes towards? When we say instructional material aid, what is that?
Certainly, and there are several categories of instructional material aid, and we focus specifically on that library materials aid, and that is for the materials in our libraries that, you know, can be circulated, that are, you know, for use, that, you know, can't be you know, purchased under textbook aid or any of the other types of instructional aid, but it's for the vast kind of array of different things that your student might want to check out from the library. And we did recently expand what that includes to include digital materials, ebooks. Those cost a lot.
Right.
We need to have that higher level to be able to actually keep pace with that.
Thank you very much. Assemblywoman Hooks?
Hello, thank you for your testimony. Langston Hughes Library is a Black Heritage Reference Center for the entire borough of Queens. It is also the only library in New York City that provides referencing and circulating. The governor is cutting its funding by $55,000. Will the funds you are requesting have any funding allotment to that library?
So in what I've talked about today, it would be, that library would be addressed through the funds that would go to the library system that serves it, and kind of work through that way, as its system is, it is a branch of a system. But we have, in our materials that we advocate for, while it's not included here, we do year after year advocate for full funding for that library for Langston Hughes, because we believe it is important for that to not be cut back when you have an increase. We want that stable funding, and for its services to be, robustly provided for.
Okay. I've been hearing from my libraries that it's really difficult for the monies that go to the public library system to actually get to the libraries for repairs. And they have been, two of them, my libraries have been waiting on just to get the sound system repaired and AC. And it's been several years of waiting, and money was allocated for it.
And so how it goes through the systems, there's a process for the applications and how the systems can kind of apply that money. And so, I'd have to look at the specific instances there that we're referring to. But one of the issues that we have is that the amount of money that's provided, it's allocated across all the systems divided by formula. And the amount that goes to each system is just not enough to actually handle the needs of all of those projects that are there. And we see often, whereas there's a baseline eligibility for 50% of matching, or 50% local funds and 50% from the state. There is room for eligibility up to 90%, but most of the for those who qualify for economically distressed and disadvantaged communities. But the amount of money that goes in isn't enough for most of those libraries to even be able to get 30%. It's just not there, and we need to have that investment to properly be able to leverage that and get that those projects going.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Assemblywoman Amato?
Good, okay. Hi, everybody, good evening. Yep, good evening. Ms. Barnett, first of all, congratulations on 30 years. I have questions. I don't know if it falls under your purview, what your organization does, because you were talking about healthy schools and talking about the heating within a building structure. Do you look, and I'm from New York City, do you look at infrastructure around buildings? So for example, in my area, we flood. In New York City, we have old infrastructure. Some of our kids can't get to school because the streets are so flooded. If it's rain, or depending on high tide, we actually have people who wait till the tide goes down. Do you look at that extension of a school building, or what happens for that health in that surrounding sort of area?
Right. So our founding issue is actually children's environmental health, meaning they're adversely affected usually by polluted indoor air. Okay. Indoor air is our founding issue, because literally everything that goes right and wrong with a building from the outside to the inside can affect the indoor air quality. And children with asthma are going to be particularly impacted. So having had a son who was impacted, it was pretty logical to follow that. So the project that we're doing with RPI is mining the databases. What I do know from speaking to people who have been working in the state ed school facility office for some time is that roughly, it's close to half, maybe a third to half, buildings have been built, located in wetlands.
Oh, welcome to my district.
Yeah, so we have a problem here because climate's not going away, and everybody's going to be warmer and everybody is going to be wetter. And so the resiliency issue is really critical. And how do you build resiliency around the building, right, to prevent the floodwaters and so forth? And how do you also build resiliency inside the building, because indoor air gets worse with warmer, wetter weather? And this is well established through the Institute of Medicine and the National Academy of Sciences. In fact, the National Academy of Sciences found 18 years ago that generally buildings have a serious effect on children's thinking, health, and learning. And so if you want a building that promotes health and promotes learning, they have to come with certain characteristics. They have to be clean, dry, quiet. Already they're not, right? Clean, dry, quiet, free of dust and particulates, good indoor air quality, well-maintained systems. Thermal comfort is an element. Thermal comfort means too hot, too cold. To that, at this point, after 18 years of work, there's now a climate impact. And EPA has put out tremendous information about the impact of climate on children and heat on climate, which I've included in here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I have, I guess, two easy questions for you. First question, is the governor's proposal to fund the universal lunch and breakfast sufficient, or should it be increased? Any one of you?
So I'm happy to answer this. So we've been able to talk and connect with the executive, and what we can see in the breakdown, it does include the expansion, the longstanding reimbursements for free meals, and what we anticipate would cover the remaining schools that do not have universal. So yes.
It would, okay. And typically, what does a school lunch and breakfast look like?
I can take some of that. School lunches must meet federal regulations and meet certain components. I am not a school lunch director.
Is ketchup a vegetable? Is that the route that we take? I'm old, what can I say?
There are certain regulations that each school must meet in order for that meal to be reimbursed by the federal and state government. And so there's also oversight through the state education department to make sure that those menus are compliant in order to receive a reimbursement.
Okay, because like I don't think many schools now have cafeterias where they cook, so they have to purchase food from outside vendors. Is that how this works? I mean, is it a slice of pizza, or is it the mystery meat that I was used to in high school? You know.
School meals have come a long way, even from when I was in school. And so there are some schools that do programs outside of the National School Lunch and Breakfast Program that may use outside vendors. But you know, if you're using a vendor, they need to comply with whole grain standards. That pizza needs to be whole grain. And so you know, those pieces. And I think too, we're in a new day for school meals. Schools are really kind of, we heard from New York City today, using parent feedback to improve their menu options, doing more local farm to school. And universal school meals just really kind of gives that stable revenue so that schools can focus on giving kids the highest quality meals that they'll eat. And so we're excited that this is kind of, we've seen this through the longstanding programs in New York City, and now kind of being able to roll out to every school in New York.
And I would add, if I may, that the 2010 Healthy Hunger Free Kids Act was pivotal to improving the nutrition of school meals, and then the USDA passed a final rule in 2023 that implemented stronger standards as well. So schools are going to be rolling in, for instance, a limit on added sugars that's going to continue to improve the nutritional quality of school meals.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. Okay. We're ready for the panel F. Yes, no? Okay. Because I need to know. No, you're the chair, so.
I didn't hear the beginning, but I'll agree. What?
No, I just asked him if he's gonna ask a question or not. But he's the chair, but he's really familiar with it because he's the real chair. But I give him the, you know, the difference of being first called. Sorry? Used to call it one. Oh, yeah. Parker?
I'm Anna. Yeah, that's me. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you. Anna Hall. Yeah, totally. Thank you. Can you guys scooch a tiny bit? Thank you. Thanks.
Good evening, everyone. For our audio-visual people up in the booth, could everyone just introduce themselves and just state your name and who you're representing? Would appreciate that.
Yes, Sydney Altfield, Executive Director of Teach NYS.
Jim Coltrara, Executive Secretary, New York State Council of Catholic School Superintendents.
Yerucham Silber, Director of New York Government Relations, Agudath Israel of America.
James Merriman, CEO, New York City Charter Schools Center.
And I'm Anna Hall. I'm standing in for Fatima Barker, who's probably on your roster from the New York Charter Schools Association.
Thank you all very much. Okay, who's going to start?
Great. Hi, everyone. Good evening, chairs, Kruger, Pretlow, Mayor, and members of both committees. I'm here representing 402,000 non-public school students that attend 1,700 schools and make up 15% of the student population here in New York. I want to tell you a story about a school in Long Island. They're a school before the STEM program that is in my testimony and I'm going to speak about today. Before the STEM program existed, that school did not feel that their students had the skills to compete in robotics competitions. Then the STEM program happened. They started getting money. They started revamping their schools, their curriculum, and I'm really proud to say that now, with the STEM program, that school just placed in their first time ever competing first place in a robotics STEM competition. So when I talk about increasing funding for programs such as the STEM reimbursement program, I like to tell you why and how it's helping students in schools across the state of New York. But unfortunately, the program is not fully funded. So we're seeing great things happen, but it's just not meeting the needs completely. If the program were to be fully funded, it would need to be funded at $133 million. We're currently at $75.5 million. The governor put it in for $85.5 million, a $10 million increase. We're extremely thankful, but it's just not enough, as I mentioned. We're asking for the legislature to increase it to $100 million to get us closer to that full funding of $133 million so that we can have stories like that, not just on Long Island, but across the entire state, and that every application that's applied for is fully funded for the STEM program. Now, I have to change my tune a little bit. That was very exciting, but now I have to talk about the reality. What most of our schools are facing is security threats. Majority of the schools that I represent, the non-public schools, are faith-based schools, Jewish schools, Islamic schools, Catholic schools. And last year I spoke about the horrific things that I was witnessing visiting these schools, and unfortunately it has stayed the same a year later. The FBI have found that there has been an 84% increase of hate crimes just in the state of New York alone, 961 hate crimes incidents in the last year. Unfortunately, those are fueled by anti-Semitism, by Islamophobia, and our faith-based schools are feeling the financial burden, and their costs have risen exponentially, where there's about 80% spending increases across the board over the last year. So we're asking for the non-public safety equipment program, the non-public school safety equipment program, NPSC, to be increased from $70 million to $90 million. Thank you.
Thank you. In addition to supporting Sydney's proposals, as well as Yerucham's, the Catholic school superintendents would like to focus on two issues: academic intervention services and the state immunization program. For 25 years, funding for AIS has been at the embarrassingly low, utterly inadequate level of $1 million to serve these 1,700 schools. Last year was the first year where you broke that low funding, and you provided a 50% increase. But a 50% increase on $1 million doesn't even come close to the easily $30 million need. We're asking you to restore the $500,000 that the governor cut, that you added last year, and to continue to increase that program to meet the full need at 30 million. Now, the immunization program. Senator Krueger, glad that you asked the question of a previous witness. As you know, our school principals, all public school principals, are on the front line of enforcing the state's immunization program. That is a public health mandate. School administrators are not public health administrators. They're school administrators. Yet that's where the kids are, so they impose the burden on school principals. Since 1985, you have been providing funding for our schools located in the cities of Buffalo, Rochester, and New York City. But 10 years ago, you recognized not only was that funding inadequate, but that schools outside those three cities, given the nursing shortage especially, our schools outside those three cities were incurring expenses. And so you changed the law to require the commissioner to reimburse all schools across the state, not just those in the three cities. Yet funding for the last 10 years has only gone to those schools in the three cities, except for 1 year, at only $1 million. Our survey about 10 years ago, the Weinstock survey, showed that there's about, on average, a $30 per pupil cost. And we can outline that for you and justify what that cost is. In the meantime, the program has become more complicated, more time-consuming. We have fraudulent immunization records and practitioners. The state health department and county health departments are enforcing it, showing schools that you have kids in your school who have fraudulent immunization records. You must unenroll those kids. Yet when we talk to the parents, they say, my kid got immunized. So a practitioner who issues fraudulent records is also immunizing kids, making it far more confusing for the parent, so for the school. We need reimbursement to help enforce it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. Now, Chairs Krueger, Pretlow, Mayor, and I agree with my colleagues on funding requests. And in my written testimony, I have provided details on our request, including fully funding mandated services, security, immunization reimbursement, as Jim just mentioned, universal free meals, and more. But there are two very important issues I really want to highlight to here. Under state law, all children have the right to receive special education services, usually provided by the local district. However, some localities, primarily New York City, have failed to meet their obligation to provide services directly, and parents are forced to file a due process complaint with an independent hearing officer. Last summer, the Board of Regents proposed an amendment severely curtailing the rights to a due process hearing. This has caused a total collapse of the private special education provider market. Months into the school year, thousands of kids were still without services. In December, New York City offered the grant services, but in order to accept, parents had to sign a waiver severely restricting their rights. Senator Helmut Siegel has introduced legislation, S1325, that among other things removes the restrictions placed upon parents signing these waivers. We strongly support this legislation and urge its passage. Last October, Agudath Israel, joined by 10 parents, including a mother from Harlem whose child had cerebral palsy, now deprived of her aid to push a wheelchair and help use the bathroom, and a Hispanic family whose child has spina bifida. They filed suit contending that the amended regulation violates the meaning and intent of state law. Within a matter of days, the judge granted a TRO, pausing the implementation. While the case now awaits final judicial resolution, we urge the legislature to consider enacting legislation protecting and restoring the rights of all children, ensuring they have access to proper services. Now in East Ramapo, as was mentioned earlier today, every child in East Ramapo, whether attending a public or a private school, should have access to a quality education in well-maintained school buildings, as well as receive all essential services, whether it's transportation or special ed. Sadly, many of the public school advocates have often reverted to anti-Semitic tropes and false accusations of racism, which only serve to further divide people and do nothing to improve the education of students in the district. The legislation in the past has voted for a state monitor, granted the monitor veto power, but despite those good faith efforts, fiscal problems persisted. Last August, as was mentioned this morning, Commissioner Rosa intervened and unilaterally increased an additional 4.38% levy on the district taxpayers, citing deficit of $20 million. Then this past November, it was announced that the district actually had a $30 million surplus, a $15 million discrepancy. In light of that, we issued a statement calling on the commission to consider rescinding this tax levy. We believe the root of the East Ramapo problem is the Foundation Aid formula, which is fundamentally flawed. It does not account for non-public school students, even though the district is required to supply services to all children. Given the unique demographics of this district, where most children attend non-public schools, the district has naturally experienced budgetary shortfalls. Indeed, in the Rockefeller Institute study, they explicitly write that the income wealth per capita should be based not on numbers of public school students, but on total school-age population. We urge the legislature to follow this recommendation and adjust the formula accordingly. Thank you. I look forward to working with you over the course of the next couple of months.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm James Merriman, Chief Executive Officer of the New York City Charter School Center, and I thank the chairs and the members for the opportunity to testify. Before turning to the executive proposed, I do want to correct the record, and it's one of the oldest misunderstandings, which is when a student returns from a charter school to the home district, the myth is that the charter school keeps 100% of that year's funding. It's not true. I point you to 8 NYCRR 119.1, promulgated by NYSED. And basically, the rule is, once a student stops attending a charter school, the money stops and the money returns to the district. Basically, you get just the amount of money for the percentage of time at the school year. I also want to say that, you know, collective choice, because I hear you talk sometimes, oh, charter schools are taking students, but parents are making the choice to send their kids to charter schools. And that collective choice can sometimes be eye-opening. In New York City today, 39% of Black students in the early grades attending a New York City public school are attending a public charter school. Why? For all the reasons that anyone picks schools. Sense of safety, building feels like family, they like the curriculum, wraparound services, et cetera, et cetera. But one reason does stick out in a world where NAEP scores were just released, and they are pretty grim. The fact is that year after year, Black and Hispanic charter school students outperform their counterparts in New York City public schools by large amounts. And last year, 24 percentage points on the state 3A assessments in math, and with similar but smaller gaps in ELA. You may not be aware of that fact, but I assure you that most of the parents of the 149,000 students who chose a charter over a district school in New York City are aware of it. As to the governor's proposed budget, we applaud the governor on increasing state aid, but share New York City Public Schools' concerns about implementing only some of the foundation aid fixes. Cell phone ban, generally in agreement, need to talk more with our charter schools, which already have programs in place, to see how it will work. And finally, we welcome the inclusion of charter schools in the governor's proposal to launch the High School Opportunity Fund. It's a great program, and it's a great example of including charters instead of excluding them, which too often in the past has happened. Thank you so much.
Good evening again. My name is Anna Hall, and I'm here from the New York Charter Schools Association, representing the over 350 charter schools across the state, from the Bronx to Brooklyn and all the way up to Buffalo. So I won't read the written submitted testimony that we've already provided. Instead, I'd like to use this opportunity to be responsive to some of the themes that you all have heard already from our public school counterparts. First of all, we agree about the urgency and the necessity to revise and revisit the foundation aid formula to reflect the more current and accurate use of data and more modern understanding about the use of resources that some students and districts that disproportionately serve them need in order to meet their needs. This is also true for charter schools. And I think one thing that has been missing in the conversation about foundation aid is that charter students generate foundation aid for their host districts, but do not receive foundation aid according to their student need categories, even as they are currently configured and outside of the revisions that the governor has proposed. The charter funding formula actually predates the foundation aid formula and unintentionally has created this us versus them mentality around funding between district schools and charter schools that you've already heard from district leaders today. It's something that can and should be fixed, because when it comes to student needs, it's about the children and not about the adults. So the state should pursue a funding formula that will take longer than just this year, that recognizes student need regardless of the type of public school that students' parents choose for them, as James shared, and end this process that makes the district feel as if they're paying for charter schools and their students. They are all public school students, and they are collectively our responsibility. A very specific example of the disconnect of the relationship between the charter funding formula and foundation aid manifested itself for Rochester Charter Schools specifically just this past year. Of any public school in the state, Rochester Charters lost state funding going from FY24 to FY25, despite general legislative support both from the local delegation, from the governor's office, and legislative leaders to address the potential decrease via bullet aid in last year's budget. Confusion about the difference and the disconnect between foundation aid and the charter funding formula actually prevented that timely and necessary correction. And so those schools that serve disproportionately low-income and minority students in one of the most challenged school districts in the state lost money even as the district increased their own funding.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Assemblyman Rao?
Yes, just on the school security issue, I know we had some numbers we had talked about in the aftermath of October 7th in terms of doubling the existing funding, which I think was $45 to $90 million. Any particular numbers you could give us in terms of what you feel the need is?
Yeah, so thank you for asking the question, because the need is really great. Right after October 7th, we did a survey, and we surveyed a bunch of our schools across the state, Jewish, not Jewish, Islamic, Catholic, and we found that directly the months after October 7th, security spending increased 47%. Now we've done a new study, so that was last school year, in the middle of the school year. They were already charging parents more money for security costs. We've started a new survey for this year, and that we're still gathering some information, but we're currently at an 80% increase from last year's budgets in schools spending to this year's. So schools are spending money on increased guards, on bollards, bulletproof windows. If I had to choose one of what's the most costly and what are schools choosing, it's guards. Parents refuse to send their kids to school unless there's guards in front of the school, visible. We even had some schools last year closed because they didn't feel they had adequate security on certain days where there were days of rage, I would say. So this extra money, last year it went from 45 to 70. We were asking last year for the 90, we didn't get there, but getting up to that 90 would help secure these schools, and it is allowable for guards, for usage of guards.
Mr. Rao, if I can add, in addition to addressing the desperate security needs of schools, you were good enough to change the law 2 years ago to allow those funds also to be used for critical capital needs for health, safety, security. So if there's a structural need of the school, you can use it. Just the Archdiocese alone, which is 3 boroughs in the city and 7 upstate counties, has a capital needs of $800 million. And that's all health, safety, security needs.
Thank you.
Senate?
Yes, I have a question. Mr. Coltrera, on the immunization, I know this comes up every year. What is the compliance rate with the immunization requirements in the Catholic schools that you represent? Do you know?
You mean the percentage of kids who are fully immunized?
Yes.
I do not know that, but I'll ask our superintendents. But knowing that the health department, through county health department, state health department, are now publicizing that principals are subject to personal fines, not the school, the individual principal is subject to a fine. Our folks are scared. So they're spending the time to make sure, time that they don't have, that they're supposed to be devoting to education. They're now spending the time working with the health department, looking over fraudulent records and so on, because they're intimidated by those fines. So I can tell you, they are faithful in enforcing that law.
Senator,
and-
I'm sorry, if I
Oh,
could
yeah,
just
go
add
ahead,
quickly,
Rabbi.
we did a survey a number of years ago. I think it was a time when there was a bill which took away the religious exemption, I believe. And at that time,
Yes.
compliance was over 95%. So it was a few years ago. It's possible through COVID, with all the vaccine stuff, it may have gone down a little bit, which hurt all vaccinations, but it was quite high.
And I know our superintendent have told me, their principals don't accept kids who had even religious exemptions, because there is no, there's nothing in Catholic teaching against
There is no
immunization.
religious objection left.
That's right.
We
And
removed
we
it.
were happy that you removed that exemption.
Well, I'm glad you were. Not everybody was. You mentioned the cost of $30 per pupil for the, where did you get that number?
So the Weinstock survey of about 10 years ago
Oh.
reviewed,
You mentioned
surveyed the administrators in schools in the 3 cities.
Okay,
Share
thank
that,
you.
we still have,
And in the charter community, I appreciate you're talking about parent choice, but you can apply for and be granted a charter before the school is open, before parents choose you. So one of my concerns in a school in my district is there was tremendous opposition from the district, from parents, from teachers, from the community, and yet the charter was granted by SUNY as a new charter. And if it ultimately opens, maybe some parents will choose. But the way you're describing it is as if parents petitioned to create the charter. They're not the petitioners in these cases.
I mean, I'd just say that for parents, the most important thing they have is their children. So I wouldn't denigrate the fact that they're choosing a school. I'm not sure what the difference is. Of course, there has to be a school created. Not every parent wants to go to that school.
Right, I just say some of our comments today have to do with the approval process, not the choice.
Understood.
Okay, thank you.
Could I just say quickly, if not enough parents want their students to go, they.
Assemblywoman Pfeffer Amato?
Good evening. Regarding the school security, and I appreciate you requesting additional funding, as you know, I visit my public schools, my non-public schools, my charter schools. But the increased funding is because when I went to like St. Helens, the security guard was only funded for 2 hours. That's all they can afford on a weekly basis. And then you're saying also the money would go towards, they upgraded the door locking system, and they can apply that. So all these schools, so that's, I think for everyone to understand that they can't, it's not for 8 hours a day, or after school, there's no security. Or when basketball plays, there's no security. So that's what the increased dollars will help cover a full day's security guard, correct?
Yes, it's per pupil allocation. So it
Okay.
depends on how many students are in the school. So it could fluctuate depending on how much they are allocated. But the more money that schools are getting, the closer they're getting to be able to fund at least a full guard, for instance, of what you're talking about. Right now, the majority of schools are not getting enough money to fund a full guard. That is the most expensive when it comes to security funding, because it's a reoccurring cost every single year. And in the past year or two, we've seen not just one security guard, but 2 or 3, one at the gate when they first drive through, one at the front of the door, one at the door maybe on the back side of the school. We've had schools that had to spend $1,200 a day just to get a new security guard.
Well, I agree with you, especially retrofitting older buildings, even at I think it's called Nativity, it used to be Nativity, Ozone Park, it's an older shaped building, and they had to invest a lot of money in figuring how to lock doors and things like that. So it's all the schools. So I thank you for the increased money. Rabbi, going to the special needs and what the city has done with this arbitrary date in June, and there's a lawsuit, what do you see the effect? Are the students getting the services? Because as you say, it's about the student, and I know from constituents that they're not getting their services because the parents can't afford them. Where are we with this?
There are thousands of kids not getting services. I don't have the exact number, but just the case I cited before, the family in Harlem who has a child with cerebral palsy, and there's no aid to the help with the wheelchair. Tomorrow, there's a city councilors hearing, which will be a number of parents that are going to be testifying in New York City of services that have been denied. And
They've been completely just cut off, so they're not going to pay for it, that's it.
well, they got offers, but that's on a waiver, and if they paid on their own, out of pocket, they will not get, if they sign the waiver, they will not get
Okay.
reimbursed.
That's ridiculous. Okay,
So-
thank you. That's not taking care of the students, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Senate?
Senator John Liu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any questions for this illustrious panel, but I do want to thank them for being here every single year without fail, no matter what. And I may not agree with everything that everyone says here, but I do appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Lou, if I could say something, and every year you're here to hear us, every year you're here, you stay the full day, and we appreciate you listening to our concerns, and I like your questions usually. I'm sorry you don't have any questions here. Are you?
Well, I could give you some questions. I don't know if you're going to thank me for the questions.
I want to thank you for not asking a question.
Yeah. I thank you, James, for being here every year. I don't agree with much of what you said, but I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you.
We'll take it back to the assembly, because it was
Okay,
almost
well,
like a
we'll
question.
close it out with the
And then
assembly.
I'll
I
be,
just.
no, I have a question
Oh, you have a
after
question
you.
also?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I just have one question, I guess, Mr. Merriman. You're telling me that I've been lied to, because I represent two school districts that were here earlier, and both of them agree that when the child that goes to a charter school is sent back, they keep the charter school retains the tuition. You're telling me that's not true?
It's not true, and we will send you a letter detailing exactly how the law works.
This is a state law?
It is, well, it's in the Charter Schools Act and then a regulation promulgated by NYSED back in 2000.
Yeah,
That means no.
So every other month in advance, a charter school sends a roster to the host district. And then 30 days after, the district pays. Now, a lot can happen, right, every other month. So at the end of the year, the district and the charter reconcile. So if a charter sent an invoice and the next day, a kid transferred to a different school, at the end of the year, they reconcile by day the attendance, the enrollment of the students. And sometimes the district owes the charter money, and sometimes the charter owes the district money. So in fairness, on any given day, there could be noise in the numbers because kids and families move. And in particular, low-income and minority students have higher levels of transitioning schools and addresses than their higher-income peers. So that's why the reconciliation process is intended to get it all literally reconciled at the end of the school year, to an individual day, by student, by day.
Okay, I look forward to seeing that information. Senator?
Thank you very much. So I think this is just for the non-public schools, but if I'm wrong, then the charters will pipe in. So in 21-22, we provided approximately $500 million in federal funds associated with the governor's emergency education relief programs, GEER, funded through federal coronavirus response relief. Has anybody ever audited any of the non-governmental schools to find out how much of that money went to you and what it was used for?
The Archdiocese of New York was audited because it was the largest recipient in the country of EANS dollars, audited by not only U.S. Department of Education, but FEMA. It's also important to point out that unlike ESSER, which was COVID relief for public schools, virtually every school district in the country received COVID relief from the federal government. Religious and independent schools only, in New York, only about 40% in the initial round, and only about 24% of schools were eligible. So fewer of our schools were eligible, and our list of allowable activities was far more limited than what public schools were allowed to do. We have a lot to complain about with the EANS dollars. We were grateful for what we got.
There were also restrictions on usage. Some was supposed to go to the GEER, to the government, to the governor's fund, and time. And you know more about that.
Yeah, in the audit of the Archdiocese of New York, schools were allowed to apply for both GEER, or excuse me, what was the PPP?
Yes.
And EANS simultaneously, because the deadlines overlapped, but they couldn't receive both.
Yeah.
But they could apply for both.
And Eanes 2, there was a second round of Eanes 2, which money is still trying to be allocated. The deadline is June something, and there are serious restrictions where there's millions of dollars that is probably not going to be used because the schools can't even draw the money down to use it for things that they need.
Does it have to be capital, or can it be security and some of the other issues you've raised tonight?
Not to my knowledge of security. I don't know if you can, but no,
No
not
security.
no security.
So we need to
personal
follow
protective
up on that.
Equipment, mental health,
And-
professional development.
COVID, has to be somewhat
Air-
COVID related, I think.
Air quality.
And Eanes 1 was a lot more, Eanes 1 was less restrictive, where it was a lot more educational based, where they could use it for educational services. Eanes 2 has a lot more restrictions, where schools are saying, if I could use it for educational services, I have things to use it for, but there's still money being left on the table.
So for the charter schools, very short, oh, damn. Never mind, I'll have to follow up with you afterwards, thank you.
The rest is silence.
That concludes.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
And our final panel G. G for great. We're getting there. We're getting there.
Here last year.
It looks that way, doesn't it?
Marina Marco O'Malley, Alliance for Quality Education.
No, the real women, that's no, no, I got Maria, Arlene, Chelsea, and Beatrice. Hey, good evening, and welcome to the New York State Assembly final panel for the New York State budget for the 25-26 budget. For the benefit of our audiovisual people, could the three of you just introduce yourselves before you start your testimony?
Sure. I'm Jeff Smink, the Deputy Director at the Education Trust New York.
I'm Marina Marco O'Malley. I'm the Co-Executive Director of the Alliance for Quality Education.
Good evening. I'm Beatrice Weber, a Senior Advisor at YAFED.
Thank you. Welcome all. We lost the YMCA?
Yes,
The village people must have kind of, okay. Who's gonna start?
I'll start. Good evening, committee chairs. My name is Beatrice Weber. As I mentioned earlier, I'm a Senior Advisor at YAFED, which is an advocacy organization dedicated to ensuring that students at Hasidic and Haredi yeshivas get a full education. To be clear, most Jewish schools are good. There are tens of thousands of Jewish students whose schools do an exceptional job throughout the state of providing general education alongside religious studies. However, there are approximately 65,000 students attending Hasidic yeshivas that are still failing to provide a sound basic education. Last year, I came here and spoke asking that the current law not be changed. Then, during budget negotiations, and again at the end of the session, a deal came so close to being passed that would have derailed enforcement of the law, which demands that every non-public school provides a substantially equivalent education to the local public schools. Children's education and their future were almost traded away for politics. I'm here again to ask you to stand up to these attempts to deal away children's educations. Please do not change the law. Let the state education department's regulation be implemented. Let state ed do the tough job of regulating the non-public school sector. The state education department has made great efforts to enforce these regulations despite political pressure. They have been courageous, and the regulation must be allowed to be fully implemented. They've put much thought behind this process. I want you to know that immediately upon this regulation, certain yeshiva operators challenged it in court. They lost, and they continue to try the court again and again to derail legal enforcement. But they keep on striking out, and legislative deal-making seems to be their last best hope. Let NYSA do their job. Let them regulate this. This is about children's right to an education, not the rights of religious schools to discriminate. They are violating the state law currently by taking government money and ignoring compliance mandates attached to these funding programs. On June 30th, 2023, 18 schools were found to be non-compliant. Some of these offered no general education at all. That means students weren't being offered any English language, math, or science at all. Since then, what has happened? Nothing at all. That's what we keep on hearing from parents. The first school that was declared non-compliant happened on October 6th, 2022, and we're in 2025. And again, nothing has changed in that school. Yeshiva leaders are being told by Hasidic leadership that they have the highest ranking politicians in their pockets and that true enforcement will never happen. So nothing actually changes in the classroom. Students are continuing to fall behind and even sometimes graduate from their schools without learning the tools they need to find employment and fully participate in our society. We have advocated for state funding for remediation programs for these students. To date, we have heard nothing being planned, and we believe the state has a responsibility to do this.
Thank you, Ms. Weber.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for actually staying this long and listening to all this testimony. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to testify before you. Chairs Kruger, Pretlow, Mayor, and Liu, Assemblymember McNarelli. Thank you so much, and as everybody else here, thank you so much for listening to all of us. I won't repeat many of the things that many of the have testified before me have already said regarding the executive budget and particularly the Foundation Aid formula. I do have to say, because we don't get to say it often, we were pleased that the governor actually put a significant amount of money in the Foundation Aid formula this year. And for some of the proposed changes that she has made for the formula. Generally, we are in support, and the formula desperately needs the updates in the poverty counts. I will say that the change to the small area income and poverty estimates affects certainly some school districts, New York City being the biggest one, but affects 24 school districts actually. 16 of them are high needs. So when you make this change to the Foundation Aid formula, you can't just make that alone, right? You heard that the regional cost index is really important and will make up for a lot of the money that school districts were anticipating and they're not going to get under this change. And in fact, their AQE has 2 years ago, we've been very long on the record proposing changes to the formula, but 2 years ago in particular, and there's a citation in my testimony, we put out a report with the Education Law Center that details a bunch of recommendations to the formula, many of which have been in the Rockefeller report and many of which the Board of Regents support. The biggest issue, though, is that you can't just take one thing isolated, right? You have to see it holistically, how it affects school districts. So if you are going to change the poverty counts, you also have to change the regional cost index. It would right size, it will make right for the Foundation Aid for a lot of school districts. In addition to that, and there's more detail in my testimony on all of that, I would urge you to actually make the changes to the pre-K changes that the State Education Department is recommending. There are a lot of school districts that have had low rates for a long time, and they need to update those. I only see I have 20 seconds, so I will say this very quickly. We are in a time where New York for All needs to be passed. Many kids are afraid to go to school. Families are living in fear of ICE. That shouldn't be the case. And we need to make sure that that is not the daily reality for them.
Thank you.
Okay, well, good evening. It's an honor to be the last presenter of the evening. I'm, again, Jeff Smink with Education Trust New York. For those not familiar, Ed Trust New York is a statewide policy and advocacy organization that seeks to close opportunity gaps that keep too many students from reaching their full potential, particularly students of color and those from low-income backgrounds. Our work is data-driven and student-centered, and we work in partnership and coalition with civil rights organization, education organizations, parents, and nonprofits across the state. Our policy agenda for this year and all years is premised on the belief that all kids, all children, all students can succeed in school when they're provided with high-quality, culturally relevant instruction and support that's equity-driven and student-focused. Even though the pandemic is behind us, we know, and I'm sure many of you heard about the NAEP results released today, showing that New York students remain below pre-pandemic levels in math and reading. Most concerning to us in the NAEP report is that over half of Black and Latinx students are scoring at below basic in math and reading. Below basic is the lowest performance level on NAEP, which indicates a lack of even partial mastery in reading and math. That's really, really concerning. So as a result, we're really urging state and district leaders to address this moment with urgency and increase efforts to give students and educators the resources and support they deserve, particularly in high-need schools. So our asks for the legislature this year, I'll start on foundation aid, which I know you've heard a lot about today. We share many of the concerns that have been shared all day, agree that the formula is flawed and outdated. We were disappointed by the governor's proposal. Again, needs to be part of a comprehensive set of reforms, as you know, as many of us have talked about. And again, as we've talked about, if these changes are adopted without these additional reforms, we could see cuts in places like New York City, which is the last thing we need right now. So as a result, we're recommending for this year that the legislature look at changing how poverty is measured. There should be a differentiated weight for concentrations of poverty, as was discussed in the Rockefeller study. Very, very supportive of adding a funding weight for students in temporary housing and foster care. We know this is a growing population. And finally, as was just mentioned, updating the regional cost index to better reflect current costs. I'm running low on time, so many of our details are in the testimony. I did want to touch on two things. Literacy is one of our top priorities and has been for several years. Last year's investment was a great start. We want to see more investment, particularly in professional learning for educators. We're asking the legislature to build on last year's investment. There was no money included in the governor's budget for K-12 literacy, and those stats I just talked about illustrate why we need more of an investment. And then finally, college and high school is another priority of our organization. We're pleased to see some funding included in the executive budget, but would like to see an expansion of those funds to help replicate successful models, increase access for underrepresented groups, and create new programs in parts of the state that have limited programming.
Okay. Thank you. Assemblyman Magnarelli?
Very quickly, I would be remiss if I didn't say thank you to the three of you for staying here. I've been watching. You've been here just about the whole day. So I've learned a lot during all of these question and answer periods. Same here, and I want to thank you for being here. Thank you.
Senator?
Thank you, Senator Shelley Mayer.
First, please thank you, Beatrice, for being here and reminding us about those, those students are in schools where they are not learning what we need them to learn for substantial equivalency. As far as Ed Trust testimony, I appreciated you brought up something we haven't talked about, which is additional money for FAFSA, universal FAFSA and enrollment, which, we did pass the bill, and that's really is a good development. You say 3 million, is that sort of a made-up number, can I say?
It's a number we came up with in talking with partners. Yeah, but again, the idea is to give community partners some support in schools to do that outreach necessary to meet the law's requirements.
And I'm interested in your college and high school data that you have in your testimony, which is, I think most of us are very supportive of the governor's proposal, subject to the details. But can you share with us that this data, students were more likely to persist and earn their degrees on time and like to receive a degree? Is that something that's in a report that Ed Trust did?
Yeah, that's part. We have a tool called To and Through, which tracks students through high school and through college. And so what we did is actually looked at students that went through an early college program and saw how they persisted in college, and that's where we got that data from. I'm happy to share that tool with y'all.
Okay, and just on the AQE part, it is refreshing that this is a year in which AQE is pretty complimentary of the governor's effort. I think this is the first in my time up here. All that being said, you have additional asks for additional money in particular areas, and you're supporting the regional cost index being modified or extended to additional districts, particularly to make up for the shortfall
Absolutely.
in New York City?
Yes, we do. We are 100% in support of that. And in fact, I would say that it's not only New York City that will benefit from that.
No, I know.
Right? And
It's my district, too.
it is kind of mind-boggling to me that that we put Yonkers in the same cost region as Kingston or further up. Yeah, it's all in the Hudson Valley.
The whole northern New York.
Yes.
It doesn't make a lot of sense. Thank you again for your advocacy. Thank you all for sticking around. That's it for me. Thank you.
Fefa Amaro?
Good evening. We're truly all the dedicated educators here as we stay here. We into the night. Beatrice, thank you for being here, and I appreciate your statement that yeshivas are doing, there are good, successful yeshivas, so I appreciate that. I feel like we've just grown from last year when we talked at this hearing. The last group talked about STEM, and we were increasing STEM funding to schools and proven that the more we put into the schools, the more they're learning. So that being said, the numbers that, when you're talking about this large number of kids who are not being educated, where is that data coming from? And I understand the one school, and that's on the city, but where is 65,000 last year? 65,000 kids are below reading level?
It's not that they're below reading level. In addition, they don't actually get instruction. They don't have teachers who are in any way qualified to teach. Oftentimes, those teachers don't read at a 8th grade level even, and they're the ones teaching. So we have gathered data on those schools across the state and have come to the estimate of 65,000. Unfortunately, none of those schools would qualify for any type of STEM funding. Trust me, if a school qualifies for state funding, they're not on our list. They're good. These schools are they're not even hiring teachers that have graduated high school for the most part. Those are the ones we're concerned about.
How are they existing under our watch, under this committee? How is that still continuing, in your opinion?
Well, there are deadlines for them to comply, and I know the state education department's doing a good job of following up. They are understaffed, as they tell us often, and they need resources. And our request for you is to allow the state education department to continue doing their job, and if all proceeds as it's supposed to, those schools will come into compliance. Now, if there's additional funding available to train teachers or resource those schools, we're all for it. As long as our goal, what I'm here for, is that these students get an education. There's so many other advocates who are working for other things that yeshivas may need, but we specifically talk about the education in the certain schools that are not doing a good job, and the numbers are astronomical. And it's been an issue that's been neglected for decades, and therefore now needs extra resolve to ensure that it actually happens.
But those are your numbers, so I don't know if we'll have to question the state ed for the numbers that they're going to produce to us to say this is not being educated. They have going in, but I have to say to you that saying on a hearing that people saying that politicians are in their pocket or that things are being done in the middle of the night, I don't think that's a fair statement. I think if we're pushing to change some of the regulations that we think maybe aren't fair, that's something I support. But as the substantial equivalency is going through and we're trying to get regulations, there's a huge group that are working on that, and it has been moving forward. So I just don't appreciate that kind of statement as if someone's in someone's pocket. That's not fair.
I mean, we see news reports of this.
Senate?
Thank you. Beatrice, just to follow up, because I actually am one of those people who do understand that there are a large number of religious schools in the state. The vast majority of them do a quality education. I actually know that the Catholic school system, the independent school system, has no objections to our substantial equivalency because they're very sure that they are delivering an education that parents are happy with. And I have many good Jewish schools, yeshivas in New York City also, but we have a handful of them that clearly are not providing education. So my question to you is, we have timelines. What are the consequences when they don't meet substantial equivalency by X date? Are we, under our rules, are we supposed to take their funding away? Is that your understanding? What are we supposed to be doing?
Well, the first school that was supposed to come in compliance was the school my son attended. The case I won on October 2022, they were supposed to be compliant by the end of the last school year. They are not compliant as far as what I hear from parents, and in addition, for what we know from public information. All schools across the state are supposed to be compliant by June of 2025. So the deadline's coming up very soon. So what's concerning for us as advocates is when parents call us and are telling us nothing has changed. My child still has not had one science class the entire year. It's the same that it's always been. So it's been concerning because we're in January already. The deadline is in June. The consequences are very simple. When schools get any benefits such as transportation, security funding, anything, it depends on the fact that these schools are actually a school, and they actually have to check off to receive mandated services that they're complying with the law, which includes, the substantial equivalency regulations. So those type of funding would be removed from these schools, which we absolutely do not want to come to a situation where that happens. Our goal is that these schools step up and do provide the education as required by law and as is the right of these children.
Thank you. Assembly.
I think there are no other assembly papers. I just have a quick comment. Beatrice, I remember your story from last year. It's a very compelling story, and obviously things haven't changed for the better because you're here again this year. And I think I don't know how we get around this issue because we've tried, the legislature has tried, and for some reason it hasn't come to fruition yet. But I think we're going to keep trying because every child in this state deserves a quality education, and we're paying for it. And it makes sense for us to pay the high amounts that we're paying for substandard education. Now, it was mentioned earlier that we should change the way poverty is determined. What is your suggestion for that?
Our suggestion?
He suggested it, but you can answer.
Go ahead. Well, the poverty counts, the proposal in the governor's budget, going to SAPE and going the small income area income poverty estimate, and replacing census counts with economically disadvantaged are two good proposals. There are, but in a vacuum, those cannot happen. There's also additional proposals like doubling economically disadvantaged counts for certain school districts that might work better, or including students in temporary housing, right?
Yep.
And there's a lot of those that are there.
Yeah, we've also talked about adding differentiated weights for concentrations of poverty. So schools or districts that have large concentrations of poverty often have larger challenges, and so providing more funding.
So when you say large percentage of poverty, you're actually saying that the way poverty is determined now, which is a percentage of the federal poverty law, if there's a large percentage there, that the state should do something to adjust that to make more people impoverished or considered impoverished, or less people considered impoverished, which means they would get less help.
Yeah, so our goal is really, again, in districts that have large concentrations, right, is providing additional funding for those students. So we certainly don't want to see any increases in poverty by any stretch.
So if I may, so if a school district has 40% or 50% students in poverty, then they would get an additional amount of money because that's a large concentration of students in poverty. So that's the kind of thing that actually would drive more resources to districts that have these large concentrations, because it does in fact cost more to educate students and meet all of their needs.
Okay, then you're not saying to recalculate poverty, say to take what's existing as poverty now and do something else with it. Yes.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Well, with 5 seconds to go, I want to thank the three of you for your testimony, and I will officially end the 2025 joint legislative budget hearing for elementary and secondary education. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done.